This is incredible hunger. Riding on Meowth, Han Sen was about to starve. He had eaten more than 10 pounds of mutant meat. If he continued to eat, his stomach would probably explode. However, in addition to the feeling of hunger, Han Sen also felt energetic. The two contrastive feelings filled his body, which made Han Sen understand why the previous volunteers would give up. It was definitely a cruel torture. As Han Sen practiced more, both feelings got stronger. Han Sen had hunted a lot of mutant creatures on his way and ate their meat, but it did not help. While feeling the incredible hunger, Han Sen also felt his strength was improving rapidly, and even his heart was beating stronger. On the map from Huangfu Pingqing, all the paths had been tested by different teams in Ares Martial Hall, so none of the paths was dangerous. Even the riskier parts of the paths were marked clearly, and solutions or tips were always provided. After Han Sen was on the road himself, he came to understand how precious the map was. Its value, like Huangfu Pingqing said, was well beyond 5 mutant beast souls. With this map, one could easily start to trade among these shelters, so the map was a highly valuable trade secret. Han Sen did not know what was the reason for Huangfu Pingqing to give him this map. By taking this map, he did owe her one. After half a year, Han Sen traveled past 5 shelters. He did not even want to think back on this period of time. It was not because of all the risks and dangers on the way, but mainly because the terrible feelings he had when practicing heresy mantra. Han Sen was devastated in the first 2 months when he just started practicing. In the end, he still made it and finished the first phase. Both his heart and veins were strengthened significantly. The main reason for his success was that whenever he felt the hunger was getting unbearable, he would practice Jade Skin. Then the coolness would flow in his body and ease his hunger. The hunger suddenly disappeared after he finished the first phase. However, in 3 months, Han Sen's weight dropped from 170 pounds to 110 pounds. Even his bones were sticking out. Because none of the previous volunteers had gone this far, Han Sen was not sure if his experience was unique. After finishing the first phase, Han Sen started to practice the second phase of heresy mantra, seeing through the mirage. Then, Han Sen felt his body was like a withered plant receiving water. After eating lots of mutant meat, he started to gain his weight back. The hunger was gone, so were the contrastive senses. In his practice, he felt more and more fulfilled. It seemed that his entire body was becoming stronger, and his current cardiac functions were much stronger than a normal person. Half a month before returning to Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen finished the second phase. At that moment, he suddenly discovered how powerful heresy mantra was. He was almost certain that if he was able to complete all 4 phases of heresy mantra, he should have the ability to kill a super creature. Maybe he did not even need to finish everything. When he completed the 3rd phase longevity, he should be able to hurt a super creature, at least the baby golden growler. However, when Han Sen started to practice the 3rd phase, his progress became much slower. He could still feel he was moving forward, but he could no longer complete the 3rd phase in 3 months. Han Sen estimated that he would probably be able to finish the 3rd phase in a year. After returning to the Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen had already maxed out on his mutant geno points. However, because he chose to follow the safe paths, Han Sen did not have the chance to hunt any sacred blood creatures. He did not feel bad about that because based on what he could do now, it was no longer difficult for him to kill sacred blood creatures. After finishing the 2nd phase, Han Sen's level was no longer limited to the unevolved. He was even stronger than Qin Xian, who had completed atomic fission. Most sacred blood creatures would not stand a blow from Han Sr. With the miraculous black crystal, Han Sen was not worried about his sacred geno points. All it mattered to him at this point was how to find and kill super creatures. To max out on super geno points was Han Sen's new goal. Sacred geno points no longer deserved his attention. On his way, Han Sen traded different beast souls whenever he reached a shelter, which brought him a great fortune. If he were willing to spend more time, he would have made a lot more. Even so, he had earned a profit of more than 600 million. In addition to that, he still had a lot of unsold beast souls in Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen was sure that his cut was at least 600 million. At this point, Han Sen did not have too much desire for money. If money could not be turned into beast souls or things he needed, then it was nothing but a number. Although 600 million was not a huge number, which was not even enough to purchase a spaceship for Han Sen, It was enough money for him to support his family. After returning to Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen came back to his own room immediately. He had been feeding the Cloud Beast for over a year, and it was a huge waste of time. When Han Sen went back to his room and saw the Cloud Beast, he could not believe what he saw. The Cloud Beast was there and had evolved, but it seemed somehow different from the Sacred Blood Cloud Beasts he used to eat. This Cloud Beast almost turned transparent and was surrounded in an aura. Why does this one look so different? Staring at the Cloud Beast, Han Sen suddenly had a thought that gave him a chill. Han Sen killed the Cloud Beast as fast as he could, and heard a voice that almost made himself jump. Super creature Cloud Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points. Meat inedible. It works like this. So it works like this. Han Sen was almost speechless. He could not believe in his wildest dream that the black crystal could be so miraculous that it could even produce a super creature. Before Han Sen could dissect the body of the Cloud Beast, it gradually dissolved. A black crystal and a white one fell on the floor. The black crystal was the one Han Sen found, and the white one was about the size of a pigeon egg, which was the life essence of the Cloud Beast. Han Sen could not believe that the seemingly ordinary black crystal could produce super creatures that the entire mankind failed to hunt. Han Sen became wild with joy as he finally had an access to super geno points, and possibly super beast souls. If he had gained a super beast soul, maybe he could kill super creatures before he finished the 4th phase of Heresy Mantra. Han Sen quickly went to the market, bought another Cloud Beast, and fed it with the black crystal. He was very curious to know how long it took for a Cloud Beast to evolve into a super creature. It took a creature 3 months to evolve into a Sacred Blood one, and for it to further evolve into a super creature, Han Sen believed it took longer. However, it would take a year and a half at most since it took that long for the previous Cloud Beast to complete evolution. After finishing doing that, Han Sen started to savor the life essence of the Cloud Beast. Life essence of super creature Cloud Beast eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Life essence of super creature Cloud Beast eaten. 1 super geno point gained. Han Sen heard the continuous voice and felt on top of the world. As an incredible strength filled his body, Han Sen felt his bones and flesh were developing again, as if he were a child. In the end, the Cloud Beast provided 9 super geno points to Han Senator at this point. He had 19 super geno points and a leap in his physique. Han Sen found Lin Beifeng and transferred the money and beast souls to him. He did not want any distractions in his life, because his only goal was to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. The first super evolver in all humans. Han Sen scoffed at the thought of Sacred Blood aristocrats. An evolver with his super geno points maxed out should be considered a royalty for sure. Han Sen could only imagine what kind of benefits he and his family could gain if he evolved with his super geno points maxed out. His only concern was that it took too long for a super creature to be produced. According to his experience, it should take about 9 months to 1 year for a creature to evolve into a super creature. Although it was great news, Han Sen did not want to wait that long. At this point, he needed at least 10 super creatures or more to max out his super geno points, which meant he would have to wait more than a decade. The only solution was to hunt the super creatures in God's sanctuary, for which Han Sen must have enough time to improve his ability. While continuing to practice the 3rd phase of Heresy Mantra, Han Sen used one of the 5S class St. Hall licenses he got from Bai Ishan to buy a hyper geno art called Panorama. Panorama was the most renowned hyper geno art in the St. Hall, also known as the Encyclopedia of Martial Arts. It's included many techniques from different schools. In the beginning, the St. Hall wanted to develop a martial art that included all the fundamentals so that everybody could easily improve their physique. However, as more and more techniques were added, the hyper geno art itself became more and more demanding on those who practiced it. Everyone's body had different features, and different martial arts had different requirements for one's body, which was why no one could practice every single martial art. For example, if one was lacking in strength, then one would likely be restrained from practicing the martial arts that focused on strength. Panorama was a collection of all sorts of fundamental martial arts, which was why it was almost impossible to find someone to practice it. Later on, the St. Hall divided Panorama into different subjects and categories, which made it convenient for people to choose the martial arts they could practice. The original version of Panorama was used by the St. Hall as a dictionary. Every time someone had some new findings, they would also be added to Panorama so that it would be more convenient for future research. Many professors from the St. Hall would use Panorama this way, which made it become a true encyclopedia. The license needed to purchase the original version of Panorama also became more and more advanced, since it contained a lot of old and new knowledge. At this point, one would need an S-class license to buy it. Also, the license must be a universal one which could only come from a staff member. Although Panorama had its own Geno solutions, the St. Hall did not guarantee success of practicing Panorama. After all, it was a hyper-Geno art that required things beyond what Geno solutions could make up for. The reason Han San chose Panorama was that he believed if he wanted to hunt super creatures, the least he could do was to adjust his physique to the best and eliminate all his weaknesses. Han San did not receive the best education when he grew up, so his development was not balanced. He was good at certain things but not so much at others. Therefore, Han San wanted to start from zero and achieve an ideal state in all aspects so that he could prepare himself for hunting super creatures. Time was a scary thing, especially in such an interstellar age. Each moment, many shocking incidents happened on the planets occupied by mankind. Many strong men fell, and many new stars were born. In 2 years, too many things had happened and too many things had been forgotten. There were people who were not as forgetful, such as Jing Jia. Many people admired the Jings for the fact that they had a genius like Jing Jiwu. However, only those who truly knew the family knew. Jing Jiwu had a more brilliant brother named Jing Jia. Although Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's little brother, those who had met him could only describe him as impressive. Jing Jiwu was a monster who could reach the top in every field. And his brother was someone who could reach beyond the top. The brother's grandfather had hired a lot of martial arts professors to instruct the two of them. Jing Jiwu was able to listen to and learn from all the professors, while Jing Jia could not have the same professor for over 3 months. Jing Jia had so many questions and thoughts that even the professor would be rendered speechless. All his professors quit within 3 months, because they believed they had nothing that they could teach the kid. Even better than his older brother, almost everyone in the family believed Jing Jia was the more appropriate candidate to take over the family business, except for one person, which was Jing Jia himself. In the eyes of Jing Jia, Jing Jiwu was his idol. Jing Jia was Jing Jiwu's biggest fan. Jing Jia would always go to every game of Jing Jiwu's. Even when he did not have time to go to the site, he would always watch the game in front of the smart device. Jing Jia would watch his brother's games over and over. In his eyes, his older brother was always sparkling like diamond. However, Jing Jiwu lost to Han San in the archery tournament. Jing Jia was not able to watch it at the venue, but became more and more angry after he watched the video of the game repeatedly. He believed that Jing Jiwu only lost to Han San because of the tactics picked by his coach. If it had been a fair game, Jing Jia believed that Jing Jiwu would have won for sure. At this point, Jing Jia had every desire to beat Han San and tell him that he was not even as good as the big toe of his old brother. Spinning arrow? What is so fancy about that? Jing Jia turned down all the invites from the Alliance Central Military Academy and other famous schools, and chose to come to Black Hawk Military Academy. Of course, the boy was not here to join Han Sen's team, but wanted to beat him and tell him he was not nearly as good as Jing Jiwu. Jing Jia was an elegant young man. When he was enrolled, no one knew that he was the brother of Jing Jiwu, but a lot of girls had already fallen in love with him for his looks. Soon Jing Jia proved that he was not just a pretty boy. Wanting to compete with Han San, Jing Jia participated in every item that Han San was once in, including warframes, black and white boxing, archery, and Hand of God. Jing Jia won the championship in all these items, and became the brightest star in Black Hawk. Since Han Sen was already a senior student, he no longer needed to participate in different societies, which was why he had quit the school archery team. In fact, since Han Sen came back to Black Hawk, people could barely see him. Jing Jia wanted an opportunity to beat Han Sen, but found that he could barely find the guy. Han Sen was spending a lot of time in God's sanctuary, and seldom appeared on campus. Jing Jia, I got a message from a friend that Han Sen just came back from God's sanctuary, and was returning to room 304, said Sufei excitedly, running toward Jing Jia. Many friends of Jing Jia knew that he wanted to challenge Han San, who was the legend of Black Hawk. Although Han Sen only participated in one military league competition and only won one championship, in the eyes of his schoolmates, Han Sen was the legend. Although Jing Jie was doing great, before he actually beat Han Sen, most people still thought he would fall short. However, everyone was willing to see such a challenge. A fight between Jing Jie and Han Sen should be great to watch. Thank you, Jing Jie said to Su Fei with a smile and walked slowly to Han Sen's dormitory. Su Fei and his other friends followed Jing Jie excitedly. They all wanted to watch this incredible fight between the old legend and new star. When Jing Jie walked across the campus, he attracted a lot of attention because of his good looks. Very soon, Jing Jie arrived at the path which Han Sen must go through to reach his dormitory and waited for him there. Seeing a figure approaching, Jing Jie narrowed his eyes in excitement. Very soon, he would be able to beat Han Sen and give his older brother justice. The thought made Jing Jie so excited that his cheeks became red. Han Sen. When the figure came closer, Jing Jie asked, "Yes, you are?" Han Sen regarded Jing Jie and was sure that he did not know this boy. "My name is Jing Jie, a freshman in the archery department. I hope you could teach me a thing or two in archery when you have time," said Jing Jie with a smile. "Brother, I am so sorry, but I haven't really had much time recently." Han Sen had not heard the name Jing Jie and thought Jing Jie was one of his fans. Han Sen patted Jing Jie on the shoulder and left. Everyone was dumbstruck, almost unable to believe what they saw and heard. Although Jing Jie was a freshman, he was the champion in the Archery Society, the Warframe Society, and the Hand of God Society, a true star on campus. However, Han Sen treated him as an ordinary freshman, which was quite shocking. Since Han Sen came back to Blackhawk, he had invested all his energy into practicing the third phase of Heresy Mantra as well as Panorama, which had consumed a lot of his time. In order to kill super creatures, Han Sen did not care about anything else other than improving his combat skills. Although Jing Jie became really popular in Blackhawk, Han Sen did not even know of him. Even if Han Sen did, he probably would not care. Among the unevolved, there was no one worth Han Sen's attention. Seeing Han Sen brushing past him, Jing Jie suddenly said, "Jing Jiwu is my older brother." Han Sen stopped and turned around. He looked at Jing Jie in surprise and asked, "You are Jing Jiwu's little brother?" The reason that Han Sen was surprised was that he remembered Jing Jiwu as a strong opponent. At the time being, Jing Jiwu was indeed much stronger than himself. Han Sen did not expect that Jing Jiwu's little brother would be a Blackhawk student. It was also the first time for Su Fei and other freshmen to learn the fact that Jing Jie was Jing Jiwu's younger brother. Although it had been 2 years since Jing Jiwu graduated, every freshman of Blackhawk still knew the name Jing Jiwu, since he was always brought up in the history of Blackhawk as Han Sen's opponent. Because of that, Han Sen was still remembered after 2 years, and so was Jing Jiwu. Su Fei and others did not realize that Jing Jie was Jing Jiwu's younger brother. And they suddenly understood why Jing Jie would want to challenge Han Sr. "Yes. Do you think we can compete in archery now?" Jing Jie asked Han Sen with a smile. He did not take Han Sen lightly but was confident that he could beat Han Senator without thinking. Han Sen grinned and said, "That sounds boring. Let's just forget about it. Give my best to Jing Jiwu." Han Sen left without a second thought, leaving Jing Jie dumbstruck and a bit humiliated. Han Sen talked to him like talking to a child. Jing Jie felt like he wasn't even taken as a deserving opponent of Han Sen's. However, Han Sen did not mean to make Jing Jie feel this way. He did treat Jing Jie like a boy because in fact Jing Jie was 3 or 4 years younger than himself. Also, Jing Jie was Jing Jiwu's younger brother. If Jing Jiwu were here, he would treat Jing Jiwu like a serious opponent, but in the case of the little brother, not so much. If he had time, Han Sen would prefer to spend it on practicing Panorama. Among the unevolved, few deserved his time. Many people who could match him such as Lin Feng and Qin Xian had all gone to Second God's Sanctuary. At this point, Han Sen was not at all interested in people remaining in First God's Sanctuary. He only wanted to improve his combat skills as fast as possible so that he could hunt super creatures. Han Sen walked into his dormitory and Jing Jie did not try to stop him again. Jing Jie smiled and murmured to himself, "You will not be able to run from me." The news that Jing Jie was Jing Jiwu's brother was soon known by everyone in Blackhawk. Many students were very interested in the topic. Some girls even named Jingjie as Endeavor the new Hamlet. I knew it. Why would someone as good as Jingjie choose Blackhawk? It turns out that he's avenging his brother. Our genius refused to accept the challenge. That is so disappointing. Of course he doesn't dare to face Jingjie. If he lost to someone younger than him, he would lose his face. Since the archery tournament, there seems to be something wrong with the genius. He did not even participate in the semi-annual assessment, and I heard that his makeup assessment score was just average. The genius has fallen. Jingjie will rule Blackhawk instead. In Blackhawk, rumors about Han San being weaker than Jingjie were spread wider and wider, and the person who orchestrated the rumors was Jingjie himself. At this point, Jingjie was playing Hand of God joyfully. Jingjie did not care about his reputation, whether good or bad. However, he understood that some military school students would defend their own reputation with life. So, Jingjie was merely doing what it took for Han Sen to accept his challenge. The game of Hand of God ended. Jingjie's opponent was Tian Dan, the current president of Hand of God Society, who was also the best player on campus, after Han San and Jingjie. 20 points? Doesn't seem that difficult. Jingjie exited the game. He was only trying to repeat whatever Han Sen had achieved in Blackhawk so that he could prove that Han Sen was not that good after all. Jingjie was waiting for Han Sen getting mad at all the rumors. He believed next time when he challenged Han Sen again, the answer would not be no. Even better, Han Sen might challenge him. However, what Jingjie did not know was that although Han Sen learned about the rumors from his roommates, the senior students did not care about it at all. In Han Sen's eyes, Jingjie's tricks were so childish that they did not deserve any his time for energy. I hope I can win once today. Han Sen chose a holographic device in the training hall on campus and logged in an online combat platform. The combat platform that Han Sen entered was named Gladiator. As an unofficial combat platform, it would not categorize the players based on their status like an official one would. On the Gladiator platform, players were able to choose to enter the unevolved section or the evolver section. Since it was not operated by the Alliance, personal information was unknown to the operator. That was exactly the reason that Han San chose Gladiator. Here he was able to enter the evolver section and compete with evolvers. As good as Han San was, he could gain nothing fighting the unevolved. In order to practice Panorama, he would enter Gladiator to fight evolvers whenever he had time, which helped him practice his skills and learn things from others. However, his record was not that good. Since entering Gladiator half a year ago, Han Sen had won 4 times in total. The first time he encountered an unevolved person who clicked into the wrong section. The second time his opponent did not finish the combat and had to go take care of something in real life. So Han Sen have only won twice really. As for his losses, Han Sen did not even bother to count, but the number was for sure 4-digit. At this point his fitness index had passed 20, which was the best of the best among the unevolved. Very few of the unevolved persons could raise even one indicator above 20, let alone the overall index. It was easy to imagine how strong Han Sen was. This number was also under the condition of Han Sen not using Heresy Mantra. When Han Sen used Heresy Mantra, his strength would be even more impressive. However, although it seemed a great number of them on the unevolved, an index of 20 was too weak among evolvers. For those who were able to hunt mutant creatures in the second God's Sanctuary, it was very easy for them to reach an index of 20. When the unevolved became evolvers, they would be awarded a certain strength. The more Geno points they had, the better the strength would be. Those who evolved with their sacred Geno points maxed out were normally awarded something called a sacred body, which would very likely double their fitness index. As for those who evolved with a low Geno point count, their improvement through the evolution was also limited. Normally speaking, those who evolved with their mutant Geno points maxed out would have a fitness index of nearly 20 after evolution. With some Geno points gained in Second God's Sanctuary, their fitness index could reach above 20, which was why the fitness index of 20 was nothing among evolvers. Han Sen did not know what kind of sacred body he would be awarded if he evolved with super Geno points maxed out, but he was sure that it would be much stronger than someone maxed out on just sacred Geno points. The 2 evolvers that Han Sen beat before must be newbies in evolvers. Their fitness index should be around 20. In Gladiator, few players were as weak as this. The weaker players usually choose to play on the official platform. Those who chose Gladiator were usually skilled players. In addition, Gladiator was the property of Ares Martial Hall. Many students in the Martial Hall would fight here as well, who were usually advanced. Han Sen learned about Gladiator from Huangfu Pingqing, who had graduated from Black Hawk and entered Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen hadn't seen her in a long while. After entering the Evolver section in Gladiator, Han Sen chose to be randomly matched. He did not have a specific purpose in mind, but wanted to learn from opponents of different styles, which would serve as a good supplement to Panorama. Very soon, Han Sen was matched with someone and sent to a scene mimicking the Colosseum, which was the classic themes in Gladiator. Standing at the entrance, Han Sen was able to see his opponent's profile while waiting for the countdown. His opponent's ID was slaying all with double blades, which sounded fierce. He was a man around 30 years old, holding a pair of shamshirs. A player using double blades for sure, but Han Sen did not know if he could slay all. Han Sen thought about it, switched to the weapon interface, and picked a pair of shamshirs similar to the one his opponent used. Han Sen's goal was to learn from his opponent, so he would always choose the exact same weapon as used by his opponent. If his opponent did not have a weapon, he would choose not to use any. Slaying all with double blades was observing Han Sen as well. He evolved into Second God's Sanctuary before long, and it was the first time he entered Gladiator, so his record was 0 win and 0 loss. Seeing Han Sen was empty-handed first and then chose to use the same weapon as he did, slaying all with double blades, was slightly offended. In his eyes, Han Sen was showing contempt to a newbie. However, Han Sen did not pay any attention to his record, and did not even know that he was new. It was what Han Sen did to all his opponents. "Boy, you will pay for your arrogance." Han Sen's opponents smirked and checked Han Sen's profile. Han Sen's ID was a soldier on warship, because he would give anything to work on the warship where Ji Yanran served, even just as a soldier. However, his opponents would often think that he was really a soldier serving on a warship. Slaying all with double blades, thought the same and scoffed, "For wins and more than 1,000 losses. How dare you, a mere soldier, despise me? I will teach you a lesson soon." Slaying all with double blades was very confident in his shamshir skills. Having practiced since childhood, he was especially good with double blades. Although he had not been an evolver for long, his weapon skills were among the top among evolvers. Even in Ares Martial Hall, not many could reach the level he did with double blades. After the countdown, Han Sen and Slaying all with double blades entered the game. Slaying all with double blades licked his lips and stared at Han Senator. He thought, "If I cannot even beat this rookie, then I have wasted all these years I spent on practicing my shamshirs." Slaying all with double blades was holding one shamshir in each hand with one facing forward and the other facing backward. This unique gesture made his technique stand out. Without saying anything, Slaying all with double blades rushed toward Han Sen as fierce as thunder. Han Sen regarded him curiously. It was the first time Han Sen had seen someone holding weapons this way. Han Sen did not understand such techniques and was still holding his shamshirs the ordinary way, but he had also learned a lot about using double blades from the skeleton, which would be as strong as any S-class blade skills. However, Han Sen did not just fight for victory. He intended to learn from different styles so as to improve his understanding of Panorama. Therefore, Han Sen would never try to end the game quickly, and would always observe as much as possible. This time his opponent had a skill that was both swift and fierce. The double blades kept coming in both directions, making it impossible to defend himself. Han Sen became exhilarated. His opponent was not too much stronger than him in fitness index. Han Sen estimated the number should be around 25, higher than his but not much higher. However, his opponent had an incredible weapon skill, which made the person the ideal opponent of Han Sen's. If his opponent was too strong in physique and had a fitness index around 30 or 40, Han Sen would lose too fast and would not be able to learn too much from him. Someone like Slaying all with double blades was perfect, a bit stronger than Han Sen in physique, but incredibly good at techniques. Han Sen became focused and fought him with what he learned from the skeleton. Although his opponent was at an advantage, he was never able to cause any fatal damage. slaying all with double blades, became more and more astonished. A soldier on warship was clearly inferior to himself in fitness index, but he had never seen such weird skills. Every blow from Han Sen and every step he took would cost his opponent lots of trouble. Slaying all with double blades, felt that everything was disordered, which confused him as when to attack. Slaying all with double blades, knew that he was stronger than his opponent and had better skills, but there was nothing he could do to win. Although he was at an advantage, he did not feel good. What kind of skill is this? He no longer thought Han Sen only picked the shamshears to mock him, but believed Han Sen was himself a double blades master. However, that was only the beginning. Although Han Sen was lacking in physique compared to his opponent, his incredible double blade skills made up for his speed and strength, making it impossible for, slaying all with double blades, to beat him. I can't continue like this, otherwise I will really lose. I can't imagine how strong people are in Gladiator. Even someone with only 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses had such awe-inspiring skills. I have to show all I have now. Feeling shocked, Han Sen's opponents did not dare to reserve anything and turned the tips of both his shamshears backward. 13 slashes were one of the hardest techniques to learn. Very few people could actually use 13 slashes, which was one of the secret skills in Ares Martial Hall. The reason that slaying all with double blades could learn 13 slashes was that his father worked as one of the administrator of Ares Martial Hall. As he used 13 slashes, Han Sen was suddenly under a huge crisis. The 2 shamshears kept getting faster and weirder. After fending off 7 blows, Han Sen could not block the 8th slash. He stepped forward and dodged the slash, but the 9th attack cut his skin open. They were both in a simulated system, so there was no blood. The system notified that Han Sen's health went down by 27%. If the health went down to 0, then the player would be kicked out of the game and deemed the loser. Unless the player was beheaded or driven through the heart by weapon, the game would end when one's health was drained. If it were in real life, Han Sen would have been killed by now. Han Sen's eyes lit up and used Spartacle to avoid the next attack from his opponent. The shamshears were like devil's fangs, dancing away in his opponent's hands, leaving one injury after another on Han Sen's body. However, his opponent did not even feel good about it. Although he had injured Han Sen, he still felt incredibly constrained. Each time he thought he was going to finish Han Sen off, he merely left a small cut on Han Senator. Very soon, he finished 13 slashes. Although he left many marks on Han Sen's health still only went down by 70%, so it would still be a while until Han Sen was kicked out. Damn it! If this is the real world, he would have bled to death by now, cursed Han Sen's opponent. This was exactly why Han Sen chose to practice in Gladiator. He would not need any time to heal before going into the next fight, which was ideal for him to accumulate combat experience. Since I could not kill you with 13 slashes, I will do it all over again. Slaying all with double blades decided. Han Sen only had 30% of his health left, so he would not be able to last another round. Holding the shamshears backward, slaying all with double blades, again used the secret skill 13 slashes. Han Sen's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, reflecting each and every move of his opponent. Slaying all with double blades used 13 slashes the second time, intending to beat Han Sen as soon as possible. However, he very soon found out that it was not as simple as he thought it would be. Although Han Sen's speed and strength did not increase, slaying all with double blades felt like it became significantly more difficult for him to hit Han Senator the first time he used 13 slashes. He managed to cut Han Sen on the 9th blow. However, this time only the 10th slash started to leave a small cut on Han Sen, and the last 3 slashes did not work too well either. After the 13 slashes, Han Sen still had 11% of his health remaining, much more than his opponent thought. Slaying all with double blades could not understand why the second round was so much less effective. However, all he could think about at this point was to get rid of Han Sen as soon as possible. No matter what, after a third round, Han Sen would be out for sure. In the third round, Han Sen was able to block the first 11 slashes, and only 2 out of 13 slashes managed to hurt Han Sen, taking away another 5% of his health. Although Han Sen only had 5% of his health left, to his opponent's shock, none of the slashes could hurt Han Sen in the fourth round. Han Sen grinned. Panorama included all sorts of fundamental techniques. Despite that they were not advanced, they served as the basics of the more advanced skills. He had fought slaying all with double blades for a long time, so he had already gained much understanding of how his opponent used force. After that, Han Sen was even more excited to learn the ultimate double blade skill, 13 slashes. This fight was the best one for Han Sen in the last 6 months. Most of his opponents before were much stronger than him in the fitness index. A difference of 10 points in the index was decisive at this stage. In Han Sen's previous opponents, most people had a fitness index over 30, which made it very hard for Han Sen to learn from them. This time Han Sen had the luck to encounter an opponent from whom he could learn a lot. In addition, their small difference in fitness level also bought Han Sen enough time to learn 13 slashes. The key to 13 slashes was its smoothness. There was hardly any pause between one slash and the next. 13 slashes seemed to be one. Once cut by one slash, it would be impossible to avoid the following. There were also some tutorials on how to achieve smoothness between movements in Panorama, which Han Sen had practiced before. However, before the fight, he was not sure how to execute the tutorial in real combat. Having watched his opponent using 13 slashes, Han Sen eventually understood what it took to achieve the smoothness. While Han Sen was learning, his opponent widened his eyes. Although Han Sen had only 5% of his health left, he could not hit Han Sen again whatsoever. He had used 13 slashes a dozen times, yet failed to harm Han Sr. After Han Sen forced his opponent to step back, he tossed the shamshers in the air, and caught them with their tips facing backward like his opponent did. Slaying all with double blades was dazed seeing Han Sen copying him. The next moment he became mad. Because Han Sen had made his first slash, which looked exactly like the first move of the 13 slashes. Slaying all with double blades wanted to kill Han Sen at this point. He was almost sure that this guy was trying to humiliate him. If Han Sen only chose the same shamshers as he did, he could understand it. However, Han Sen was even trying to imitate his 13 slashes. Slaying all with double blades bristled and despised his opponent at the same time. 13 slashes was by no means easy to copy. He had started to lay the foundation since he was 10 years old, and was only able to start practicing 13 slashes since he entered God's sanctuary at 16. Even with many years of foundation, it still took Slaying all with double blades more than a month to learn 13 slashes. Now his opponent had only watched it a dozen times. It should have been impossible for Han Sen to imitate the skill. Slaying all with double blades forced himself to calm down, and realized it was a great opportunity in disguise. Since it was impossible for his opponent to copy his moves, he could take the chance to beat Han Sr. Based on his understanding of 13 slashes, once Han Sen made a small mistake when trying to use 13 slashes, he could easily get rid of Han Sr. With 5% of health left, Han Sen could easily be eliminated with one mistake. Here it comes. Slaying all with double blades held back his anger and watched Han Sen's moves closely, ready to give him a deadly blow once he saw a mistake. Unfortunately, Slaying all with double blades underestimated his opponent. Although Han Sen had never practiced 13 slashes, he had put a lot of effort in practicing the smoothness between his moves. Lacking a point of reference, he had never been able to use it well. Having watched 13 slashes, Han Sen had fully understood the essence of smoothness, so that he could easily master his opponent's skill. From a private holographic device, Huang Yulei walked out absent-minded. He could not believe what had happened to him in the past hour. Someone who was not his match to begin with, not only turned the game around, but also used his secret skill 13 slashes to beat him. Huang Yulei was simply speechless. Impossible. How is this possible? No matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to learn 13 slashes in just an hour. Especially the application of the smoothness that would take a lot of efforts to learn. Huang Yulei suddenly thought of a possibility and his face turned grim. That guy must have always known 13 slashes, and just pretended he was a rookie in order to humiliate me. That must be the case. Otherwise, how could he learn 13 slashes after watching a dozen times? Huang Yulei bristled. If he simply lost, that was fine. However, he felt someone was targeting him, which made him feel terrible. However, Huang Yulei knew very well that he was no match of a soldier on warship, who used 13 slashes even better than he did. Huang Yulei had no confidence to challenge the guy again. However, the failure was hard to swallow for Huang Yulei. After thinking for a while, Huang Yulei suddenly dialed a number with his comlink. Very soon, a red-haired young man the same age as Huang Yulei appeared in the holographic image. The young man smiled and said, "Yulei, you're now an evolver. Why didn't you throw a party to celebrate?" "Brother, we can talk later about the party. Is our big sister there?" asked Huang Yulei hurriedly. "Big sister went to the Queen restaurant for a show and will return in night. What do you need her for?" Suzhu looked at Huang Yulei in surprise, curious why the guy who feared his big sister the most would ask if she was there. "Nothing," said Huang Yulei quickly, waving his hand and letting out a sigh of relief. He then told Suzhu, "Brother, I went to Gladiator today. You just evolved. Couldn't wait? Did someone beat you?" Suzhu said, grinning. It was normal for Huang Yulei to be beaten since he had not accumulated many Geno points in Second God's Sanctuary yet. Huang Yulei blushed. Something as humiliating as this would have been his secret. However, a soldier on warship pissed him off so much that he wanted Suzhu to kick the guy's ass, which was why he must tell Suzhu what happened. Suzhu did not believe Huang Yulei at all. He grinned. "Yulei, if you want me to do you a favor, that is fine. Do not exaggerate though. How is it even plausible that someone learned 13 slashes in 1 hour and beat you with it? That's why I am so mad. That person must already know 13 slashes and simply want to embarrass me. I cannot let this go." Whenever Huang Yulei thought of the matter, he couldn't help feeling upset. That is very likely. Since he knows 13 slashes, it is very likely that he is in Ares Martial Hall. However, the Martial Hall is too big and has many branches. Since you don't know that person, it is almost impossible to find out who he is. "It must be someone you offended before, I believe." Suzhu pondered and said, "Brother, I just evolved. Who can I possibly offend? Even if I did, I would not be so stupid to offend someone who knows 13 slashes." Huang Yulei added, "Just log in on Gladiator. If that person leaves, it will be impossible to find him again. I don't have a holographic device nearby. Let me find one." "I must go now," said Suzhu. "Hurry then." Huang Yulei was afraid that a soldier on warship would log out. After more than half an hour, Suzhu found a service station and logged in Gladiator. Huang Yulei quickly sent Han Sen's ID to Suzhu and asked Suzhu to challenge him. Suzhu did as Huang Yulei told him, but found that Han Sen had already left Gladiator. Huang Yulei suddenly became upset and said, "Brother, I told you to hurry. Now he has left." "No worries. Didn't you say that he had 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses? He must be a frequent visitor and I'm sure I could catch him someday," Suzhu said with a smile. Huang Yulei had to accept it. Han Sen quickly left Gladiator after beating Huang Yulei, because he wanted to teach Zhang Danfeng 13 slashes. He had promised Zhang Danfeng that he would find the friend a nice blade skill. Zhang Danfeng would not accept an S-Class St. Hall license, and when he tried to teach Zhang Danfeng the skeleton's dagger skills, Zhang Danfeng could not grasp the essence. The skeleton's dagger skills were demanding on the user's flexibility and understanding of order. However, Zhang Danfeng always pursued a swift and fierce style, so it was only natural that the skeleton's skills did not fit him. 13 slashes, however, was very likely Zhang Danfeng's cup of tea. Han Sen was eager to teach it to Zhang Danfeng so that his friend could improve. Han Sen called Zhang Danfeng, who happened to be in the alliance, and showed him 13 slashes via the holographic image, which Zhang Danfeng loved. Praising the amazing skill, Zhang Danfeng asked Han Sen to teach him all about it. It was midnight when Han Sen finished teaching Zhang Danfeng. Planning to go to bed, Han Sen heard his comlink ringing. It was Yang Monli's number. Han Sen answered the call and saw Yang Monli's holographic image. "We have a difficult client, and no one could take care of him," Yang Monli said casually. Han Sen frowned and asked, "Even you? In more than a month, I will evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary. So you must take care of the things from now on," said Yang Monli, blinking. Yang Monli was a terrible liar. Whenever she lied, she would blink. The real reason that Yang Monli asked Han Sen to take care of the client was that she actually failed to do so. "Who is it?" Han Sen noticed Yang Monli's lie but did not want to expose her. "Yang Zikuan, grandson of demigod Senator Yang Xiuwen." Yang Manli then told Han Sen everything about Yang Zikuan. Joan had only turned 16 and entered God's sanctuary 2 weeks ago. He was randomly sent to Steel Armor Shelter, and the Steel Armor Special Squad immediately received an order from the management to provide all the necessary assistance to Yang Zikuan and keep him safe. Growing up in a prominent family, Yang Zikuan was well-educated and well-mannered. However, as a high-born young man, despite his courteous and modest manner, he was quite strong-willed. He would not change his mind no matter what other people said. Obviously, Yang Zikuan was too confident in himself, always looking for challenges. Having only been in God's sanctuary for a few days, he was already looking to hunt mutant creatures. Gambler followed Yang Zikuan for a couple of days and was almost scared to death by the kid. Yang Manli had tried talking to Yang Zikuan and asked him to be more down to earth, which did not work at all. Epiphanies only come to you when you're struggling between life and death, which is the essence of martial arts. Yang Manli did not know where Yang Zikuan had heard this, but she failed to talk the kid out of it. If Yang Zikuan was not sent by the management, Yang Manli would not care if he wanted to risk his life. However, if anything happened to Yang, the special squad would suffer. I'll be in charge. Tomorrow morning I will go meet the kid. Han Sen hung up the comlink with a smile. The next day, Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter before dawn. To his surprise, Yang Zikuan was already practicing boomerang. Yang Manli introduced Han Sen to Yang Zikuan, who was polite and very easy to like. In Han Sen's eyes, he was just a boy. Mr. Han, if it is possible, I hope that you could arrange for someone to take me into Dark Swamp. Yang Zikuan's words made Han Sen frown. Even those who had maxed out on their mutant geno points would not take Dark Swamp lightly, because few people could make it back, let alone Yang Zikuan, who only entered God's sanctuary 2 weeks ago. Before Yang Manli spoke, Han Sen gestured her to stop. Yang Zikuan, why do you want to go to the Dark Swamp? Asked Han Sen with a smile. There are a lot of toxic bugs in the Dark Swamp which would be the perfect targets for me to practice my boomerang. Yang Zikuan patted his boomerang kit, which contained 24 boomerangs, all of which were expensive products with a high content of Z-steel. Now I understand. It is indeed a great spot to practice your boomerang skills. However, I don't think your boomerang skill level was high enough for you to go there. Just practice on the copper-toothed beasts in the forest nearby, said Han Sen casually. You haven't seen how good I am with boomerang. How can you make the judgment so soon? Yang Zikuan frowned, unhappy about Han Sen's arbitrary decision. Let's say it is the instinct of the boomerang player, said Han Sen with a smile. You also use boomerang? Yang Zikuan looked Han Sen up and down, doubting if he was serious. Han Sen did not reply the kid but said, let's do this. I will point at a target. If you could hit the target, I will let someone lead you to the Dark Swamp. If not, you will do what I told you. Fair? Yes. But the target must be within 60 feet from me. Yang Zikuan had a lot of confidence in his boomerang skills. You can go as close as you want. Han Sen brought the kid to the shooting range of Bullseye, where there were many targets. Han Sen put a target in front of another with 1 foot between them. The targets were both round in shape and about 2 feet in diameter. With the 2 targets aligned, the second target could not be seen from the front. Yang Zikuan was confused, and so were the onlookers. No one knew what Han Sen wanted to do. Can you hit the bullseye from such a distance? Han Sen walked to Yang Zikuan, pointing at the targets. Of course. Yang Zikuan answered. I am talking about the bullseye of the target in the back. Could you hit it from here? Asked Han Sr. Yang Zikuan frowned and said to Han Sen, this is unfair. The 2 targets were so close that even with a curve, it is impossible to hit the bullseye of the target in the back. What if I tell you that I can do that? Han Sen asked Yang Zikuan. Are you going to penetrate the target in the front? If you do it that way, I can do it as well. Yang Zikuan pursed his lips and said, if the boomerang touched the first target, call me a loser, said Han Sen casually. Okay. If you could stand here and hit the bullseye on the target in the back without the boomerang touching the first target, I will listen to you no matter what you say, said Yang Zikuan slowly after thinking for a while. You're quite thoughtful. Han Sen smiled and asked Yang Zikuan, is it okay if I stand right here? Yes. Yang Zikuan looked at Han Sen puzzled. The confidence of the man made Yang Zikuan question himself. But Yang Ziquan still believed that there was no way Han Sen could hit the target in the back. The two targets were so close together that even the boomerang followed a curve, it could only hit the edge of the target in the back. Yang Ziquan believed there was no way that Han Sen could hit the bull's eye. However, since Han Sen was so determined, Yang Ziquan was curious what he was about to do to achieve this. Yang Ziquan was certain that Han Sen was about to use some tricks. Han Sen, on the other hand, was not thinking about plotting against Yang Ziquan at all. Taking out a Z-Steel Ghost Butterfly Boomerang, Han Sen threw it at the target. The Ghost Butterfly Boomerang made a curve in the air and flew toward the target. Yang Ziquan couldn't help smiling. He could also make the boomerang fly in such a curve. However, it was impossible to hit the bullseye on the targets in the back with a curve like this. The two targets were so close together that a curve was never steep enough for the boomerang to hit the bull's eye. In a second, the boomerang was already next to the first target, and then it made a sudden turn to circle around the first target and hit the second one. Everybody was shocked. Without remote control, they had never seen a boomerang following such a strange trajectory. Yang Ziquan was also dumbstruck. However, because the target in the front was blocking people's sight, no one could tell where the boomerang hit on the second target. Without a word, Yang Ziquan quickly ran to the targets and pushed the target in the front away, exposing the target in the back. Everybody widened their eyes. The Z-Steel Ghost Butterfly Boomerang was in the exact center of the second target, not even slightly skewed. Yang felt even more shocked and took down the Z-Steel Ghost Butterfly Boomerang, placing it in his hands and watching it closely. It was a delicate but simple design without any special parts. Obviously, Han Sen made the curve completely relying on the shape of the boomerang and his own skills. Yang walked to Han Sen with the butterfly boomerang in his hand and said, "I am convinced that you have great boomerang skills with this butterfly boomerang. I will listen whatever you say." Han Sen smiled and said, "It seems that you are not completely convinced and think I have an advantage with this butterfly boomerang. That's okay. I can give this one to you, and whenever you could reach my level, I will take you to Dark Swamp." Yang Ziquan's eyes lit up. "Do you mean it? Do I look like a liar?" Han Sen smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will be able to do what you did in a month," Yang Ziquan said confidently. "I sincerely wish you success." Looking at Yang Ziquan, Han Sen thought to himself, the boy thinks the shape of the boomerang is all it takes. In fact, that was only a part of the reason. Indeed, the Ghost Butterfly Boomerang is very important, but the key still lies in the combination of the Yin and Yang forces, which I learned from the Spinning Spear and Yin Yang Blast. Since you have never learned those, it would be impossible for you to reach my level. However, Han Sen did not want to ruin Yang Ziquan's confidence. It was a good thing that the young man was diligent, which would also save the special squad a lot of effort to cultivate him. When Yang Ziquan had stayed longer in God's sanctuary, advanced meat would be provided to him. And when he had a better Geno point count, it would be less risky for him to go to Dark Swamp. "Captain, I did not imagine that you have great skills at boomerang as well." Yang Manli walked to Han Sen and gave him a rare compliment. Han Sen looked at her, pretending to be surprised. "Did I hear this right? Are you paying me a compliment?" Yang Manli blushed a little and said quickly, "I have reported to the management and will soon go to Second God's Sanctuary. You will have a new deputy very soon." "Thank you for your hard work in the last 2 years," said Han Sen cordially. Yang Manli had taken care of most business of the special squad, especially during the time he went AWOL, for which Han Sen owed her gratitude. "First God's Sanctuary does not deserve too much of your time. You don't belong here," said Yang Manli and left. Han Sen knew this meant Yang Manli had recognized him as a leader. Han Sen sighed and thought to himself, "Indeed, I don't belong here. However, there is something I must get in the place. Before getting it, I will not leave." Seeing his previous enemies, friends, opponents, and lover became evolvers one by one, Han Sen did not feel that he was slower than anyone else. The reason he squatted was to jump higher. As long as he evolved with his Super Geno points maxed out, Han Sen would definitely do better than everyone else in Second God's Sanctuary. The difference in their goals determined how far they could go. The others could not even see where Han Sen was going. Since Han Sen came back, he had been working hard on Heresy Mantra and Panorama. Unless there was an opportunity to hunt sacred blood creatures, Han Sen would not waste any time. Even so, just by joining other hunting campaigns, Han Sen had gained another 7 sacred Geno points, making his sacred Geno point count 73, which was not far from 100. That was not Han Sen's end goal. He still only had 19 super Geno points so far. It had been half a year since Han Sen started to feed the Cloud Beast, which had become a sacred blood beast 3 months ago. It was still evolving and growing. Han Sen estimated that he still need another half a year for it to become a super creature, which was to say it would take 1 year for the black crystal to turn the creature into a super one. 1 year was too long for Han Senator. He did not want to wait for more than a decade to evolve, which was why Han Sen wanted to hunt super creatures. However, Han Sen was still trying to complete the 3rd phase of Heresy Mantra, and he needed time to finish practicing Panorama. It will still take him some time to get ready to face super creatures. When Han Sen was about to go back to Black Hawk and practice Panorama and Gladiator, he suddenly heard some astonishing news. Someone discovered a recently exposed nest in the mountains nearby. Han Sen was excited to hear the news. Where there was a nest, there was an egg. Maybe he even had a chance at a super beast soul, which was crucial to him at this stage. After learning what had happened, Han Sen became more cheerful. It was the Son of Heaven gang that discovered this nest first. However, after Son of Heaven and his henchmen evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, their gang was not what it used to be. It had become a second-class gang at this point. Currently, the strongest 3 forces were the Steel Armor Gang, the Fist Gang, and the Disciples. The Steel Armor Gang was backed by the Special Squad and recruited a lot of military school students randomly assigned to the Steel Armor Shelter. Therefore, Steel Armor Gang remained the strongest in the shelter. The Disciples was something established by Yuan and Qing. With many good men on their team, they were only second to the Steel Armor Gang. Many of the leaders of the Fist Gang had also evolved and left. Littlefinger was the only one who was managing the gang at this point. With some fresh blood, the gang was still considered top 3 in the shelter, but it was not as strong as before. Although the Son of Heaven gang was the first to discover the nest, they did not gain any benefits after entering the nest. Instead, they suffered a great loss. According to the survivors, there were at least 1,000 creatures in the nest, some of which were sacred blood creatures. After getting the news, Yang Manli organized the Steel Armor Gang to march toward the nest, and on behalf of the Special Squad, Han Sen also brought Gambler and the other 2 Special Squad members. At this point, the Special Squad was basically constituted of new people, except for Han Sen and Gambler. When they reached the nest, the Disciples and the Fist Gang had also arrived. A bunch of people stopped at the center of the Life Lotus, and none dared to enter first. Seeing Han Sen, Yuan, Qing and Littlefinger said hi. Brothers, we cannot stand here forever. How about we set some rules? Yuan said with a smile. What kind of rules? Littlefinger replied. Since the Fist Gang was the weakest at the moment, he did not want any conflicts. Yuan thought about it and said, how about we do a lucky draw to decide which group shall enter the nest first? It will be all about luck. Agreed, said Littlefinger. After some discussion, Yang Manli also agreed with Yuan. After all, the entrance to the nest was so narrow that even a large group like the Steel Armor Gang had to go in one by one. If they were attacked in the middle by the other gangs, it would be a lot of trouble. Since we all agree, let's do this, Han Sen shrugged and said. He had heard from the survivors that there were a lot of advanced creatures in the nest, so going in first might not be a good thing. No one had any different opinions. Yuan then suggested Han Sen make the lots, to which everyone else agreed. Since they all knew who Han Sen was, no one believed he would be playing tricks. To be fair, Han Sen, who was responsible for making the lots, had to draw after everyone else. In the end, the one lot left for Han Sen said he should go in the last after all 3 other teams. This case, Han Sen had no one to blame but his own luck. According to the result of the draw, Littlefinger was supposed to be the first to go. He became very excited and believed that as long as his team was careful, sooner or later they could tackle this nest. Yuan and Qing were quite disappointed, but they could do nothing but watch Littlefinger leading his team down the nest. Originally, the other teams thought Littlefinger would spend at least hours in the nest. However, their team emerged from the entrance with several people hurt and several people missing. The rest looked at the team in surprise, and Qing asked Littlefinger what happened. Littlefinger cursed, "The sons of bitch gang are horrible people. They attracted the attention of God knows how many creatures. A whole lot of mutant creatures and sacred blood creatures are blocking the way. Since it was very narrow, we could only go one at a time, and no one could fight off so many advanced creatures alone, so we had to come back. What bad luck. It is blocked? Let's go and have a look. Yuan did not believe the creatures were so strong that people could not enter. Yuan and Qing's team went back even faster than the Fist Gang. However, they were clearly in better shape. Everyone was back, and they were only slightly injured. Damn the sons of bitches. It is completely blocked. We can't even tell how many creatures are inside. And the path is so narrow, muttered Qing after he came back. Seeing that Yuan and Qing also gave up on entering the nest, Yang Monli was slightly surprised. She picked several strong guys from the steel armor gang to go down with her. The result turned out to be the same. Yang Monli also gave up on the nest. The advanced creatures made it impossible for everybody. If the nest had never been entered before, they could still choose to slowly kill off the creatures. However, at this point thousands of creatures were blocking the path, which meant the first person going down would walk into an ambush. Everybody looked to Han. Senator Han San had the least people, only 3 team members and himself. Let's go there and check it out. Han San smiled and said to Gambler. Gambler and the other teammates nodded and followed Han San down the nest. After going through the winding path, the special squad soon arrived at the wall of green gold, which was already broken. Several Z-steel shields were put up to block the broken part of the wall. The thick fields were all deformed from attacks, which looked frightening. Through the gaps they could still see lots of creatures jostling. Many claws had reached out from the gaps. Seeing the 4 people, all the creatures near the shields started to screech and knock on the shields, which were about to be shattered. No wonder none of them went inside. This is goddamn mission impossible. Gambler shook his head after seeing what was behind the wall. Damn those sons of bitches. The 2 new members at the special squad, Zhengqi and Zhou Qingyu, looked frightened as well. Hansen, let's go back now. There is no way we can go farther. We have to wait for the creatures inside to come out, and by then we can kill them slowly. Afterwards maybe we can find a chance to go in, said Gambler. Alright. You guys go back, I can go inside alone, decided Han Sr. Zhengqi and Zhou Qingyu widened their eyes and said, Captain, that is too dangerous. Han San smiled and said, although it is dangerous now, there is a chance to break the egg. After the creatures rushed out, everybody would have a chance at the egg then. Just go back to the entrance, I will take a look inside, and if it doesn't work I would retreat as well. Hansen, I should go with you. It is too dangerous. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, that's okay. I can do it alone. There are too many creatures inside, and I would be more efficient alone. I'll be back in a while after I break the egg. Han San then summoned the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and 3-blade harpoon. Seeing that Han Sen was determined, Gambler did not say anything. However, he insisted on waiting for Han Sen at the wall, so that it would be safer for Han Sen to come back. Han Sen nodded and cut the Z-steel sticks supporting the shields. The shields were immediately pushed away by the fierce creatures. Han Sen waved his harpoon and beheaded a creature coming at him, its blood flowing like a stream. Han Sen kicked the dead creature in the head and its body blocked the creatures coming after him, making some space for Han Sen to squeeze himself inside. Will Captain be fine? Zhengqi swallowed and asked. There were so many creatures that even with the protection of Sacred Blood armor, safety will not be guaranteed. Relax. He is a prudent fellow and would never do something that he is not certain of. Since he dared to go, he could definitely make it. Having spent a lot of time with Han Sen, Gambler knew Han Sen best. If Gambler did not want to evolve with his sacred geno points maxed out, he would have gone to Second God's Sanctuary a long time ago. In fact, Gambler did not believe too much in his own words. There were simply too many advanced creatures that he saw more than 30 mutant creatures, and a Sacred Blood Black Spirit at a glance. Gambler was not sure about the level of the creatures he did not recognize, so there might be more Sacred Blood creatures. Seeing Han San besieged by Sacred Blood creatures, Zhou Qingyu said with his voice shaking, it is too risky. Captain did not even know what was going on inside. No one could tell how many Sacred Blood creatures there were. As they spoke, Han Sen had already disappeared in the group of creatures. His team members could only tell their captain was still fighting from the roaring of the creatures. "Don't just stand there. There are creatures coming out, fight them off!" Gambler exclaimed and slashed his weapon at a creature coming toward the path. The risky situation in others' eyes was like a walk on the beach for Han Senator. Wherever he went, blood would bloom like flowers. One creature after another fell under his three-blade harpoon. Nothing could touch him other than the splashing blood. Golden Rockworm King was summoned by Han San, which was already as large as a tank. Opening its mouth, the worm swallowed all the creatures Han San killed. Although the Golden Rockworm King had not transformed yet, its shell was so hard that even a mutant creature could not hurt it. Except for its bean-sized eyes, it did not have any Achilles heel. It could only get hurt when a sacred blood creature launched an attack directly at it. In the beginning, Gambler, Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu felt some pressure trying to stop the creatures from coming at the path, but gradually, they found that the creatures no more came their way. When they looked inside, they saw a person covered in blood slaying away in the group of creatures, with piles of bodies stacked next to his feet. The devil-like figure was imprinted in Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu's minds. They would never forget about what they saw. They were new members of the special squad and had never seen Han San in a combat. The only time they saw Han San showing his strength was with the boomerang. When they just joined the special squad, rumor had it that Han San became the head of the special squad because of nepotism. Many said he had some special relationship with Qin Xian. Originally, they did not think too much of Han San because since they came to the special squad, they had barely seen him. Yang Monli was the one who took care of all the matters in the special squad. Until this point, they came to realize how ridiculous the rumors were. If someone like Han Sen were a gigolo, they would both love to become gigolos as well. For the time they had entered God's sanctuary, they had never seen anyone killing creatures like this. Han San was slaughtering the creatures as if they were chickens. The slaughter was so thrilling that even Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu wanted to join him and feel the heat of the blood on their skin. Suddenly, they saw the sacred blood murky beast throwing itself at Han San from his back. The murky beast looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger, with 2 heads and 3 tails, covered in steel like feathers. "Captain, watch!" Before Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu could finish their words, they suddenly froze. Han San moved as fast as electricity. Grabbing a lion-like head, Han Sen cut it off with the 3-blade harpoon. Throwing it on the ground, he walked toward the sacred blood murky beast with only 1 head left. The beast was scared away, but it was hardly able to maintain its balance with 1 head cut off. Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu were dumbstruck. They had never seen someone so powerful. Incredible! Seeing Han San killing the murky beast, Zhang Qi couldn't remove his stare from Han Senator. The slaughter continued. The creatures were killed by Han Sen one by one. "He is becoming more and more awesome." Gambler leaned against the stone wall, lit a cigarette and sighed. "Gambler, has the captain always been so strong?" Zhang Qi couldn't help asking. "What should I say? I used to teach him things." Gambler inhaled deeply and blew a cloud of smoke. "For real?" Both Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu widened their eyes and could not believe that. "Look at how he draws his weapon. You can't even tell where the weapon was hidden. This is called sleeve blade, passed down in my family. If Han Sen were not a genius in martial arts, I would never have taught him my family secret. Luckily, he did not let me down," bragged Gambler, enjoying the worship in Zhang Qi and Zhou Qingyu's eyes. Gambler would never admit that he only taught Han San sleeve blade for some dirty movies. As Han San cleared his way, the Golden Rockworm King also enjoyed a satisfying feast. Han San only saved the body of sacred blood murky beast by putting it on the back of the Worm King, who had consumed all the other praise of Han Sen's. There were an astonishing number of creatures in this nest, the majority of which were mutant. Han Sen had killed nearly 100 mutant creatures so far. Mutant Darkness Beast killed. Beast Soul of Mutant Darkness Beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. It was the 3rd mutant beast soul that Han San had gained, and he did not even bother to count how many primitive beast souls he had. The Golden Rockworm King only picked out the mutant creatures for food. It did not even look at primitive or ordinary creatures. Even so, the Golden Rockworm King still started belching. It was now as big as a minivan. Eventually Han Sen had come to the egg. Looking at the giant egg, Han San slashed at it without hesitation, identifying beast soul. As Han San cleared away the remaining creatures absent-mindedly, he again witnessed the formation of a beast soul, which turned out to be a long sword burning with black flames. Beast soul identified. Sacred blood beast soul devil sword gained. Others might celebrate this result, but Han San was slightly disappointed. Despite that a sacred blood beast soul was precious, what Han Sen needed was a super beast soul. Since he had come thus far, Han Sen decided to wipe clean all the remaining creatures. For once, the golden rock worm king could not eat anymore. Although there were mutant creatures left, it stopped moving around. Han Sen had been feeding the worm king for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen the worm king stopped eating, which amazed Han Senator. This worked for him as well, as he intended to save some mutant creature meat to give Zhengqi and Zhou Qingyu for their effort. As for Gambler, he had maxed out on mutant geno points a long time ago, and was not really interested in the meat. When Han Sen was fighting underground, Yang Monli, who was waiting outside, became a bit worried. Since Han Sen had spent too much time in the nest, she wanted to check on him and make sure he was safe. Let's go and have a look. Yang Monli led people down the nest. The other people knew that Yang Monli was Han Sen's deputy in the special squad, and did not doubt that she might be plotting against him. Shall we go down as well? If something goes wrong, we can be of some help, said Yuan, leading the team to join Yang Monli. Littlefinger hesitated and also took a team member with him. He had suffered quite some loss and did not dare to bring too many people. The group went under the nest and were shocked by what they saw. In the giant's nest, dead creatures were lying around. Almost the entire nest was painted with blood. Under the light reflected by the green gold, it looked strange and cruel. The four of them had killed all these creatures? Qing widened his eyes and asked. No one is here except for the four of them. Littlefinger was also shocked and could not believe that the four of them could have done such damage. Littlefinger thought that even if the entire Fist gang were here, they could not be so efficient. Incredible! People in Steel Armor Gang were also dumbstruck. Stepping on the blood and dead bodies, they soon spotted Han Sen, Gambler, Zhangqi and Zhou Qingyu handling the bodies on the ground. It seemed that they were trying to pick out all the mutant creatures. Han Sen in the entire shelter. You're my only idol in addition to Dollar. Qing gave Han Sen a thumbs up. Impressive, Han Sen, said Littlefinger with complex feelings. Yang Monli did not speak, but also had a mix of feelings. She already had a high estimate of Han Sen's ability, but still failed to predict that he was able to wipe out the entire nest with his team. As a member of the special squad, Yang Monli knew that Zhangqi and Zhou Qingyu were not the strongest team members, so Gambler and Han Sen must be the ones who really achieved this. However, Gambler was good at playing tricks instead of fighting head-on. Obviously, Han Sen was the MVP here. After the fight in the nest, Han Sen had gained a lot of prestige in Steel Armor Shelter. Because everyone believed Dollar, who had not made his appearance in a long time, had become an evolver, Han Sen was now considered the number one in the shelter. Han Hao was quite upset. He could not understand for the love of God why Han Sen, who was the pariah in Steel Armor Shelter, had become a military school student, a movie star in a commercial, and now the number one in the shelter. The disciples and the Fist gang both respected Han Sen a lot. Even their leaders called Han Sen brother. Han Hao had also heard that Yang Monli, who was leading the Steel Armor Gang, turned out to be Han Sen's deputy. At this point, Han Hao started to regret what he used to do. Had he maintained a better relationship with his cousin, he would have done much better. Han Hao did not even know when he could max out on his mutant geno points. Struggling alone in the shelter is so difficult. And the Son of Heaven gang that he depended on was getting weaker and weaker, making it impossible for him to catch up. You can't imagine how fierce Han Sen was. He only had 3 people with him, and they wiped clean the entire nest that none of the gangs were able to tackle. Hearing the discussion of Han Sen's bravery, Han Hao felt worse and quickly went back to his own room. At this time, Han Sen was appreciating his newly gained Sacred Blood Beast Soul Devil Sword. Type of Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Devil Sword. Sword add-on. Han Sen had seen an add-on Beast Soul before, which was the Sacred Blood Water Spirit Beast Soul owned by Qin Xian. However, The weather spirit worked together with the shape-shifting beast soul to enhance the user's physique, while the devil sword could only be used on another sword. For Han Sen, this was a very useful type of beast soul. If Han Sen was not able to gain a super beast soul weapon, he could only choose to use a sacred blood weapon when hunting super creatures, which would be very difficult. With this devil sword, a sacred blood sword could be enhanced. Although the enhanced weapon might still fall short to a super beast soul, it would be undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary sacred blood weapon. Taking up the diamond sword, Han Sen used the devil sword on it. Black smoke suddenly filled the diamond sword, making the crystal-clear sword look like it was made of onyx, exuding brilliance. Han Sen brandished the sword and tested it on a piece of Z-steel, which was cut in half instantaneously like it was tofu. Impressive! Han Sen became overjoyed. The devil sword was indeed a fantastic add-on. Unwilling to test it on any sacred blood weapons, Han Sen was not sure how strong it actually was. Both the Flame Lieutenant and Devil Sword will be great help for me to kill super creatures. These nests are indeed full of treasures. I wish there were more. Although Han Sen did not gain a super beast soul, he was not too disappointed. Taking back the beast soul and putting down the diamond sword, Han Sen teleported back to Blackhawk. The Sacred Blood Murky Beast brought 5 more Sacred Geno points to Han Senator now. He had 78 Sacred Geno points. At this point, unless there was a hunting campaign for Sacred Blood creatures, Han Sen rarely went out. He spent most of his time on practicing Panorama, trying to reach a balance of all kinds of abilities. This way it was easier for him to hunt a super creature while protecting himself. Han Sen rested for a night and went to the training hall in the morning. He picked a holographic device and logged in Gladiator again. Huang Yulei and Su Zhu had waited for him for 2 days. They were about to give up since Han Sen was never online. This day when Su Zhu logged in, he sent another invite to a soldier on warship. This time he did not hear the prompt tone of the system. Su Zhu quickly sent a voice message to Huang Yulei. Huang Yulei, the soldier is online. Ah, where are you? Did he agree to fight? This time we must teach him a lesson, said Huang Yulei hurriedly. When Su Zhu was about to answer, he found himself in the Colosseum already. Obviously, his opponent had agreed to the challenge. He agreed. Hurry over to watch. Su Zhu quickly sent Huang Yulei an invite to observe. Huang Yulei clicked yes and found himself on the stands of the Colosseum, and he was not alone. Huang Yulei was surprised to find someone else there, and he knew that person as well. Desperado, how come you're here as well? Huang Yulei quickly asked the person next to him. I was about to ask you the same thing, said Desperado. Su Zhu asked me to watch. Did he invite you as well? He didn't tell me that. Desperado paused and asked, Su Zhu is the opponent of a soldier on warship? Yes. So you're not invited by Su Zhu? Huang Yulei looked at Desperado puzzled. Desperado shook his head. Su Zhu did not invite me. A soldier on warship is in my friend list. I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch. Huang Yulei was shocked and asked, how come you are his friend? Do you know him? Desperado was one of the more advanced evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. He was only second to Queen. If Desperado was the soldier's friend, then it was very likely that the soldier was also a big shot in Ares Martial Hall. No, I do not know him. I was only randomly matched with him a couple times. I added him because I found him interesting. Desperado then asked Huang Yulei, so what is this about? Huang Yulei did not answer but asked, this person is on your level? No wonder Huang Yulei was surprised. No evolver could beat Desperado in Ares Martial Hall, except for Queen. Desperado said he had fought the soldier several times, which meant the soldier was on the same level as Desperado. In this case, there was no way that Su Zhu could beat him. He is not. I was able to beat him each time in a very short amount of time. His fitness is just so, but... Desperado paused. But what? Asked Huang Yulei hurriedly. This person gave me a strange feeling. Even I was able to beat him easily, I did not feel good about the win. So I added him as a friend and wanted to see his other fights. Just now I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch. I didn't realize that I would meet you guys here, said Desperado. Not feeling good about the win? Huang Yulei did not quite understand what he meant by the expression. Well, I did beat him fast and easy, but I just did not feel good. It is hard for me to explain, which is why I want to watch his other fights more closely. Desperado pondered and was not able to explain very clearly. Desperado then asked Huang Yulei, "What's happening here?" With some reluctance, Huang Yulei explained his encounter with the soldier. "What are you saying? He learned 13 slashes after watching a dozen times?" Desperado regarded Huang Yulei incredulously. "I suspect that he was hiding his real ability in the beginning. He must have always known 13 slashes, otherwise it was impossible for him to learn in such a short amount of time," said Huang Yulei. "That is very likely." Desperado nodded and looked to the Colosseum. The fight had begun. Huang Yulei saw Han Sen and gasped. "What's wrong?" Desperado looked to Huang Yulei, puzzled. "This is weird. Why is he not using double blades?" Huang Yulei frowned. If Han Sen was good at double blades, he should be using them. However, Han Sen was empty-handed like Su Zhu was. Let's wait and see. Desperado also felt strange, but it was too early to tell. Huang Yulei regarded a soldier on warship. According to what Desperado told him, this person did not have a high fitness index, which Su Zhu also felt when fighting him. His index should be a little more than 20. Huang Yulei supposed this person should be someone who just evolved with his mutant geno points maxed out. As for Su Zhu, Huang Yulei knew very well that his fitness index had reached 30. Although it was not so impressive among evolvers, it should be easy for him to beat a newly evolved person. In addition, Su Zhu's specialty was grappling, which could easily make a less fit person suffer. Su Zhu had a special way to twist joints. Once grabbed by him, his opponent would immediately be put out of action because of the pain. Of course, in a simulated fight there was no pain involved. However, Su Zhu's grappling was still very handy on someone weaker than him. As the fight began, Su Zhu immediately approached Han Senator. The reason why Huang Yulei asked Su Zhu to kick Han Sen's ass, in addition to their close relationship, was that Su Zhu's specialty allowed him to disable Han Sen and force Han Sen to surrender. The most humiliating way of losing in a simulated fight was undoubtedly to surrender. After all, one could never die in the simulated fight, so everyone would want to fight until the end instead of giving in. Su Zhu was glad to see that Han Sen did not try to run from him. After approaching Han Sen, Su Zhu clawed at Han Sen with one hand. Han Sen had practiced Ghost Taunt, the main focus of which was also grappling. Although it didn't involve twisting joints, which Su Zhu was good at, Han Sen was able to tell that Su Zhu was using grappling. Grappling against grappling it is. Han Sen quickly used the footwork in Ghost Taunt to meet his rival. Using grappling against Su Zhu? What a dork! Huang Yulei smirked. Su Zhu's grappling techniques were more than it appeared to be. Many people in Ares Martial Hall knew how to twist joints, and many practiced other grappling techniques. However, no one with a similar fitness index was Su Zhu's match. The reason was that Su Zhu knew more than grappling. He was also great at diversion. Diversion was a technique developed from the ancient martial art, cicada shedding skin. To practice diversion, one must be highly nimble. Normally speaking, those who could practice diversion must start to lay the foundation from a young age when one's bones were still malleable. After one entered God's sanctuary and gained geno points, one could then start to practice diversion, although whether or not one could be successful still depended on one's talent. Diversion could be used not only to defend oneself by diverting the incoming attacks, but also transforming the coming force to attack the opponent. When the opponent tried to grab you with a single move, you could break your opponent's arm with his own force. Trying to match Su Zhu's grappling with a similar technique was a foolish move. Su Zhu was thinking the same. Seeing Han Sen trying to seize him, Su Zhu thought, boy, using grappling against me is a great way of suicide. I will show you how effective diversion is. As Su Zhu reached his hand out, he faked getting caught by Han Senator seizing Su Zhu's wrist. Han Sen immediately used Sparticle to dodge Su Zhu's attack. When Han Sen was about to twist Su Zhu's arm, Su Zhu's wrist and Han Sen's hand suddenly flicked. Crack! Han Sen's right hand, which was holding Su Zhu's wrist, was immediately dislocated by this flick. Su Zhu's left hand then wound around Han Sen's right arm and put his shoulder out. With his wrist and shoulder both dislocated, Han Sen had lost all movability of his right arm. If they were in reality, only the pain would make Han San scream. However, this was just a simulated fight. Han Sen was not significantly hurt, and was only taken off 7% from his health. Han Sen stepped back and dodged Suju's following attacks. Regarding Suju calmly, Han Sen felt somewhat surprised. He had been in Gladiator for a long time. Because of his low winning rate, barely anyone would invite him to fight. He almost always chose to be matched randomly. However, someone invited him this time. Han Sen thought his opponent must be a newbie trying to find someone even weaker. However, as the fight started, Han Sen found that his opponent was great at grappling and even better at diversion. The way he used the incoming force to hurt Han Sen was a very smart way of fighting. Panorama also included similar techniques, which Han Sen had practiced in the recent half-year. If he was able to accomplish the same, it would be impossible for his opponent to catch him. This technique was very useful when it came to fighting the creatures with lots of arms or tentacles. However, diversion was very hard to practice. The key to practice diversion was to do it in real combat. Currently, Han Sen still only understood diversion from a theoretical perspective. Luckily, Han Sen had practiced Ghost Haunt before, so he was no stranger to such techniques. Even so, it would still take Han Sen quite a while to perform diversion in the real combat. Seeing Suju's diversion, Han Sen felt very impressed. The evolvers indeed all have great techniques. Fortunately, we are using simulated bodies. Otherwise, if they use the hyper-genoarts that could change their body cells, there is no way I could be their match. Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing Han Sen trying to retreat, Suju immediately followed up. Suddenly, Suju saw Han Sen grabbing his own right arm with his left hand and put the dislocated joints back to place. Suju couldn't help frowning. Han Sen was very skilled at it, that he must be someone who had practiced similar skills before. However, Suju did not pay too much attention to that. Han Sen was so much worse in fitness than Suju that even if Han Sen had practiced diversion, he would not be able to compare to Suju. Suju threw himself at Han Sen one more time. The two were 10 points apart in their fitness index. Even if Han Sen wanted to run away, it could not be done. Without moving a muscle, Han Sen's heart suddenly started to beat much stronger and faster than a normal person's. Motivated by the heartbeat, the qi and blood in his body started to flow at a high speed, pushing Han Sen's fitness to a high level. Although Han Sen's fitness index was still lower than 30, but his strength and speed must be around 28. It was rare that Han Sen met someone good at diversion, whose fitness index was not too much higher than him either. Han Sen did not want to lose too fast. He wanted to see how diversion worked more closely. Indeed, he was faking it. His fitness level is not that low. Huang Yulei exclaimed when he saw Han Sen's speed and strength got much better. Watching Han Sen, Desperado remained silent. He felt Han Sen's behaviors were strange, but he could not tell how so. Han Sen and Suju were once again at each other's throat. Although Han Sen had used Heresy Mantra to enhance his fitness level, he was still much less stronger than Suju. In addition, Suju's grappling and diversion techniques were both much better than Han Sen's. Therefore, Han Sen was still at an absolute disadvantage. Han Sen's arms were dislocated by Suju a couple more times, but he survived each time using Ghost Haunt and the disordered footwork of the White Jade skeleton. Although he was caught multiple times by Suju, he always managed to run away. Although Ghost Haunt was not as advanced as diversion, it was taught to Han Sen by a veteran who had survived many battles. Many of the techniques were extremely practical, and helped Han Sen in this extreme situation. Although Suju was always at an advantage, he was never able to truly lock Han Sen down. In addition, in a simulated fight, grappling could cause much less damage than other attacks. After more than half an hour, although Han Sen was hurt many times, he still had about 40% of his health left. As Huang Yulei watched the game, he started to feel familiar. In his fight with Han Sen, he was also at an absolute advantage in the beginning, but lost to Han Sen under his own 13 slashes. No way. There is no way he could learn diversion from Suju. Huang Yulei shook his head and denied his own speculation. Diversion was much more demanding on the user than 13 slashes. One must lay the foundation since little. He had hardly heard someone could succeed starting as an adult. Huang Yulei did not believe that Han Sen could learn diversion during this fight, as he did not even believe that Han Sen learned 13 slashes on the spot when fighting himself. As the fight continued, Huang Yulei's face became stiff. Indeed, Han Sen was making incredible progress. He could tell that Han Sen was less likely to be caught by Suzhu and faster when trying to wriggle free. No way. Huang Yulei became anxious and could not believe his own thought that he could no longer deny. Desperado knitted his brows and did not say anything, watching Han Sen's every move closely. In the Colosseum, Suzhu was also shocked. As even Huang Yulei was able to tell Han Sen's progress, Suzhu felt stronger as Han Sen's opponent. He could clearly sense that his opponent was getting better at grappling so fast that it frightened him. Suzhu found that there was little he could do against this opponent. Although he was still at an advantage, it was hard for him to beat Han Sr. A soldier on warship was like a soldier in opponent's territory, fighting fearless and looking death calmly in the face. And he could do nothing to the soldier, but watch him getting stronger and stronger. Diversion. Impossible. Huang Yulei's pupils contracted as he saw Suzhu's arm broken at a flick of Han Sen's wrist. Suzhu was shocked as well. He did not expect his opponent could really use diversion well. Suzhu still did not believe Han Sen could have learned everything in such a short amount of time. Putting his arm back in place, Suzhu once again tried to grab Han Senator. This time, however, his target was not Han Sen's arm, but leg. The reason why it was hard to practice diversion was that one must be able to perform diversion in each body part. Indeed, Han Sen was not able to perform diversion with his other body parts. However, to Suzhu's shock, as Han Sen became familiarized with the technique, he learned to do it with more and more body parts. Huang Yulei was rendered speechless. A soldier on warship did learn diversion from Suzhu in this combat. Huang Yulei now somewhat believed that maybe he also learned 13 slashes in their fight. However, this did not even make sense to him. Although he had heard of geniuses who could learn others' martial arts while watching, he had never seen anyone could actually do it. "I know why I would feel bad when beating him," exclaimed Desperado suddenly. "He was copying my moves. When he fought me, he did the same thing. No wonder I felt bad. He wanted to beat me with my own techniques." After watching Suzhu and Han Sen's fight, Desperado finally understood why he had that feeling. When he was fighting Han Sen, although Han Sen used a seemingly disordered footwork, it was not the root of his discomfort. He was upset because Han Sen wanted to use his own moves against him. Because Han Sen lost too fast, Desperado thought it was a coincidence that the guy practiced the same type of martial arts. Now thinking back, it was not at all a coincidence. Han Sen was copying him on purpose. This guy. Huang Yulei looked at Han Sen with complex emotions. Han Sen was always trying to learn from his opponent's tricks. No wonder he had lost so many times. It must have something to do with this. In the Colosseum, Han Sen was gaining momentum. Shattered psychologically, Suzhu found harder and harder to cope with Han Sen's attacks. Crack! When Suzhu clawed Han Sen's chest, Han Sen dislocated Suzhu's wrist with a shrug. Then he quickly threw himself at Suzhu. At this point, Han Sen had edited Ghost Haunt with Suzhu's techniques, so it was now even stronger than diversion. Locked down by Han Sen, Suzhu found him unable to divert Han Sen's force since Han Sen's haunting techniques prevented him from doing that. Unable to wriggle free, Suzhu had to surrender and end the game. Having learned the tricks of diversion, Han Sen was exhilarated. He stopped looking for other opponents but left Gladiator. As he still remembered everything, he decided to practice diversion a bit more. Although the simulated body moved exactly how he did, he couldn't feel anything, so it was still different. Suzhu came out chagrined at his failure. Seeing Desperado together with Huang Yulei, he was dazed. Huang Yulei quickly asked, "Brother, you think he learned diversion during your combat?" Suzhu smiled bitterly and nodded. "He did learn it from fighting with me. There is no question in that. This person is such a fast learner. I think he also learned 13 slashes from you and did not know how to use it before your fight. Indeed, this person learned so fast. I wonder who he is," said Desperado. "Desperado, aren't you his friend? Send him a text and ask him," said Huang Yulei. "I'll try. Although I added him, I have never talked to him, so not sure if he will reply." Desperado checked and saw Han Sen had already left Gladiator. He is offline now. I'll do it next time, said Desperado. Suju nodded absent-mindedly. Beaten like this, he was devastated. Huang Yulei's eyes suddenly lit up. He suggested, do you think that person would be interested in him? Which person? Suju and Desperado both looked to Huang Yulei. Not sure who he was talking about. The person who is the apple of the eye of our president, said Huang Yulei with his lips curled downward. This is a great idea. That person might really be interested in this soldier guy. Then we can all be freed. Suju's eyes also lit up. The person they were talking about was Qian Hezhen, the youngest students of the president of Ares Martial Hall Daniel. Qian Hezhen was gifted and learned everything fast, which was why Huangfu Xiongqing saw his youngest student as his successor. Qian Hezhen did not abuse the president's confidence in him either. He had just evolved and already succeeded in practicing several secret martial arts of Ares Martial Hall. However, Qian Hezhen was not satisfied with what he had achieved, but kept challenging the renowned students in Ares Martial Hall. Even a master like Desperado was annoyed to death by him. The students could not turn Qian Hezhen down because he was backed by Hungfu, which was why their heads hurt whenever seeing Qian Hezhen. Chapter 309. Chapter 309. Threatened. After Han Sen left the training hall, he felt extremely sore. Blue veins stood out all over his body, which looked frightening. Han Sen knew that it was because he had used heresy mantra for too long, which was a heavy burden on his body. Had his heart and veins not been strengthened during the first phase of heresy mantra, his organs would probably have exploded. Even after the enhancement, his body still couldn't stand the tremendous burden. At this time, Han Sen became so exhausted that he could barely stand. He originally wanted to practice diversion a bit more but could no longer do that. Sitting alone in the training hall, Han Sen decided to go back to the dormitory after he recovered. News was playing in the training hall, most of which was about God's sanctuary, such as someone had gone to the fourth God's sanctuary, someone had become a demigod, and someone had become a sacred blood aristocrat. After watching a while, Han Sen's attention was suddenly caught by a specific message. It was a short story read by the anchor, which was soon drowned in many similar stories. However, Han Sen suddenly became excited. He quickly turned on his comlink and started searching on the Skynet. Very soon, Han Sen found some useful information and his eyes lit up. The news was about the glory shelter in First God's Sanctuary. Someone found a strong sacred blood creature in the mountains near Glory Shelter. Almost the entire Glory Shelter teamed up to hunt the creature, but they were not even able to hurt it, even at the cost of many lives. Han Sen found the comments on this matter from people in Glory Shelter. Because many of them had seen the sacred blood creature, their description of it was rather clear. It was a turtle-like creature, dark as ink and large as a car. Its body was so stiff that even sacred blood weapons could not scratch its shell. Many people died in its teeth. The huge turtle was not fast, otherwise more people might have died. Many believe that this black turtle was even stronger than a sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle, and should be the strongest turtle creature that people had ever witnessed in First God's Sanctuary. Many people described the fighting scene, which convinced Han Sen that it was very likely to be a super creature. According to people from Glory Shelter, the black turtle was obviously much stronger than a typical sacred blood creature. No sacred blood weapons could hurt it, and its only weakness was its speed. Otherwise, more than half of the Glory Shelter would die there. If they were not exaggerating too much, Han Sen believed the turtle must be a super creature. For half a year, Han Sen had been improving his own strength and asking around about super creatures. After all, even if he was able to kill a super creature, there must be one for him to kill. However, super creatures were even more rare than sacred blood creatures. This turtle was the only candidate Han Sen had seen in half a year. Han Sen viewed all the discussions about the turtle again and knew that the black turtle came out from the ocean. Someone tried to hunt it after spotting it. They not only failed but also lost a lot of good men. The black turtle had now climbed into the Copper Mountains. Because people from Glory Shelter had no way to kill it, they did not bother to track it down. At this point, all they knew was that it was somewhere in the Copper Mountains. Han Sen was still thinking whether he should go to Glory Shelter. He had been there once and knew the way very well. If he flew over the dark swamp, he could get there in a fortnight. However, he had not yet completed the third phase longevity of heresy mantra. Han Sen was not sure if he was strong enough to kill a super creature, which was why he was still hesitating. Brother, you spent a long time using the holographic device and you are soaked. Keep hydrated. Someone suddenly appeared next to Han Sen, throwing a bottle of water to him. To his surprise, it was Jingjie. Jingjie had been waiting for Han Sen to challenge him proactively, but nothing had happened in days. Jingjie realized that Han Sen was much more mature than he thought, completely unaffected by the rumors. However, Jingjie was not someone who would easily give up. Getting the message that Han Sen was in the training hall, he quickly came over and waited for Han Sen there. In fact, he had been here for quite a while. After Han Sen came out from the device, he was sitting near Jingjie. But Jingjie did not come to him right away. The freshman first went to purchase 2 bottles of water before he sat down next to Han Senior. Relax. I did not poison the water, said Jingjie with a smile. Thank you then. Han Sen opened the bottle and drank more than half of the water. He did sweat a lot and was dehydrated. Because of his exhaustion, Han Sen did not bother to get up and buy water. Now that Jingjie was handing him a bottle, he gladly accepted it. Jingjie looked at him interested. You're really not afraid that I might poison the water? The younger brother of Jingjiwu would not use that kind of scheme, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he would not even be scared if there were poison in it. In addition, it made no sense for Jingjie to do it in public since cameras were installed everywhere, and he would have no way to exonerate himself. Han Sen's words made Jingjie pause. The freshman did not realize that Han Sen would have such respect for his older brother. However, Jingjie was someone who had to reach his goal. He smiled and said to Han Sen softly, I am not my brother. Just because he won't use these schemes, it does not mean that I will not. If you are not willing to accept my challenge, then I will have to use some dirty tricks even if I don't want to. Such as? Han Sen took another sip of water and asked. I know that your mom's name is Luo Sulan and the shelter she belonged to in Second God's Sanctuary. And you have a sister named Han Yin. She is very cute and studies. Jingjie always had a faint smile on his face and looked harmless. When girls saw him, their hearts would race. Chapter 310. As you wish. Hearing Jingjie's words, Han Sen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Jingjie, if you want to threaten someone, you'll have to be smart. When you speak, try to act like a tough guy so that I might be scared. Jingjie's face became grim. He said, Brother, I am not joking. Leaning against the back of his chair, Han Sen stretched and said slowly, Since you have investigated my family, you should know who I am. Do you dare to touch them? Now tell me again you're not joking. Jingjie smiled and said, Brother, you're right. I do not dare to touch your family, but your friends might not be as lucky. I don't dare to do anything to Wang Mengmeng or Lu Meng either, but Shi Zhikong and Zhang Yang were under no one's protection. I would be interested to know how you plan to hurt them in Black Hawk, said Han. Senator Jingjie was still smiling. It will not be easy for me to injure them on campus, and it's gonna be a waste of time to hurt their family. But do you think I could seduce their girlfriends? You think I'm going to succeed? Jingjie, there are things that you should never do, replied Han Sen solemnly. Whether Jingjie could succeed or not, he will not let it happen. If you're angry, you can take it out on me during our duel anytime, said Jingjie with politely. As you wish then. Although Han Sen did not want to waste his time, he no longer wanted to tolerate the kid's provocation. He would take care of what should be taken care of. Jingjie appeared to be exhilarated. I will be waiting for you. Please keep your words, otherwise. Jingjie did not finish his sentence, but even an idiot could understand him. Han Sen smiled and said, Jingjiwu did not teach his brother well, so I will be a good friend and do that for him. Jingjie was a bit upset hearing that, but he did not talk back. Since Han Sen had agreed to his challenge, all he needed to do was beating Han Senator. It was pointless to win an argument. Jingjie had always thought that only by defeating Han Sen could he avenge his brother. Seeing Jingjie left, Han Sen immediately moved on to consider his trip to Glory Shelter. Although he might still be a bit weak, maybe he could give it a shot. Flame Lieutenant, Devil Sword and the second phase of Heresy Mantra. Those might be all that it took for him to kill a super creature. Most importantly, the black turtle was not very fast, so he could always run away. Seems I should make the trip. Tomorrow after I kick the kid's ass, I'll leave for Glory Shelter. Han Sen did not want to miss the opportunity. After all, super creatures were so rare that he did not know when he would see the next one if he missed this turtle. After Jing Jia left, he spread the news that he was about to challenge Han Sen the next day on the archery range. In order to clear his brother's name, he would like for everyone to know how he beat Han. Senator Jing Jia had even thought of his line after beating Han San. Although you are quite good, you're still nothing compared to me, and even less than nothing compared to my older brother. Your one win was just based on pure luck. Soon the entire Blackhawk knew about the duel. Almost everyone hearing the news became excited. Han San was the legend of Blackhawk, and Jing Jia was another monster after his older brother. So their duel attracted a lot of attention. Even many professors decided to have a look after hearing about it. The next morning, before Han San and Jing Jia got there, the stands around the archery range was packed with audience. Who do you think will win? The genius, of course. Even Jing Jiwoo was not his match, let alone Jing Jia. The senior students who had witnessed how strong Han San was mostly supported him. I don't think so. You have all seen Jing Jia's record, which is probably even better than Jing Jiwoo when he was at school. Han Sen only beat Jing Jiwoo because of good luck, and he had not done much in recent 2 years. I'm afraid he will lose to Jing Jia. Among freshmen, more people supported Jing Jia, especially the girls. Jing Jia's good looks won him a lot of popularity. Miss Chun, you're also here to see the duel? Situ Xiang looked at Chun Ling in surprise. Yes, Han Sen once represented the Martial Arts Society, and I have come to support him, said Chun Ling with a smile. Come and join me. The view is better here. Situ Xiang brought Chun Ling to the coach's bench. Coach, who do you think he has a better chance, Han Sen or Jing Jia? Chun Ling asked. It is very hard to say. So many things had happened to Han Sen in the recent 2 years, and I can say that Jing Jia has even surpassed his brother, replied Situ Xiang with a bitter smile. Chun Ling knew what the coach was saying, so she nodded and did not speak again. Han Sen's roommates also came to cheer him up, and Wang Mingming came with them as well. However, the stands were so full they had to watch on their feet. Can Han Sen win? That Jing Jia kid is quite something, said Shizhikong with his brows knitted. He had seen Jing Jia's match and the kid was indeed quite talented. Jing Jia was also in the archery department, so Shizhikong had competed with him a few times. Shizhikong sensed even more stress facing Jing Jia than when he met Jing Jiwoo. Zhang Yang and Lu Meng did not speak. In fact, they both had fought Jing Jia and suffered terrible losses. They felt the same as Shizhikong did. Jing Jia was even more formidable than Jing Jiwoo. Brother Han will definitely win. Wang Mingming was Han Sen's diehard fan and believed in him as always. Chapter 311. Spinning away, Han Sen waved at his friends and entered the archery range. At the same time, Jing Jia also entered the range. Han Sen, there is something that I should probably tell you beforehand. Jing Jia walked over to Han Sen and said with a smile. If you want to tell me, then tell me, said Han Sen casually. Jing Jia smiled and said nothing. He walked to the bow rack, took a 16-0 practice bow and a quiver full of arrows, and returned to Han Senator the next second. Jing Jia straightened his back, knocked an arrow and made a shot casually. That was only a start. He then quickly shot 9 more arrows, between which there was almost no gap. The 10 arrows were like a straight line, flying toward the target 60 feet away. Students were dumbstruck. If it was very hard to believe that with a 16-0 arrow Jing Jia was able to shoot a succession of 10 arrows. His strength was beyond their imagination. He is indeed even stronger than Jing Jiwoo at his age, mumbled Situ Xiang. Chun Ling was also amazed. Among the unevolved, very few people had this kind of strength, not to mention Jing Jia was just a freshman. As people were shocked by what Jing Jia could do, they found the bigger surprise was yet to come. As the first arrow hit the bull's eye, the second arrow suddenly made a strange turn when it was about to hit the first, which was the same case with the remaining 8 arrows. When all 10 arrows were on the target, People found that only the first one hit the bull's eye, while the other 9 arrows formed a circle with the first arrow as the center. Everybody widened their mouth. Someone yelped and said, "Spinning arrow. Isn't that Han Sen's spinning arrow? How come Jingjie can also do that?" At this point, even Situ Xiang cannot believe her eyes. Jingjie used a 16-0 bow to shoot a succession of 10 arrows, 9 of which were spinning. Judging from the way that the arrows were aligned, she knew that Jingjie was already an archery master. Monster. A monster more formidable than Jingjiwu was, lamented Situ Xiang. She had hoped that Han Sen would win, but did not have much faith after watching Jingjie's performance. Han Sen's most impressive skill was spinning arrow, with which he beat Jingjiwu. However, Jingjie seemed to be even better at that, and he even had a higher fitness index than his older brother. There was simply no way that Han Sen could beat Jingjie. Jingjie also knows spinning arrow, and it looks like he has mastered it. Han Sen is in trouble now. What great archery skills! I'm afraid Han Sen will not be better than him. Using a 16-0 bow at will, Jingjie is more formidable than Jingjiwu was. At this point, Shizhikong, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng all became pale. Shizhikong exclaimed, "How come this guy also knows Han Sen's spinning arrow? I've heard that it is almost impossible for an unevolved person to do that." Almost but not completely impossible. Jingjie and Han Sen are both exceptions, said Lu Meng calmly, looking worried nonetheless. The crowd were in awe of Jingjie's archery skills, and few people believed that Han Sen could still win. "What do you think my spinning arrow, brother?" Jingjie asked, amused. "Jingjie, it is quite impressive for your age." "Good job," said Han Sen in appreciation. He did appreciate what Jingjie could do. Although Jingjie had not practiced Yin Yang Blast, he managed to achieve the effect of the spinning arrow by practicing archery techniques alone. Hearing Han Sen's words, Jingjie felt belittled. At your age? It sounded like he was a kid trying to impress his parents with a golden star awarded by school. "Since you said that, you must have stronger archery skills than I do. Why don't you show us?" suggested Jingjie with his brows knitted. "No need. I don't have much time. Let's just get started with the duel." Han Sen immediately went to the bow rack, picking up a bow and a quiver of arrows. The students were surprised by Han Sen's choice of bow. He picked an 11-0 practice bow, which was too weak for any archery student. Anyone could easily use a bow like this. Han Sen seems to be overly confident. How can he compete with Jingjie with an 11-0 bow? Wait a minute. The bow he used to beat Jingjiwu was also an 11-0 bow. Maybe he wants to do it again? I don't think it's going to happen. Last time the victory was mainly because of the great tactics coach Situ Xiang used. Also, Jingjiwu did not know there was such a thing as spinning arrow and was taken by surprise. However, now Jingjie knows about the spinning arrow and is even better at it than Han Senator. How can Han Sen possibly win with an 11-0 bow? What is Sun trying to pull? He should have picked a strong bow in any case. Shizhikong was stunned, trying to understand why Han Sen would have picked an 11-0 bow. Lu Meng did not speak as he did not understand either. Nor did Zhang Yang. He looked at Wang Mengmeng and asked, "Mengmeng, didn't you used to learn archery skills from Han Sen? Tell us, what is he trying to do?" Wang Mengmeng pondered and answered, "Brother Han must feel that it is too easy to beat Jingjie anyway, so he picked the first bow he saw. I don't believe it means anything." Many students were eavesdropping on the conversations between Han Sen's friends, trying to pick up some insider perspectives. However, hearing what Wang Mengmeng said, they all stared at her as if she were crazy. Even Han Sen's roommates found Wang Mengmeng's reply out of line. It was simply impossible for Han Sen to think beating Jingjie was a piece of cake. Someone who could shoot a succession of 10 arrows with a 16-0 bow, 9 of which were spinning, would never lose easily. Whether or not Han Sen could beat him remained a question. The eavesdroppers had determined that Wang Mengmeng must be a die-hard fan, whose words were hardly believable. Situ Xiang and Chunling were also surprised by Han Sen's choice. Chunling asked Situ Xiang, "Coach, I don't know that much about archery, but isn't an 11-0 bow much weaker than a 16-0 one?" Situ nodded and said, if they were on the same level, the 16-0 bow is much stronger than an 11-0 one. Then why did Hansen pick an 11-0 bow? With his strength, even if he cannot use a 16-0, he could always choose a 15-0 or 14-0, right? Chunling was puzzled. Situ smiled wryly and said, I don't understand either. If there is any reason, maybe he wants to beat the two brothers with the same kind of bow. Is that even possible? Although Chunling did not know archery, she knew how difficult it must be to beat Jingjie with a weak bow. I can't tell. Situ words were rather conservative, because in her view, Hansen was doomed. Seeing Hansen's bow, Jingjie's face darkened. He could no longer keep up his good manners and asked sharply, brother, are you really going to use the bow? Can't I? Hansen said quietly. Sure. Jingjie took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that being flighty and impatient was a big no-no before a duel. Although he had no doubt that he would win, he did not want to take his opponent lightly. No matter what bow Hansen had picked, Jingjie decided to go all in and leave Hansen no chance. Since you're okay with it, let's start. Hansen did not want to waste more time. After the duel, he must leave for Glory Shelter. The trip would take him at least a month and he must hurry. Okay, replied Jingjie. He walked away from Hansen and stopped when they were 220 feet apart. Jingjie turned back and said to Hansen with a smile, you beat my brother at this distance. How about we have the duel under the same condition? Jingjie had thought about this a long time ago. He wanted to avenge his brother at the same distance. As you like, said Hansen indifferently. Coach Situ, would you do the honor and blow the whistle? Jingjie asked Situ with a smile. Situ nodded, gave a pause and blew her neck whistle. All eyes were on Hansen and Jingjie. The moment the whistle was blown, Jingjie shot the exact same succession of 10 arrows at Han Sr. Because the bow was strong, the 10 arrows were in Hansen's face in no time. Jingjie knew very well that although the 10 arrows seemed to be aligned, they would scatter into a storm in Hansen's face and block every direction, thanks to the spinning techniques. Jingjie had worked hard on spinning arrow in order to beat Hansen this way. He had to beat Hansen with Hansen's own tricks to clear his brother's name. Hansen saw what Jingjie did, but only shot one arrow in a languid manner. It seemed that he did not even pull the string to the fullest. And he did not make a second shot either. Putting the bow down, Hansen stood there and watched. Looks like Hansen has given up. He didn't even want to win. No wonder he picked an 11-0 bow. The genius has fallen. This is such a boring duel to watch. It's such a shame that Jingjie treats him seriously. He not only disrespects his opponent, he disrespects himself as well. It is the same genius I used to worship? It seems he's not the same person after the accident. Situ was also very disappointed. According to what she remembered, Hansen was not someone who would easily give up, let alone make a move that equals surrender. However, she had seen it happen with her own eyes. Situ thought to herself, is the archery emperor gone forever? Even Jingjie was dumbstruck by Hansen's attitude. He wanted to beat Hansen but not like this. Such a loser and such terrible skills. What point would he be making even if he could beat Hansen? It would probably bring his brother Jingjie more shame. If Jingjie had lost to a genius, Jingjie could accept it. However, it seemed that Jingjie had lost to a scum. Hansen, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the shot he made. The power of the spinning arrow did not lie in its speed or strength, but how it span. Although Jingjie's spinning arrow seemed impressive, in Hansen's eyes, those arrows were barely spinning. Although Hansen's shot was not fast, but it carried a spinning force that Jingjie could not even imagine. In addition, Hansen's shot also represented his understanding of the spinning force and yin-yang blast in the recent 2 years. Although it was not fast, Hansen was quite satisfied with what he had done. Jingjie's arrows had arrived, the first of which was about to clash with the arrow Hansen shot. All the audience just saw what Jingjie could do and knew that his arrows could make strange turns and avoid Hansen's arrow. Therefore, even if Hansen had also made his arrow spin, it would not change anything. When Jingjia's arrow was about to hit Han Sen's, something unbelievable happened. Jingjia's arrow did not move aside, but was leaning toward Han Sen's arrow like it was a magnet. Bang! The two arrows clashed. Han Sen's slow arrow knocked Jingjia's away and then became faster. Bang bang bang. Han Sen's arrow clashed successively with all 10 arrows shot by Jingjia and knocked all 10 away. Its strength was not weakened but enhanced after the cracking sounds. Whoosh! The arrow ended up on Jingjia's chest. Taking the hit, Jingjia staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Jingjia looked down at the arrow on his chest incredulously with his mouth gaping. Silence fell on the entire range. No one anticipated this result. No one could believe that an effortless shot made by Han Sen using an 11-0 practice bow could carry such miraculous power. Han Sen walked to Jingjia, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jingjia, if you want to learn the real spinning arrow, come find me when you have time. I'll teach you." Then Han Sen took down the practice arrow on Jingjia's chest and put it back in the quiver. Putting the bow back on the rack, Han Sen left the range. Jingjia watched Han Sen leave and sat there like death. The genius is the genius. This is what spinning arrow really looks like. I know it was not that easy to mimic the genius. It seems Jingjia just learned some tricks and did not master the skill. Awesome. Han Sen never took Jingjia seriously. He did so well with just an 11-0 practice bow. Imagine what he can do if he had picked a 16-0 Impressive. The spinning force of the arrow is what beat Jingjiwu. How did he do it, using a weak bow to make such a strong shot? And the arrow seemed to become faster and faster after it clashed with other arrows. It took Jingjia a long while before he recovered from shock. Watching Han Sen walking away, Jingjia suddenly smiled wryly with complex feelings. He suddenly discovered how ridiculous his schemes were. He had always believed that Han Sen was afraid of accepting his challenge and losing to him. But after seeing what Han Sen could do with that arrow, he suddenly understood that Han Sen never took him seriously, which was the only reason why Han Sen did not accept his challenge in the first place. A casual shot from an ordinary bow had such an unbelievable effect. He deserves to be the one who beat my brother. Jingjia got back on his feet and did not feel upset. Instead, he was burning with a passion that he had never felt before. As the prodigy in his family, he had the gift like nobody else. He did not need to have a passion because he had never met a deserving opponent. However, Han Sen made him feel that it was not blood that flew in his body, but fire. Beat him. That was all Jingjia could think of. Han Sen went back to his dorm and said goodbye to his roommates before he teleported to God's sanctuary alone. Beating Jingjia was miraculous in other people's eyes, but for Han Sen, who just wanted to teach the boy a lesson, it was nothing. Inspired by the spinning spear, the arrow shot by Han Sen generated a centripetal force, drawing all the arrows in. Using the combination of yin and yang forces, Han Sen was also able to borrow the speed of other arrows. The 10 clashes did not affect Han Sen's arrow, but empowered it, making it 10 times stronger than when it left the string. So Jingjia was hit before he could even realize what had happened. In addition, Jingjia had no way to foresee such an incredible outcome, so he was not prepared at all. Han Sen thought what he had done was no challenge at all. Among the unevolved, no one could hold a candle to Han Sen any longer. The only match he had left in First God's Sanctuary was a super creature. Han Sen did not care about all that himself, but in Blackhawk, he was revered as a hero. The students in freshman and sophomore years only knew Han Sen previously from the school's history, but Han Sen's performance at the duel brought him back under the spotlight. The Emperor returned with his incredible archery skills. Blackhawk was still his empire. Why didn't he participate in any games recently? If he did, Blackhawk could have won a lot of championships. With his archery skills, if he were there, even the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose without a doubt. Not just archery. He is peerless in black and white boxing and Warframe as well. He even gained his nickname Emperor from participating in a black and white boxing game, where he gave Saint Germain 0 point. You know Saint Germain even had Nailan Chungnua on their team at the time? Seriously? Why would I lie about that? You can still find the video of the game online. Watch it for yourself. If you think I exaggerated, you can have my virginity. Hansen's name once again became the topic of conversations in Blackhawk. Many students found Hansen's old videos and became even more impressed by him. Once again, Hansen entered the dark swamp. Last time it took him half a month to travel from Glory Shelter back to Steel Armor Shelter by way of Dark Swamp. Last time, he only had the mutant three-eyed beast as his mount and needed to fly on his own over Dark Swamp. This time he could just use Meowth all the way as the mount, and no mutant creature could stop it. Hansen tried to kill as few creatures as possible. Except for sacred Geno points, he did not need anything. The Golden Rockworm King was still recovering from his enormous feast in the nest. So Hansen did not bother to hunt. With Meowth's speed, almost no creatures could catch up with them. However, Meowth was not a real mount. Although it was fast, the ride was not a comfortable one. Hansen took the chance to practice the clinging technique in Panorama. He attached his entire body to the back of Meowth and moved up and down as Meowth ran. The key to the clinging technique was following the opponent's force. Although it was the same kind of techniques as diversion, they differed a lot in practice. When using diversion, the goal was to offset the opponent's force. However, the goal of using the clinging technique was to integrate oneself with one's opponent, so the opponent could not exert his force. As Hansen felt Meowth's movement under him, he focused himself on moving along with Meowth and felt less and less turbulence. As the Encyclopedia of the St. Hall, Panorama included all sorts of fundamental methods of using one's strength. Many of those methods could also be applied in the daily life. In order to perfect himself, Hansen was always practicing the methods, even when he rested. Although it was impossible for him to reach perfection, he was pushing himself closer and closer to his full potentials. The stronger he became, the more likely it was for him to kill super creatures. In fact, the essence of martial arts was to push one's limits. The status above Evolver was named Surpasser, which meant the person had surpassed the limits of human body. A surpasser could even crash an aircraft with bare hands. As Meowth galloped, Hansen suddenly found a creature that looked like a centipede rolling over in a swamp ahead of him. Despite its resemblance to a centipede, the creature was about 30 feet long, its shell gleaming with a dark purple shimmer. Its body was as thick as a wok and its feet as sharp as sickles. The dark purple centipede wound itself around a buffalo-like creature, its sharp feet digging into the buffalo, which was about to bleed to death. It seems that the centipede should be a sacred blood creature. How lucky! Although it is a large creature, I don't believe it has too much meat in the body, which should provide some Geno points for me. Hansen was excited that he saw the sacred blood creature, just when he entered Dark Swamp. As the huge centipede was trying to strangle the buffalo, Hansen took out the diamond sword and jumped from the back of Meowth. With one slash, he cut the centipede together with the buffalo. The centipede was cut into pieces because it was winding on the buffalo. When each piece fell on the ground, it was still twitching and quieted down after a while. Sacred blood creature Mushu killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Mutant creature swamp buffalo killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant Geno points randomly. Although no beast soul is gained, Hansen was excited that he was able to kill a sacred blood creature with only one strike. He summoned Golden Rockworm King to eat the swamp buffalo. Obviously, the Worm King was more interested in the meat of Mushu. In addition, its appetite did not seem to be as good as before, so it left half of the buffalo meat untouched. Hansen found a clean pool to wash the Mushu's carcass and peeled its shell. Although the Mushu looked ugly, its meat was juicy and rich. Putting it over fire, Hansen immediately smelled an alluring fragrance. Hansen summoned the Holy Angel. She stared at the meat barbecue with a desiring look. It still needs a while, said Hansen, patted the Holy Angel on her head. Holy Angel did not speak, her eyes fixed on the barbecue, which was probably all she could see at this point. Without Hansen's order, she could not move and had to wait patiently next to the fire. Hansen was amused. This little girl only ate sacred blood meat. Even a mutant meat could not interest her at all. Hansen did not want to spare sacred blood meat before, while he did not care that much recently. He was about to max out on his sacred Geno points, but collecting super Geno points would take him a long time. During that period of time, he could do some casual hunting and his sacred geno points would be filled very fast. So, every chance he got, Han Sen would let the holy angel eat some sacred blood meat. If she could evolve like Meowth did, she would become a super beast soul. At that time he did not even to move a finger, and could let her do all the fighting for him. When the barbecue was ready, the holy angel started to gobble the sacred blood meat at Han Sen's command. A large piece of meat disappeared momentarily. The appetite of a sacred blood pet was unimaginable. Han Sen only had one piece when the holy angel had already swallowed a dozen. Her stomach still flat. Han Sen let the holy angel eat a better half of the mushu meat, and saved a small part for the road. The part that Han Sen had eaten gave him another sacred geno point. Han Sen now had 79 sacred geno points and it will not be long before he maxed out. The second day he spent in Dark Swamp, Han Sen saw from afar that an island was floating in the sky. He was suddenly thrilled and thought, "There is a mystery island in Dark Swamp." A mystery island meant a sacred blood beast soul. In the past, Han Sen needed a sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerang to kill the holy angel. But now he no longer needed that. In the entire First God's sanctuary, there was hardly any sacred blood creature that he could not kill. Dark Swamp was remote and dangerous. It is not very likely that someone happened to be here. Therefore Han Sen believed he would not have a lot of competitors. Having summoned his sacred blood wings, Han Sen flew toward the mystery island. The strong wind could not stop him at all. This time Han Sen only used the wings of the purple-feathered dragon. He did not look exactly like Dollar, but he did not mind either. No one had seen the wings without the black beetle armor. In addition, all those who had seen these sacred blood wings had evolved, including Son of Heaven. When Han Sen landed on the mystery island, he frowned as he heard noises of a combat. Someone still beat him to the mystery island in Dark Swamp. Han Sen saw that it was a man and woman fighting a giant wolf with silver fur. Han Sen thought the wolf must be the sacred blood creature on the mystery island. Han Sen could not tell who the man and woman were. It seemed that they were not from Steel Armor Shelter. Maybe they are from Glory Shelter. Steel Armor Shelter and Glory Shelter are the closest to Dark Swamp, Han Sen guessed. Both the man and woman had a fabulous set of beast souls. They not only had sacred blood wings, even their weapons and armor were sacred blood beast souls. In addition, the two of them had both shapeshifted with sacred blood humanoid beast souls. The level of the beast souls they used were shocking even to Han Senator, however. With their luxurious beast souls, they were not able to beat the silver wolf. The silver wolf was so fast that when it ran it became a blur. Han Sen could tell that the silver wolf was a huge threat to the man and woman. After watching for a while, Han Sen smiled and did not hurry to go over. Standing afar, he decided to watch them fight. At this point, he was able to tell that the man and woman were not the wolf's match. He had no intention to fight with them and wanted to kill the wolf after they retreated. "It looks like Lady Luck is still on my side," thought Han Senator. Indeed, a man and woman found it was more and more difficult to parry with the wolf. They also seemed to have noticed Han Sen, and did not want to fight anymore. Fighting while retreating, the man and woman approached Han Sr. "Friend, I am Ma Mingjun from Glory Shelter Gang. How about we work together to strike down this sacred blood creature?" exclaimed the man when he approached Han Sr. "If we work together, Hole gets to keep the meat and beast soul?" Han Sen asked. "Whoever makes the fatal strike gets to keep them." Ma Mingjun was 150 feet from Han Sr. "All right." Han Sen smiled and joined the two. The spinning spear and the diamond sword are both kept in Han Sen's backpack. Of course Han Sen will not use them. He summoned the three-blade harpoon and threw himself at the silver wolf. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei exchanged a look and quickly joined Han Senator. They did not expect Han Sen to be so decisive, and were suddenly a bit scared that Han Sen might snatch the beast's soul. With Han Sen on the team, Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei suddenly felt less pressured. They were both shocked by how well Han Sen could fight. Since they did not know him, they thought that Han Sen probably was not from Glory Shelter, otherwise they would have heard about him. The two did not dare to slack, for fear that Han Sen might kill the silver wolf first. In fact, Han Sen did not use what he got. Otherwise, the silver wolf would be killed in the first round. Han Sen was trying to practice 13 slashes on the silver wolf. Since he learned 13 slashes, Han Sen did not have too many opportunities to use it, because he could hardly find any deserving opponent. By practicing it on the wolf, Han Sen was trying to refresh his memory. However, one thing was for sure. The silver wolf was his, and Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei had no chance at all. Although the two of them had tried very hard to kill the silver wolf before Han Sen was the one took the wolf's life with 13 slashes. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were dazed. They had decided when to make the fatal attack, but did not foresee Han Sen's sudden move, which beheaded the silver wolf instantaneously before they had a chance to use their trump card. Sacred blood creature Tornado Wolf killed. Beast soul of Tornado Wolf gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen took a look at the Tornado Wolf beast soul, and discovered it to be a beast soul mount. Han Sen was pleased as he eventually gained his first sacred blood mount. Meowth was not a mount per se because despite its speed, riding on that was a terrible experience. Thank you, Han Sen said and went to pick up the Tornado Wall's body. 1 second. Ma Mingjun suddenly stopped Han Sr. Are you going back on your words? Han Sen asked calmly, without getting upset. Friend, we don't mean to do that. We just wanted to ask whether you are willing to sell the meat and beast soul? Ma Mingjun asked Han Sr. No. Han Sen rejected Ma Mingjun without a second thought. He still needed some sacred geno points himself. Even if he did not, his holy angel needed it. Friend, if you are willing to sell, we can make you a very generous offer. Ma Mingjun exchanged a look with Su Xinmei and said to Han Sr. I'm not interested in cash. But if you have a sacred blood beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary, I could consider a swap, said Han Sen quietly. From his last cooperation with Lin Beifeng, Han Sen earned a cut of 700 million. Plus the mutant beast souls he gained from Su Ruyan and the nest, Han Sen was quite a rich man at this point. He had used some connections to buy a few mutant beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary for his mom to use, which were a great help to Luo Sulan. However, a sacred blood beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary was so rare that Han Sen had found no chance to purchase any. After all, he had not entered Second God's Sanctuary himself. That does not even make sense. We do not have sacred blood beast souls from Second God's Sanctuary. Even if we do, it is impossible that we exchange them for something in First God's Sanctuary, said Ma Mingjun with his brows knitted. The sacred blood beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary were much harder to come by than those in First God's Sanctuary, and thus much more valuable. However, an unevolved person could not receive any beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary. If Han Sen was to purchase a beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary for his mother would have to receive the beast soul from the other party directly. Otherwise, a primitive beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary would easily beat most sacred blood beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Because the beast souls from a higher phase could not enter a lower one, the sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary were still very valuable. However, using a sacred blood beast soul of First God's Sanctuary to exchange for one in Second God's Sanctuary was still out of the question. Forget about it then. Han Sen was very casual about the deal. Since Ma Mingjun was from Glory Gang, it was very likely that his gang was like Steel Armor Gang and had military affiliations, which was the only reason that Han Sen even considered a deal with them. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei whispered to each other. And then Su Xinmei said to Han Sen, who had already put the silver wolf on his back, "What is your name? Are you from Steel Armor Shelter?" "Yes," replied Han Sen and quickly left Mystery Island with the silver wolf's body. Su Xinmei bristled. Should we just let him go like this? We had fought the sacred blood creature for a long time, and he basically took advantage of us. Ma Mingjun shook his head and said, this person was using the secret skill of Ares Martial Hall. Not a lot of students could use the skill. He should be a very important person in the Martial Hall. After Han Sen returned to the ground, he summoned Meowth and put Tornado Wolf's body on its back. They traveled a long way to find a clean lake and Han Sen made a barbecue out of the wolf. The Tornado Wolf was the same size as a bull. Han Sen could not finish it himself, so he summoned Holy Angel to join him. It was too heavy for him to travel with anyway. Holy Angel had been in the great mood these 2 days as she was fed first the mushu and then the tornado wolf. She became so excited that her eyes were sparkling. The tornado wolf had a lot more meat than the mushu. Even with her shocking appetite, Holy Angel could not finish it in a short amount of time. It took Han-san and her 3 days to finish the entire tornado wolf. As for the bones and inner organs, Han-san fed them all to the Worm King. The Worm King was exhilarated. It was never fed sacred blood meat before, and was happy to taste some bones and gut. Han-san gained another sacred Geno point from the tornado wolf, and now had 80 sacred Geno points. Soon they had traveled across Dark Swamp. Han-san made a fire at mealtime and decided to heat up some of the mushu meat he preserved. Since it was not a lot, he did not summon the 2 pets. Just as he started to eat, he saw 2 persons arriving on their mounts, who turned out to be Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei. Han-sen was not surprised. He was always cooking these days and it was natural for them to catch up with him. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were surprised to see Han-senator since Han-sen was in steel armor shelter. They did not understand why he would be traveling to Glory Shelter. What a coincidence. Good to see you again. Can we use your fire to cook? Asked Ma Mingjun. Help yourself. Han-san did not mind and continued to eat his barbecue. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei regarded Han-san puzzled. It was easy to tell that the meat Han-san was eating did not come from the silver wolf. Next to Han-san, there was no large parcels either, which was strange. The silver wolf was as big as a bull. It had only been a couple of days since they parted, so it would be amazing if Han-san could finish 1/5 of the meat, let alone the entire wolf. However, to their shock, the silver wolf had disappeared. I am the head of the Glory Gang, Ma Mingjun. This is my girlfriend Su Xinmei. How shall we call you? As Ma Mingjun started cooking, he started to make small talks with Han Sr. Han-san, a nobody in steel armor shelter, replied Han-san casually. Ma Mingjun did not know much about steel armor shelter. He thought about what he knew and said, Dollar from steel armor shelter is such an impressive figure. It is a shame that they only participated in one contest for the chosen, and did not even compete in the last round. Do you know him? Everyone knows him in steel armor shelter. However, he does not know me, said Han-sen with a smile. Where did that silver wolf go? You couldn't have finished that in these 2 days, could you? After chatting for a while, Ma Mingjun voiced his doubt. I fed it to my pet, said Han-sen indifferently. Ahem. Ma Mingjun choked on the water he just drank. It was the first time for him to hear someone would feed sacred blood meat to a pet. Su Xinmei looked at Han-sen incredulously and asked, You fed sacred blood meat to your pet? What's wrong with that? Asked Han Sr. Ma Mingjun quickly said, Since Brother Han would use sacred blood meat on his pet, this pet must be extraordinary. Can we have the honor to see it? Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei did not believe someone would do such a thing. However, the silver wolf did disappear, and it was impossible for Han-sen to have finished that on his own. It seemed feeding his pet was a plausible explanation. However, what a pet it must be for someone to be willing to feed it sacred blood meat. Even if Ma Mingjun had a sacred blood pet, he would not spare any sacred blood meat to feed it. It's just a pet, nothing special about it, said Han-san smiling. We are so curious to know what kind of pet it is to deserve sacred blood meat. Su Xinmei still did not believe that Han-san actually did it. That's okay, but my pet has an appearance fee of a mutant beast soul. If you could afford it, I could show it to you as you wish, said Han-sen arrogantly. Su Xinmei thought the notion of appearance fee was ridiculous, but seeing Han-sen's arrogant look, she became worked up and said, A mutant beast soul? Here it is. Summon your pet. I would like to see what kind of pet deserves to be fed sacred blood meat. Su Xinmei transferred a mutant beast soul to Han-san, which was nothing to her. Seeing the mutant weapon transferred to himself, Han-san smiled. Since they are willing to pay, I will show it to them. Han-san summoned the golden rockworm king, whose huge body appeared on the grassland, looking like a golden armored vehicle. Both Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei were shocked. They had never seen such a large pet before. Brother Han, has your pet transformed already? It must be a sacred blood pet, said Ma Mingjun in surprise. A sacred blood pet indeed. But it has not transformed, said Han Sen quietly. Su Xinmei remained silent, while Ma Mingjun had complex feelings. Seeing the golden rock worm king, the puzzle was solved. However, the fact that Han Sen would feed his pet sacred blood meat shook them. Han Sen was the only person they had seen that fed his pet with sacred blood meat. Brother Han, are you going to steal armor shelter? Ma Mingjun started the conversation again. I heard people had spotted a sacred blood turtle some time ago and want to have a look. Han Sen did not hide the fact. So you have come for the sacred blood turtle. That's easy. It had entered Copper Mountains, which we are familiar with. How about we guide your way? Ma Mingjun suggested, smiling. Ma Mingjun believed it was useful to make a powerful friend who could travel between shelters and feed sacred blood meat to his pet. Han Sen liked the idea. Although he had done his research on the Skynet about the location of Copper Mountains, the mountains were huge, and it would not be easy for him to locate the turtle. With someone leading the way, he could save a lot of trouble. In addition, Han Sen did not really worry that Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei might harm him. In the entire First God's sanctuary, barely anyone could injure him. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei accompanied Han Sen to Copper Mountains, saving Han Sen a lot of time. Seeing the tornado wolf Han Sen was riding on, Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei felt a bit upset. However, they were not able to kill the tornado wolf in the beginning, and would not have been able to fetch more people to help them in any case, since they did not have extra sacred blood wings. In 2 days, the three arrived at Copper Mountains. The body of the mountains had a burgundy tint, which made the stones look like copper. There was little plantation on these mountains, so it was easy to spot someone in the mountains. However, with the peaks rising one over another, it was hard to find the turtle even though Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei saw which direction it went. Either way, having them as guide was much better than figuring out the direction alone. Han Sen followed Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei deeper into the mountains. After less than a day, they saw a group of 8 people who had noticed them as well, waving at them. Very soon the group came over. Among them, a guy of Han Sen's age greeted Ma Mingjun. Mr. Ma, how come you are also in Copper Mountains? Are you also interested in that sacred blood turtle? Although the guy was smiling, he did not sound like he was joking around. You are kidding, Mr. Zhao. We Glory Gang suffered greatly last time. How do I dare to take the risk again? Just taking a friend to look at it, said Ma Mingjun. Zhao Guqing's gaze fell upon Han Senator. He asked with a smile, I don't believe I have met this friend before? Just a stranger. No need to know me, said Han Sen and bypassed the group of people, riding the tornado wolf. Mr. Ma, thank you for all your help. I think this is where we should part ways. Han Sen turned and said to Ma Mingjun, then continued to travel. Anyone could tell that Zhao Guqing clearly had an invested interest in the sacred blood turtle. Since Han Sen also came for the turtle, they were competitors and Han Sen did not want to waste time on small talks. For Han Sen, his time is so precious, and Zhao Guqing did not even deserve to be his opponent. The other people in Zhao Guqing's group bristled and wanted to stop Han Sen, while Zhao Guqing stopped them. He stared at Han Sen riding away on the tornado wolf, turned back to look at Ma Mingjun and asked, Mr. Ma, your friend is quite full of himself. I wonder where he is from? Looking at Han Sen who had left, Ma Mingjun did not say anything. Although he wanted to make friends with Han Sen, but it will not make sense for him to offend Zhao Guqing either. Ma Mingjun hesitated and told Zhao Guqing how he met Han Senator Glory Gang and Zhao Guqing had constant collaborations, and Zhao Guqing also provided Glory Gang with equipment including Z-steel weapons. Ma Mingjun simply could not afford to displease Zhao Guqing for an irrelevant person. A nobody from another shelter. How did he dare to talk to us like that? He probably did not plan to be alive for long, sneered Lu Heijia who was standing behind Zhao Guqing. Zhao Guqing said, if he only wanted to look at the turtle, that's fine. However, if he tries anything, he will not be far from death. After inquiring about the details of Han Sen's situation, Zhao Guqing fared Ma Mingjun well, and continued to look for the sacred blood turtle. Are they really trying to kill Han Sen? Asked Su Xinmei with her brows knitted. You know them well. They are a bunch of outlaws who made their fortune through smuggling. If Han Sen notices it earlier, maybe he could live. Otherwise it's hard to say, said Ma Mingjun with a wry smile. Ma Mingjun knew that Han Sen fought well, But the group of people were all ruthless and had high geno point counts. Even if Han Sen had already maxed out on his sacred geno points, he might still be defeated by this group. Chapter 3:18 There were a variety of creatures in Copper Mountains, while Han Sen was in no mood to hunt. Most of the creatures were ordinary and primitive ones. Occasionally, there were several mutant creatures, but they were all too large in body size for Han Sen to consider. The tornado wolf had an amazing speed. Han Sen had not quite seen any mount like it. Almost no creatures could catch up with the wolf. According to what Ma Mingjun had told him, Han Sen rode the tornado wolf and searched around. Maybe it was good luck, or maybe it was how fast the tornado wolf was. Han Sen found the legendary turtle after one day. The turtle was too big for anyone to ignore. It was a black turtle as large as a car, climbing on the copper-colored mountain. Although the slope was steep, the black turtle was climbing at a high speed with all 4 feet. Han Sen did not hurry over, but decided to observe it. The turtle has a black shell and dark green neck and limbs. With a closer look, there were burgundy patterns on the dark shell, which were hardly noticeable. On the turtle's head, there were a pair of ram's horns, and its limbs were covered with dark green scales. After a while, the turtle was about to reach the mountaintop. Oddly, despite that the Copper Mountains barely had any plantation, a lush fruit tree was growing on the top of that mountain. The fruit tree was about 15 feet tall and had many white flowers. Some flowers had already faded, and fruits as red as rubies were growing. When the turtle reached the tree, it managed to stand on its hind legs and put its forelegs on the tree trunk. Stretching its neck, it tried to bite the fruits. Is it because it wants to eat the red fruits that it came out from the ocean? Han Sen was dumbstruck. During the compulsory education, Han Sen had learned that the plants in God's sanctuary should not be eaten, especially the fruits and roots. Maybe it was because of the difference between human genes and the creature genes. Eating plants from God's sanctuary might have more harm than benefits on one's body. There were edible plants as well, but one must be an expert in the area to tell. In this era, hardly anyone would try the plants for themselves. Since scientific testing did not work in God's sanctuary, normally no one would eat the plants in God's sanctuary. Last time when Su Ruyan and people from Green Shelter were trapped on the Wind End Island, they had tried a lot of times before finding the edible plants and fungus. The turtle could eat these fruits, but it did not mean the fruits were safe for human. The turtle was gobbling away, sometimes swallowing the leaves and white flowers together with the fruits. Very soon all the fruits were gone. The turtle smacked its mouth, looking like it wanted more. Then it turned slowly and went down the mountain. As Han Sen was still deciding if he should test whether the turtle was a super creature, he suddenly heard hoofbeat from afar. Han Sen turned and saw Zhao Guqing leading his group in this direction. Seeing Han Sen and the turtle, Zhao Guqing's face became grim. The group of people rode to Han Sen and hemmed him in. Sitting on the back of a giant tiger, Zhao Guqing said coldly to Han Sen, "Do you want to live or die?" "What if I want to die?" "And what if I want to live?" asked Han Sen calmly. "It is easy for you to die. We can kill you right here," Zhao Guqing said and scoffed. "If you want to live, you need to let us lock you down and kick you out of the Copper Mountains." Han Sen was not even upset because these people did not deserve any of his emotions. He looked at Zhao Guqing and smiled. "Don't you think you're being ungrateful to someone who had done you a favor?" "Boy, what are you talking about? When have you ever done us a favor? If you want to, you can try licking our shoes." Lu Heijie bristled, pointing at Han Sen. Han Sen did not even deign to reply him. He continued in a quiet tone. "Don't you know what the favor is?" "What?" Zhao Guqing frowned and was alarmed by Han Sen. Han Sen was too calm. It looked like he did not even fear them. Zhao Guqing threw a look at someone next to him. 2 persons immediately searched around, but found no ambush except for Han Sen himself. Han Sen sighed and said, "The favor is to not kill you. I haven't killed you yet, which is a huge favor. Instead of considering how to repay me, you are trying to harm me. If you are not ungrateful, what are you?" "Damn it." The group of people raged and threw themselves at Han Sen with long weapons in their hands. Although Zhao Guqing remained skeptical, there was indeed no one but Han Sen himself. Without thinking any further, Zhao Guqing summoned the spear and stabbed it at Han Sen. Seeing the weapons coming at him, Han Sen reached back and drew the spinning spear from his backpack. With a sweep, the spear flicked away all the incoming weapons, breaking those that were weaker than sacred blood. Although Zhao Guqing and Lu Heijie's weapons were not broken, they could barely hold their weapons, because their hands were numb and bleeding. Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe that the person was able to parry with all of them with just a spear. Regarding the figure sitting on top of the silver wolf, they were all frightened. Han Sen was in no mood to appreciate their looks. He quickly stabbed the spinning spear at one person among them. The person quickly summoned a heavy steel shield, holding it up to Han Sen's spear. A shield was the biggest enemy of a spear, and this shield was particularly huge and heavy. Even a sacred blood weapon could hardly penetrate it. The person had a malicious look in his eyes. Apparently, he wanted to use the shield to smash Han Sen's spear. Han Sen smiled and did not stop. His spear touched the steel shield. That person was glad in the beginning, but suddenly felt an unimaginable force. Crack! The long spear was like a drill head, penetrating the steel shield with a strong spinning force and driven through the person's chest. The person looked down incredulously at the red spear head in front of his chest. The rest of them were almost scared to death. They knew that the shield was a top-ranking mutant beast soul, that even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a deep mark on it. However, Han Sen's spear pierced the shield and the person at the same time. Without any pause, Han Sen's spear left the person's chest and pointed to another man. "Little one, run!" Zhao Guqing exclaimed at the man and raised his spear at Han Sen, trying to distract Han Sen and save the man. Lu Heijie cried out and hacked his axe at Han Senator. The rest of them also summoned their weapons and attacked Han Senator. The man called, "Little one," shapeshifted into a monkey, and jumped away from Han Sen's strike. However, Han Sen's spear suddenly accelerated and pierced him in the air. And then Han Sen still had time to block the incoming weapons. Han Sen's movements were so smooth that it was incredible to watch. "The favor is not to kill you." Those who were still alive suddenly thought of what Han Sen said. But it was too late for their repentance. Han Sen was like Apollo. Wherever he struck, lives would be taken. "Run in different directions. We can't all die here." Zhao Guqing turned and rode away on his mount, sick with terror. Having spotted a lot of strong men in First God's Sanctuary, Zhao Guqing had never seen a monster like Han Senator. If he had not seen Han Sen with his own eyes, Zhao Guqing would not believe that such a person was in First God's Sanctuary. Han Sen should only be an evolver. Zhao Guqing regretted so much his decision to provoke Han Senator. However, all he could do at this point was trying to run. He did not even dare to think of revenge. Other people immediately scattered. The outlaws were a bunch of decisive people and would not think twice before they acted. "Ah!" Screams filled the valley, one after another with hardly any pause in between. Zhao Guqing turned pale, looked back, and saw the guy on the silver wolf holding a black spear had killed 4 persons already, and was about to throw himself at Lu Heijie, who was the only one left except for Zhao Guqing. Zhao Guqing was almost scared to death. He did not waste any time and kicked his sacred blood mount. Han Sen was like a monster, killing off 6 persons instantaneously, all of whom had distinguished themselves at the risk of life multiple times. Any of the 6 could parry with the chosen. However, under that person's spear, they all died in the blink of an eye, even when they were scattering. "Ah!" Zhao Guqing was shaken by another scream. Since he started running, his sacred blood mount only made it to 30 feet away, while all his 7 brothers were killed. Zhao Guqing could not even imagine what a formidable person this must be. Urging the sacred blood mount, Zhao Guqing thought his only hope was that he had a head start. In addition, his mount was a sacred blood beast soul, so it would not be that easy for Han Sen to catch up with him. Just when Zhao Guqing had the idea, he heard Han Sen catching up. Counterintuitively, Zhao Guqing glanced back. With this glance, Zhao Guqing's legs went limp as he saw the silver wolf was narrowing the distance at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the man with a calm look was only 10 feet away. "Please?" Before Zhao Guqing finished his sentence, Han Sen and Tornado Wolf brushed past him and the black spear run through his head and stuck out from his mouth, silencing Zhao Guqing forever. Without looking at the dead bodies, Han Sen followed the turtle on the Tornado Wolf. These people did not deserve any of his attention. It was like killing chickens to him. The favor is not to kill you. However, that group of people failed to understand what Han Sen meant. A few days later, someone found the dead bodies in Copper Mountains, which shocked the entire Glory Shelter. The group of people represented a large gang in Glory Shelter. However, all 8 of them died in Copper Mountains, each with only one strike, without any exception. It was hard to imagine what kind of gang could have killed them this way. After hearing about the deaths of the group, Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei quickly went over to take a look. Ma Mingjun suddenly became pale after seeing the bodies. He turned to look at Su Xinmei, who had lost color as well. They all had an idea who might have killed Zhao Guqing. In Han Sen's backpack there was obviously a long weapon. And the group of people were going in the same direction as Han Sr. Su Xinmei, do not say a word about this to anyone, said Ma Mingjun slowly, fear growing in his heart. Everyone else thought it must be a gang that killed Zhao Guqing's group. However, Ma Mingjun knew it was Han Sen alone. Thinking of what might have happened, he felt a shiver down his spine. Su Xinmei nodded and was too shocked to speak. She was also glad that she did not try anything stupid with Han San when they were on the Mystery Island. In Copper Mountains, Han Sen was chasing the turtle. Feeding on the roots or fruits of certain plants, the turtle continued its way in Copper Mountains. Sometimes, where there were no plants at all, the turtle still managed to dig out some mushroom-like stuff to eat. Han Sen became more and more shocked. Most creatures did not need to eat, while those that did eat were always extraordinary. Among all the creatures that Han Sen had seen, the most extraordinary one must be Golden Growler. And the second would be the turtle. In a way, the turtle was even more odd. The Golden Growler would only feed on creatures of other species. However, the turtle would find plants to eat in the mountains, and it was obviously selective about what to eat. Following the turtle into a valley, Han Sen decided it was time to test whether the turtle was a super creature. There was only one way into the valley. Han Sen took back the tornado wolf and put on the black beetle armor. He then drew the diamond sword and summoned Devil's Sword to strengthen it. Han Sen also summoned the Flame Lieutenant, which floated next to Han Sen and added a red tint to all Han Sen's beast souls. Shapeshifting into the Bloody Slayer, Han Sen used Heresy Mantra and turned his heart into a strong engine, pumping blood fast and fierce. This was the best Han Sen could do at this point. Facing a turtle that was possibly a super creature, Han Sen did not dare to slack a little bit. Even a newborn Golden Growler could fight him, let alone an adult super creature. Holding his sword with both hands, Han Sen rushed to the turtle. The turtle was vigilant and had noticed Han Sen a long time ago. It suddenly turned to him, with its emerald-like eyes fixed on him. Roar! Han Sen made a slash with the diamond sword in an incredible speed. This was the best Han Sen could do so far. Even if Qin Xian was here, she would not be able to parry this strike. However, halfway through Han Sen's attack, the turtle had suddenly stretched out its neck like a dragon left its lair. Instantaneously, the mouth of the turtle bit at the diamond sword. Han Sen lost his color and tried to draw the diamond sword back. However, he could not move the sword either way. The mouth of the turtle was like a wrench, holding the diamond sword in place. The next second, Han Sen heard a crack. The diamond sword that could match any Sacred Blood Beast soul weapon, with the enhancement from both the Devil's Sword and Flame Lieutenant, was crushed under the turtle's bite. To Han Sen's shock, the turtle started to chew on the broken sword and swallowed it. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Han Sen was dumbstruck and quickly turned to run. This creature #King treated a sacred blood gear like candy. How could Han Sen ever beat that? The turtle suddenly moved its 4 legs as if it was stepping on wheels, rushing toward Han Sen fiercely. Its speed was even faster than Tornado Wolf. Damn it! Who said the turtle was slow? Seeing the turtle was almost behind him, Han Sen believed if the turtle was going to make another bite, Han Sen could not dodge even with Sparticle. Han Sen threw the remaining diamond sword at the turtle, spread his wings and quickly flew to the sky. The turtle quickly caught the incoming broken sword with its mouth, chewed on it, and then swallowed the pieces. Regarding Han Sen, who had flown away for a few minutes, the turtle then slowly turned back to the valley to look for food. Flying in the sky, Han Sen was relieved to see the turtle leaving. Then he discovered that he was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the turtle bit the diamond sword instead of his body the first time. Otherwise he would be broken in half even with his sacred blood armor. It is definitely a super creature. Han Sen watched the turtle in the sky with complex feelings. It was fine that he had lost the diamond sword. However, Han Sen saw no hope after witnessing the turtle's strength and speed. A super creature like the turtle was much stronger than the baby golden growler. People from Glory Shelter said the turtle was not very fast. Han Sen believed it was because the turtle did not even bother to chase those people down. It seems that my strength is not enough to kill a super creature presently. Even if I use sneak attacks without enough force to penetrate its body, it would still be useless. There was fire burning in Han Sen's eyes. Although he was not able to kill the turtle, he confirmed that it was a super creature and learned how strong it was. Since Han Sen had already recognized its strength, what was left to do was to figure out how to kill it. Han Sen now knew that unless he had Super Beast Soul Armor, any defense was useless in front of the turtle. Two conditions must be satisfied if he wanted to kill the turtle. First, he must be able to use a footwork that allowed him to dodge the formidable bite. Second, he must have enough strength to drive a weapon through its body. Since Han Sen did not have a Super Beast Soul weapon, Han Sen must focus on enhancing his own force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pierce the turtle's body, even the weakest part, the neck. As for footwork, although Spartacle was quite fast, it was much slower than the turtle's bite. Han Sen thought back on the turtle's bite, which was so fast that it was incredulous. With Han Sen's current speed, there was no way that he could dodge a bite like that. He knew it without even trying. As long as he was within the range of attack of the turtle, he would be killed for sure. I need to get faster and stronger. Han Sen pondered how he should achieve those two goals. Heresy Mantra could enhance his strength and speed, but Han Sen had not completed the third phase longevity yet. Therefore he had to find another path. Spartacle was out of the question. He had to use a faster footwork. At least the footwork should allow him to dodge the turtle bite. Otherwise stronger force meant nothing. He had to survive first. Han Sen did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter. Hiding the spinning spear and the skeleton's daggers in a remote cave, he teleported back to Blackhawk from Glory Shelter. Gears were not beast souls and could not be brought out of God's sanctuary. There was simply no way around it. After returning to school, Han Sen logged in the Special Squad's platform online. Currently, Han Sen had more than 100 points as the head of Special Squad, so it should be easy for him to buy several S-Class Hyper Geno Arts. Han Sen slowly browsed all the available S-Class Hyper Geno Arts, wishing to find some that would be helpful to improve his strength and speed. However, it was difficult to find a footwork faster than Spartacle. After all, Spartacle was already a top-notch footwork. Although there were many techniques in Panorama, they were all fundamental skills and could not enhance a certain ability significantly. Panorama focused on slow long-term improvement of one's fitness. A significant improvement in a short amount of time should be something more like Heresy Mantra. Han Sen viewed the available S-Class footwork, and did not find a single one that could surpass Spartacle. However, Han Sen did not give up but continued to look for it. He decided that he would ask for Bai Ishan's help if he could not find one. To Han Sen's surprise, after checking the footwork all afternoon, he found a super Geno art called Overload which brought him some hope. The theory of overload was to make one's body work under extreme conditions that went beyond one's limits. It was to burn one's energy to tap into one's potentials. The more burden one's body could handle, the stronger one's force would be. It was somewhat like an overlock of the processor or graphics cards in ancient computers. It was to reset some computer components so that it ran faster than the manufacturer-specified speed from 2.0 to 3.0 or even 3.5 or higher. However, by doing that, the burden on one's body would be heavily increased. Undertaking the overload, the body would be inclined to collapse. Technically speaking, overload could increase one's abilities without limit. However, if the body could not take it, one would die from using overload. Fitness was the key in practicing overload. The better the fitness, the greater the potentials. In addition, one must control the level of the overload, Otherwise one's body would be destroyed. Han Sen did not have too much time to consider. Overload was the most effective way for him to improve at this time. It was even more direct than heresy mantra. Overload could increase the speed and strength greatly in a very short amount of time. However, heresy mantra had no side effects, while overload was dangerous to practice. With overload, Han Sen did not need to learn another footwork. When he used both overload and sparticle, he could probably dodge the turtle bite. Han Sen used 30 credits at the special squad to purchase overload, which he was happy about. He was willing to spend on anything that would help him improve himself. The idea of becoming the first evolver with super Geno points maxed out made Han Sen burn with passion. The Geno solution of overload would be delivered to Blackhawk the next day. So Han Sen downloaded the tutorial of overload first. Han Sen, what are you doing? Shizhikong saw Han Sen in the dorm and patted him on the shoulder. Just looking at the tutorial of some hyper Geno art, replied Han Sen casually. Could you hold on the second and do me a small favor first? Shizhikong asked in a wheedling tone. What favor? It can't be too time-consuming, said Han Sen with a smile. It's not. It would be so easy for you, said Shizhikong with his arm over Han Sen's shoulder. Aren't you a frequent visitor to the Gladiator platform? Yes, what about it? If you want to try it, you could register an account there as well. The registration fee is not high. Han Sen did not understand what the favor was. I have become a member. But, I'm not that great a fighter. Shizhikong stuttered. Then you need to practice more. Didn't you register to practice? Han Sen said. It might be a little late for that. That's why I want to ask you a favor. Shizhikong blushed and told Han Sen what happened. Aren't your girlfriend from the Warframe department? When did she change her major to martial arts? Han Sen looked Shizhikong up and down. This hunk was much better at romantic affairs than Han Senator as far as Han Sen knew. Shizhikong had had 6 different girlfriends already. At this point, Shizhikong's girlfriend was in martial arts department and often went to Gladiator with friends. Although Shizhikong had great strength, he could not compare to those who were in martial arts major, which was why he wanted Han Sen to back him up. Alright, I intended to go on Gladiator anyway, Han Sen agreed. After the two left the dorm and entered the training hall, Shizhikong asked about Han Sen's ID and picked a holographic device. Han Sen also picked a device and logged in. Han Sen immediately saw a friend invite from Shizhikong, whose ID name was Kingspear, which was an okay name, but Han Sen felt a bit promiscuous since it was used by Shizhikong invited Han Sen into his game room. Next to Shir stood a petite, fine girl, along with many students from the martial arts department. The students were excited when they saw Han Sen, clearly interested in talking to him. The way Han Sen beat Jingjia a while back was so impressive that all the Blackhawk students were deeply in awe of Han Sr. Shizhikong felt a bit upset. Initially he wanted to brag about his close relationship with Han Sen, while his girlfriend and friends simply ignored him after seeing Han Sr. After chatting with the students briefly, Han Sen threw a glance at the two were in a combat and asked, Are they also Blackhawk students? Huang Jianqiu is in my department, but I don't know the other person, said Yu Qinchin, Shizhikong's girlfriend. Han Sen, do you think Huang Jianqiu could win? Asked a girl worried. Han Sen pondered and said, It seems that Huang Jianqiu's level is lower than her opponent. It would be hard for her to win. Nice, at least someone knows his stuff, said a frivolous voice. The Blackhawk students turned to look at the speaker, who was a tall and slim young man with a contemptuous look on his face. He seemed too old to be a military school student, so he should be the friend of Huang Jianqiu's opponent. Han Sen looked at the person, did not bother to speak, and continued to watch the combat. The result was as Han Sen had predicted. Huang Jianqiu lost the combat and returned to the stands with a wry smile. I'm sorry. Wins and losses go hand in hand. You can win next time, Huang Jianqiu's friends tried to comfort her. Huang Jianqiu's opponent ridiculed. It seems that the military school students are not that much different from ordinary people like us. We thought you were stronger than this, given you come from a famous institution. These words made the students bristle. The feverish ones even sent him invites to fight. Great, I happen to have a minute to teach you a lesson. and show you that the so-called elites are nothing, said Huang Jianqiu's opponent arrogantly and accepted an invite. The Black Hawk students were cheering their schoolmate up, while the tall, slim young man sneered, "A bad fighter is a bad fighter, no matter how loud you cheer. He will lose anyway." "It is still hard to say who the loser will be," Yu Qin bristled. "Haha, I said you will lose, so you will, no matter which one of you come up." The young man laughed brutally. Although the Black Hawk students wanted to talk back, their friend was already at a disadvantage, hence they did not have any grounds for the retort. Very soon, the students lost the fight and returned to the stands with his head down. The tall and slim young men squinted at Yu Qin and said, "Little girl, am I right? I said you will lose, so you will. You think you're somebody after being admitted by a military school, but in fact you're just a bunch of stupid kids. This is it. No one is my match here. I should just stop playing." The man who won the fight looked bored. Looking at their hateful faces, the Black Hawk students wanted to challenge them again. "Let me do it." Han Sen suddenly stopped their challenge and said calmly. He then sent an invite to the winner of the last round. Han Sen did not let his schoolmates continue to challenge these two, because he saw clearly that the students could not win. It was not to say that the Black Hawk students were not good, but the two young men were cheating. In Gladiator, one could choose to enter the unevolved section and evolver section regardless of one's status. Normally speaking, evolvers were not interested in entering the unevolved section. However, there were some exceptions such as these two young men. They were nothing among the evolvers and would lose to basically anybody. However, they pretended to be the unevolved and tried to gain confidence from their unfair victories against the unevolved. Most evolvers would not deign to stoop so low, but these two were smug about it, as if they had become true masters. Although they were on the bottom in the evolver section, they probably had maxed out their mutant geno points before they evolved. Thus, for an unevolved person, they were almost invincible. No matter how good the students were, they could not beat an evolver at this stage, which was why Han Sen stopped them. Otherwise, the two scums would be even more elated. Initially, Han Sen would not bother to deal with this kind of weak evolvers. However, he would not stand and watch his schoolmates bullied like this. The young man clicked yes and entered the game with Han Sr. "Carry on. Genius, carry on." All the students were cheering for Han Sr. "Genius, my ass. Every one of you is rubbish in front of us," the tall, slim guy said pretentiously. He did not believe that any of these unevolved military school students could beat them. They were, after all, the evolvers. The least they could do was to bully a few military school students. And he thought even less of the genius they mentioned. It would be great to make an example out of this genius. As the countdown ended, Han Sen and his opponent entered the arena. The guy pretended to be a master and curled his finger at Han Sr. "Come on. Use all you got. Don't say I never gave you a chance." "Thank you for the chance." Han Sen smiled and threw a punch at the young man. The young man looked at Han Sen's fist, curled his lips, smiled contemptuously, and countered Han Sen's strike with his fist. With his fitness level as an evolver, he was much stronger than a normal unevolved person. He could bully his opponents as he wanted using his advantage in fitness, the satisfaction of which made him linger in the unevolved section. As long as they did not use those hyper-geno arts that only evolvers could practice, there was no way for anyone to tell they were evolvers. People would only think that they were strong unevolved persons. Seeing the two fists were about to clash, the young man was even more excited. Fist against fist, he could break all the bones in his opponent's fingers, and sometimes even the entire arm. As the two fists were about to bump, Han Sen turned his fist into a claw, twisted the young man's wrist and dislocated it. The young man's arm was twisted back and had to turn his back to Han Sr. Twisting his arm, Han Sen kicked the young man in the knee pits and made him kneel. With one arm controlled by Han Sen, the young man could not even stand up, otherwise his entire arm would be wasted. As an evolver, the young man did have some remarkable abilities. He quickly hit back and tried to get rid of Han Sen's hand. However, Han Sen had improved his grappling skills tremendously since his combat with Su Zhu. An evolver with a fitness index just above 20 was not comparable to Han Sen at all. Han Sen released the young man's arm and followed the young man. Putting his arm around the young man's neck, Han Sen threw his opponent in the air head down. As his opponent was falling, Han Sen's fists hit the young man's body as fast as lightning bolts, from the face to the stomach. When the young man was about to touch the ground, Han Sen kicked him in the chest with a knee, throwing him into the air again. Sweeping up and down, Han Sen's legs became a blur, kicking the young man as if he were a punching sack. Before the young man landed, his health value was burned up. His body exploded in the air, and he was eliminated. His friend, the tall, slim guy, became dumbstruck, unable to believe that the young man would be kicked to the point of explosion by a military school student. Even though the students did not know that they were evolvers, he knew very well that it was impossible for his friend to lose. The students started to cheer and welcomed Han Sen back to the stands as if they were receiving a hero. Han Sen stared at the tall, slim young man and asked, "Do you want to fight me as well?" "No need. No need." The tall and slim guy became pale. He was not even as good as his friend. Since his friend exploded, of course he did not have the nerve to fight Han Sen himself. "Why, didn't you enjoy this game very much?" Han Sen said calmly. Feeling nervous, the tall and slim guy exclaimed, "We are out of form today. Doesn't mean we won't win next time. Will you use your evolver's identity to fight next time? Or the unevolved?" Han Sen asked. Hearing Han Sen's words, the students were dazed. "Han Sen, you're saying that they are evolvers?" Shi Zhikong looked at the two young men incredulously. "You are evolvers?" All the students were mad at them. Bullying others using false identities was simply contemptible. "Who is an evolver? Don't talk crap here." The two young men of course chose to deny being evolvers, otherwise they would be in trouble. "Indeed, you have not evolved much," said Han Sen casually. The two did not speak anymore and chose to leave Gladiator. Han Sen, were they evolvers or not? The students were puzzled. When I went to observe in the evolver section, I have seen them before. But I'm not so sure if they are actually evolvers. Han Sen shrugged and made up an excuse. "I think they are evolvers, but the scum type. Otherwise they would not have pretended to be an unevolved person to bully others. Garbage. Shameless. Genius, your movements were awesome. Especially the last round of kicks. You need to teach us when you have time." All the students were impressed by Han Senator. Even scum evolvers were evolvers. It was still difficult for an unevolved person to beat them. After fighting the students a few rounds and giving them some suggestion, Han Sen entered the evolver section, because he was not the least interested in the unevolved opponents. As soon as possible he did. He received an invite to fight. Han Sen thought it was those who had lost to him, but was dumbstruck by the ID name. The ID looked very familiar, but it was not the two persons that he had beaten before. It was a one-word ID, Queen. Han Sen had never seen such an ID, but he remembered this name. A while back, Huangfu Pingqing had taken him to a restaurant named Queen Restaurant once, which was the property of Ares Martial Hall. Han Sen saw an evolver with the nickname Queen there in the restaurant, who destroyed an evolver opponent momentarily with incredible skills and power. Is this the same Queen? With some doubt, Han Sen clicked yes and entered a fighting scene. Chapter 324. Han Sen hoped he would see Queen from the Ares Martial Hall again. Although Han Sen knew he was not nearly as good as she was, he still looked forward to their fight. After all, they were both fighting in the virtual community, and he would not be injured while appreciating her incredible skills. Han Sen had seen many impressive evolvers on Gladiator, and some of them could beat him with just 2 or 3 strikes. However, no matter how strong they were, they did not leave him shaken like Queen did. During the countdown, Han Sen stared into the opposite direction. It's her. Seeing the tall figure, Han Sen was excited. Although she was dressed differently than he remembered and used the face blur function of the platform, Han Sen immediately recognized her at first glance. There were some people in the world that were recognizable by their special air, instead of the face or a certain body part. Queen is such a unique person. She was cold, proud and aloof, absolutely indifferent to everything in the world like a real queen. It was not a disguise or result of training, but a testament to her mental strength. Although Han Sen did not know why Queen would invite him to fight, her invite made him jump with joy. To win or lose was not important. Han Sen cherished the experience to fight such a strong opponent. The reason that Queen picked Han Sen was not because she saw something in him. In fact, Queen did not even knew Han Sen existed. No one could make Queen do anything if she doesn't want to, except for one person, President of Ares Marshal Hall, Huang Fuxiongqing. Because Qin recommended a soldier on warship to Qian Hezhen, Qian Hezhen became interested in the soldier. However, Huang Fuxiongqing had strict rules about Qian Hezhen's training. If Qian were to fight a student from Ares Marshal Hall, that would be fine. But if he were to look for someone from Gladiator, he must get Huang Fuxiongqing's approval beforehand. After hearing Qian Hezhen's request, Huang Fuxiongqing did not stop him, but asked Queen to determine whether Han Sen was qualified to be Qian Hezhen's opponent. Huang Fuxiongqing had high hopes for Qian Hezhen, and did not want anything to go wrong in his training. Huang Fuxiongqing did not want Qian Hezhen's opponent to be too strong or too weak. And if Qian Hezhen's opponent was not on the right path, that might affect Qian as well. Huang Fuxiongqing would not allow that to happen and trusted Queen to make the decision whether Han Sen was fit to be Qian Hezhen's opponent. That was why Queen had sent the invite to Han Sen. Queen was a frequent visitor to Gladiator, so she would occasionally send an invite to Han Sen to check if he was online. Although Han Sen did not know the story behind the invite, he very much looked forward to the fight with Queen. After the countdown was over, Han Sen entered the arena. Without any hesitation, Han Sen used heresy mantra to strengthen the functions of his heart, blood and qi. His fitness level was increased substantially. Without a word, Han Sen threw a punch at Queen. He was afraid that if he did not make a strike soon, he might never have an opportunity to do so. Queen was definitely much stronger than most super creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Therefore, Han Sen's punch almost carried all his strength, and would take most people by surprise with his sneak attack skills. Originally, Han Sen thought Queen would fight back fiercely, which was her style. However, Queen simply dodged Han Sen's punch and did not fight back. Han Sen was dazed. Without much time to think, he threw a second punch. Facing such an opponent, it would be ideal if he could survive more rounds. The punch that cost all his strength only took Queen one step to avoid. None of his skills worked. Han Sen decided to use the skeleton's disordered rhythm. He summarized Queen's rhythm and hit her when her defense was down. However, she suddenly changed her rhythm and made his attack end up in vain. Han Sen had never met an opponent who could change her own rhythm as abruptly as this, which surprised him. No matter how good he was at prejudgment, he must base his prediction on his opponent's rhythm. Queen was able to change her rhythm as she wished, which meant it was impossible for Han Sen to determine her movement pattern. Any prejudgment was thus pointless. Although Han Sen was shocked, he remained calm and tried to use all the methods he knew to attack Queen. Although Han Sen did not know why Queen did not fight back at all, he was glad that he had this opportunity to spar with an opponent of this level. Normally speaking, evolvers of her level would not accept his invite, but this time Queen even sent him an invite. Han Sen did not care about the reason why she did not fight back, as long as he had the chance to practice with her. However, no matter what kind of skills Han Sen had used, from sneak attacks to the skeleton skills, from 13 slashes to bladestorm, nothing worked on Queen. He could not even touch the corner of her clothes. What was even more scary was that only by dodging Han Sen's attacks, Queen managed to force Han Sen into a corner. And he did not notice that until it happened. Han Sen was dumbstruck. He was the one who was making all the attacks, while Queen managed to force him into a corner simply by avoiding his attacks. He could not imagine how wide the gap was between the two of them. Eventually, when Han Sen was forced into the corner, Queen made her first attack. Jumping in the air, she kicked her legs at Han Sen's chest. Han Sen did not have any room to run. Reaching him in a second, Queen's kick was even more horrendous than the turtle bite. Han Sen immediately tried to block Queen's incoming leg with both hands, using diversion and clinging technique, hoping that he could borrow Queen's force. But it was useless. In order to use diversion, he must understand his opponent's force. To cling to his opponent, he must follow Queen's force. However, Queen's kick was so sharp and fast that Han Sen had no time to do either of that. Bang! Her leg kicked on Han Sen's hands and then his chest. He felt like his entire body was smashed into pieces. Then his simulated body suddenly disappeared. Killed with one strike and not even in a vital body part. There was only one possibility for the system to make such a judgment. The two parties were too far apart in strength that they were not on the same level. Han Sen returned to the waiting area and sent a friend request to Queen. If they could meet again, Han Sen wished to fight Queen at a different time. If she would not add him, he had nothing to lose. Unexpectedly, Queen accepted the request and Han Sen was delighted to see Queen in his friend list. As he was about to send Queen an invite to fight again, her name became dark. Obviously, she had left Gladiator. What a shame. But since she has already added me, I believe I will have another chance in the future. Thought Han Sen, licking his lips. Queen was much stronger than the super creatures. If he had more chance to practice with her, it would be great for him to prepare himself for the future hunting. Han Sen did not bother to think why Queen would fight him. He did not use his real identity to register and even use the face blur function. No one should know who he was, and Queen should not be able to find out. Before Han Sen left the platform, he paid to download the video of the combat to his comlink. Han Sen decided to study the video and find out how Queen managed to force him into the corner. After leaving Gladiator, Queen dialed a number and made a short call. She reported to Huang Fuxiongqing her conclusion, which was she believed a soldier on warship was a suitable opponent for Qian Haijin. Although she beat Han Sen with only one strike, Han Sen's performance was out of her expectation, which was why Queen agreed to add him. In fact, Han Sen was the only person in Queen's friend list. She did not even add any student in Ares Martial Hall. In fact, in Gladiator, Queen never chatted with anyone or added anyone. The reason she agreed to add Han Sen was that despite his weak fitness, he had several techniques that were inspiring to her. For example, the way Han Sen made his attacks was sneaky enough that she was only able to tell his intention after he approached her. And Han Sen obviously had a great understanding of rhythm, which forced her to change her rhythm to cope with his attacks. In addition, Han Sen controlled his strength and his body very well, which was rare among people with his fitness level. Maybe it was because Han Sen had a similar style to someone she knew. Queen decided to accept Han Sen's friend request. After fighting Queen, Han Sen did not want to challenge anyone else. He left Gladiator and returned to the dorm to watch the video he downloaded repeatedly. Without a doubt, Queen was a formidable person and a top-notch evolver. Han Sen cannot find anything she could have done better. However, this was not Han Sen's focus. What impressed Han Sen the most was her kiting skills. It was not even a footwork but kiting. Queen did not even use any footwork intentionally. But the spots he decided to go to when avoiding Han Sen's attacks made Han Sen feel threatened and unintentionally end up where Queen wanted him to go. That is to say, although Queen did not launch any strikes, she was able to put tremendous pressure and threat on Han Sen, so that he would want to run. Therefore, although Han Sen was making all the attacks, he ended up in the corner. Another thought made Han Sen sweat. Every spot Queen chose to go to was a spot that could threaten Han Sen, which meant it was a defect in Han Sen's movement. If Han Sen had not been through this fight against Queen, Han Sen had never thought he'd have so many defects that his opponent could take advantage of. If Queen was his enemy, and their fight was for real, Han Sen would have died 1,000,000 times. Han Sen's finding made him feel awed and excited. It was okay that one made mistakes as long as one knew one's mistakes. In this case, Queen pointed out where he did wrong and made him see what he was blind to. Knowing what he did wrong, Han Sen knew how to make improvements. And nothing was better than that. Naturally, Queen did not do that intentionally. All she wanted to do was to force Han Sen to use all he got in order to determine whether or not Han Sen was fit to be Qian Haijin's opponent. Even Queen did not expect that Han Sen could learn so much from fighting her. Han Sen watched the video repeatedly and was more and more impressed by Queen. Her movements looked unintentional but were always meant for something. It was like playing Go with a master. Some stones that seemed pointless in the beginning ended up being the key to success. Those pointless stones were not in fact placed casually, but part of a macro design. Last time Han Sen saw Queen in a combat, he saw was how powerful she was. However, being her opponent this time, Han Sen learned why she was so formidable. Chapter 326 Sparring Partner. Until the next day when Han Sen received the Geno solution overload, he closed the video of his combat against Queen. Han Sen did not know how many times he had watched the video. The more he watched, the more he gained. He decided to review it from time to time, so that he could pay more attention to his defects and weaknesses. After drinking the Geno solution, Han Sen started to practice overload. Different from heresy mantra, which emphasized on strengthening his inner organs, overload focused on putting pressure on his body. To put it in plain terms, when practicing overload, Han Sen needed to do continuous exercise to stimulate his body cells to make his body work under extreme conditions. After some thinking, Han Sen decided to practice overload on Gladiator via combats. In the holographic device, the simulated body was synchronized with his real body. Although he would not be injured, and his movements were otherwise real, Han Sen entered the Evolver section of Gladiator again, and immediately received a friend request. Why would someone add me? Han Sen was slightly surprised and checked the ID. It said Wuxia, which he did not recognize. Han Sen still clicked yes. Very soon Wuxia appeared in Han Sen's friend list. Seconds later, Wuxia sent Han Sen an invite to fight. It was rare that someone would invite Han Sen, so he immediately agreed. When he was waiting for the countdown, he checked out his opponent. Wuxia was a young man around 20 years old. Judging from his age, even if he was an evolver, he should still be new and weak. Han Sen saw that Wuxia did not carry a weapon and chose to not use one as well. Overload required body movements, and it would be more convenient without a weapon. After the combat started, Wuxia quickly rushed to Han Sen and Han Sen fought back. Very soon Han Sen was surprised. Wuxia was much stronger than he thought. Han Sen estimated that he at least had a fitness index of 30. If he just evolved, then he should have evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. What was more impressive was that Wuxia not only had great fitness, but also fought exceptionally well. Every move he used was powerful. Han Sen could tell that he must have learned from a master. Han Sen became excited. It would benefit him greatly to spar with someone like Wuxia. Han Sen initiated heresy mantra and enhanced his fitness level greatly. Otherwise he would not be Wuxia's match. Even so, Han Sen was still inferior to Wuxia in terms of fitness. After using both heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen could reach a fitness level of 28, while Wuxia had an overall index of 30, and some items over 35. If Wuxia was a beginner, it was very likely that he could push his fitness index above 100, which was the goal of many evolvers. However, few people could reach that goal. Those who evolved with mutant Geno points maxed out could have a fitness index of around 20 after the evolution. Those who evolved with sacred Geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body and reach 30 in fitness index. After collecting Geno points in Second God's Sanctuary, ideally an evolver could reach 100 in fitness index, which was about as high as an evolver could reach. Han Sen was glad to fight Wuxia, who was strong but not strong enough to eliminate Han Sen instantaneously. Han Sen used all kinds of methods to fight Wuxia and stimulated the vitality of his body cells and their overload. In the beginning, overload only had limited effects. Han Sen had to make breakthroughs under the state of overload in order to enhance its effects. Bang! In half an hour, Han Sen was defeated by Wuxia. Wuxia was better than him in every aspect and did not leave him any chance to fight back. Han Sen did not feel upset and sent Wuxia an invite. Wuxia agreed immediately. Wuxia was great in terms of strength and speed, and he used many hyper-Geno arts that Han Sen had never seen before. Having realized he was not Wuxia's match in either fitness or hyper-Geno arts, Han Sen thought of one thing. Maybe I could try that. At least it will buy me more time. Han Sen thought of the kiting skills that Queen uses. Since it was hard to fight Wuxia head-on, the best Han Sen could do was to refine his skills and eliminate his defects. In addition, he needed to use some strategies to prolong the fight. Queen's kiting skills were like a go strategy. When he made the first step, he had to have the big picture in mind and think 10 steps ahead. Only by doing that could he lure or force his opponent to follow his design. Although it was unlikely that Han Sen could reach Queen's level in 1 or 2 months, he liked the kiting skills a lot, which was why Han Sen mimicked Queen's kiting skills during the fight with Wuxia. Although Han Sen performed terribly in the beginning, he was making slow progress. It was a skill that needed lots and lots of practice. Qian Hezhen felt intrigued when fighting Han Senator. Qian Hezhen had always practiced with the evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. Even though those evolvers had many skills, Qian Hezhen would gradually get to know their movement patterns. However, the combat against Han Sen was different. Han Sen had shown him different things, such as disordered rhythm and weird strikes, sometimes even Qian Hezhen's own tricks. Qian Hezhen thought Han Sen was an odd fellow. Qian Hezhen considered what he learned was eclectic enough, while Han Sen never ceased to surprise him, which provided him with many inspirations. Qian Hezhen and Han Sen did not communicate at all, and always started the combat the minute they saw each other, which continued for days. Without any conversation, the two persons were immersed in their own practice and thought of each other as a sparring partner. Qian Hezhen had spent a lot of time on Gladiator recently, but he was feeling more and more pressure. It was more and more difficult for him to defeat Han Senator in the beginning. Qian Hezhen was only intrigued by Han Sen's unexpected tricks. However, it took him more and more effort to beat Han Senator these 2 days. He had to use all he got and seek new breakthroughs in order to win. The main issue was that Han Sen's fitness was getting better and better, which made Qian Hezhen lose his advantage. In fact, it was not due to the actual improvement of Han Sen's fitness, but the progress he made in practicing overload. Now Han Sen could perform better under overload, which made Qian Hezhen feel Han Sen was getting a better physique. Under overload, the combat was dangerous to Han Senator. Once overload surpassed his limits, there would be dire consequences. However, at this point, Han Sen's body had not reached that limit. No, not fast enough. This speed is not enough for me to dodge the turtle bite. Han Sen's body was moving at a dazzling speed and his feet almost became a blur with Sparticle deployed. Although Han Sen spent most of his time on Gladiator, he would train 1 hour per day without the holographic device. In the virtual combat, he could not sense every single detail, which made the 1 hour training a must. The location Han Sen chose to use for his training was the venue of Heavy Warframe Society, which continued to be an unpopular society. After Fatty and Skinny graduated, only Han Sen and his friends remained in the society. Because of Wang Mengmeng, the school allowed them to keep the society and their warehouse. However, no one would come here normally. This time, however, someone was watching Han Sen train from afar. Jingjie watched Han Sen train with complex emotions. Since he lost to Han Sen last time, Jingjie had studied the spinning arrow even harder for a long time. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not be as good as Han Senator. Hearing about Han Sen's training, Jingjie decided to wait for Han Sen there and talk to him. However, Han Sen directly started training since he came here, so Jingjie watched and waited. After watching for a while, Jingjie's look had changed. Although Han Sen was simply doing a shuttle run practice, Jingjie was shocked by Han Sen's speed. He had only seen such speed among evolvers. In all the unevolved person he knew, Jingjie had never witnessed such speed. Not even with his big brother Jingjiwu. Han Sen had not even used heresy mantra. Otherwise he would have even higher speed. Do you need me for anything? After training, Han Sen sat down on a chair, wiped his face, drank some water and looked to Jingjie. He had noticed Jingjie since the beginning. You said you would teach me spinning arrow. Is that true? Said Jingjie, chewing on his lips. For someone as proud as Jingjie, it was not easy to plead. Of course, if you want to learn, all you need to do was to pay me tuition, and then I would feel happy to teach you, said Han Sen with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will learn from you and then defeat you? Jingjie stared at Han Sen and asked. Han Sen had finished the bottle of water, threw the empty bottle into the trash can, and said, as long as it is something I have learned, I will be the best at it. If you want to learn, I could teach you any time, but you will never be able to beat me. Looking at Han Sen's expression, Jingjie gritted his teeth and said, I want to learn. When can you start to teach me? If you pay me, we can start now, Han Sen smiled and said. Jingjie immediately paid Han Sen what he asked. He did not believe he would lose to Han Senator with his talent. All he lacked was Han Sen's tricks. As long as he learned Han Sen's tricks, he would never lose to Han Sen again. After taking the money, Han Sen started to teach Jingjie spinning arrow. Since Jingjie had already practiced hard on that, it was easy to teach him. Han-san did not reserve anything when he was teaching. He taught Jingjie everything he needed to know about spinning arrow, and all that left to do was for Jing to practice. Like Han-sen had said, he was not afraid that others might learn from him, because he would still be the absolute champion using the same technique. In addition, spinning arrow was only one lead in his knowledge system. Although tricks were important in martial arts, what was more important was to use the right trick at the right time. Application was the key to all types of martial arts. Jingjie had only learned how to shoot spinning arrows, but did not have his own style. Since Jingjie was willing to pay, Han-san did not mind earning some money. Although he did not need money at this point, more cash did not hurt. Jingjie was afraid in the beginning that Han-san might have some reservations and only teach him part of the tricks. However, he discovered very soon that if he had learned everything that Han-sen had taught him, he would be able to shoot spinning arrows like Han-san did, if not better. Is he that confident? Why does he believe he would always defeat me? Watching Han-sen leave, Jingjie did not know what to think. After returning to his dorm, Han-sen received a call from Gambler, who told him that there was a new mission assigned by the management. After reviewing the information Gambler sent him, Han-sen was surprised that there was such a person in God's sanctuary. Han-san pondered and told Gambler that he would like to take on the mission himself. On one hand, the mission was too dangerous for most of the other members in the special squad. On the other hand, Han-sen wanted to meet that person himself, which was why he decided to take on the mission. More importantly, that person was currently in Glory Shelter. The content of the mission was to provide protection for the target when the target arrived at Steel Armor Shelter, and accompany the target to the next shelter. At this point, the target was still in Glory Shelter and was going to travel to Steel Armor Shelter. Han-san decided to meet the target before the mission began. The target was a professor named Sun Minghua. According to his profile, he was about 80 years old and had maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points. However, he still chose to stay in First God's Sanctuary instead of entering the second, because he was a professor of botany. He had done research work on the plantation in First God's Sanctuary for decades. In fact, although Sun Minghua had maxed out on his Geno points, he could not fight well. All he had was a strong physique. Sun Minghua had spent no time on practicing hyper-Geno arts or combat skills, but put all his energy on studying the plants in First God's Sanctuary. All his Geno points came from the meat provided by the Alliance. He had never been hunting. Han-sen had high respect for people like this. If Sun Minghua chose to stay in First God's Sanctuary, he would age much faster than evolvers. In the future, despite that he would gain 100 years in lifespan once he evolved, the process of aging could not be turned back. He would continue his life as an old man. Even worse, an old body was terrible for hunting. When Sun Minghua entered Third God's Sanctuary, there was no way he would survive. In addition, Sun Minghua had never practiced hyper-Geno arts. At his age, it was too late to start. His choice was to do research at the cost of his life. Han-sen could never do that, but he admired people like Sun deeply. What Han-san did not understand was how Sun Minghua conducted his research under the condition that no technology could be used in God's sanctuary. All kinds of equipment and formulas simply did not work in God's sanctuary. Also, what did Sun Minghua do his research for? Speaking of plants, Han-san thought of the turtle, which came out from the ocean to feed on the plants in Copper Mountains. Han-san wondered what the plants meant to the turtle. Han-sen arrived at a room in Glory Shelter at the agreed time and saw Sun Minghua himself. Because he had maxed out on all Geno points, Sun Minghua did not look like an old man 80 years old. He seemed to be around 40. In addition to Professor Sun Minghua, Han-sen also saw the 3 members of Glory Special Squad, who were responsible for the professor's safety in Glory Shelter. Han-sen, is it? Looks like I will become your problem soon. Professor Sun Minghua greeted Han-sen warmly. Your safety is my duty, said Han-Senator. However, the 3 members in Glory Special Squad were not as friendly to Han-Senator. It was still in their shelter, while a stranger Han-sen was intervening in their mission, which was upsetting to them. Han-sen knew that very well and said to the head of Glory Special Squad, Jin Raiji, please rest assured. I only hope to follow you to Steel Armor Shelter. Before we arrive there, I will follow your commands and will not cause any trouble. Jean Raiji warmed up a little and introduced the other two members to Han Senator. One of them was named Lu Mingda, and the other Jean Xiuli. Lu Mingda was quite a hunk and carried a huge sledgehammer that looked familiar to Han Senator. Han San thought about it and recognized the sledgehammer to be the sacred blood gear he gained from killing the sacred blood creature in Sand Valley. He gave the sledgehammer to Huangfu Pingqing for action, and now it had ended up in Lu Mingda's hands. The fact that Lu Mingda was able to use this sledgehammer showed that he had special gifts in terms of strength. Han Sen believed he must have also practiced a hyper-geno art that focused on enhancing his strength. Jean Xiuli was Jean Raiji's cousin. He looked polite and easygoing. Although the three were a bit upset about Han San joining them early, they could not say anything because Han San had submitted an application which was approved by the management. In addition, Han Sen did not cause any trouble or voice any opinion, which made them feel better. Sun Minghua did not go to Steel Armor Shelter directly, but needed to collect some specimen of the plants near Glory Shelter first, which would take about 10 days. To Han Sen's surprise, Sun Minghua's destination was Copper Mountains. "Professor, why did you become obsessed with botany in God's sanctuary?" After knowing Sun Minghua better, Han Sen knew that he was not someone hard to talk to. One night, while everyone was eating dinner around a bonfire, Han Sen voiced his doubt. Sun smiled and said, "It is more like a family tradition. My grandfather and father were all researchers in this area. I have picked up a lot of knowledge of botany since little, and have always been interested in studying it." Han Sen pondered and did not say anything. He did not know how to ask what he was wondering about. The creatures in God's sanctuary could contribute geno points to humans, while no one had ever gained any geno points from eating the plants. In addition, the majority of the plants were harmful to the human body. It seems Sun Minghua had seen through Han Sen's mind, or maybe it was because too many people had asked the same question before. "The reason I study the plants in First God's sanctuary is to make some contributions to mankind," the professor smiled and said. The creatures in God's sanctuary could provide geno points, but the plants could not do the same. They were all living things, so why would they differ so much? Han Sen shook his head, as he did not have a clue. "In fact, my family used to be in the study of medicine, and had a focus in the ancient herbal medicine. My grandfather and father believed that since all sorts of herbs had medical values, we could also take advantage of the plants in God's sanctuary. In fact, we all know that many plants were harmful to the human body, but this further proved that these plants were effective." Sun Minghua went on and on with his explanations. The three from Glory Shelter had heard this too many times and were no longer interested, while Han Sen was intrigued. 3 generations in Sun Minghua's family had done tremendous research work on the plants in First God's sanctuary, and the remaining interest was to find out whether the plants in God's sanctuary could be used in medicine. Because scientific methods did not work in God's sanctuary, Professor Sun's family still managed to achieve great results in the research. They mainly did their research through observing the reactions of the creatures after consuming certain plants. They would also keep some creatures to feed them plants to determine the effects of different plants. Of course, creatures were different from humans. Before they conducted human subject experiments, they could not publish any of their findings. However, Professor Sun Minghua shared with Han Sen about some of their findings. For example, Sun Minghua's grandfather had made a certain paste from some of the plants in God's sanctuary, which was effective on external wounds. In fact, they had many similar inventions which were only applied in a limited scope. The main reason was that the herbal medicine they made was not much better than the man-made medicine in the Alliance. In addition, the side effects were unknown, which was why it was hard to be promoted. Han Sen had many conversations with Sun Minghua on the way. Han Sen mainly wanted to learn some common sense in case it would be useful in God's sanctuary. What's more, he was interested in the plants the turtle chose to eat and wondered what they could be used for. Unfortunately, although Sun Minghua had conducted research for decades, it was not nearly enough time to explore First God's sanctuary. Han Sen described the fruit tree to Sun Minghua, while Sun Minghua did not know what plant it was, let alone its effects. However, after hearing about the turtle from Han Sen, Sun Minghua said, "In my decades of research, I have witnessed a lot of creatures consuming plants, despite that the majority of them did not need to eat plants. According to my observation, The creatures did not consume plants to maintain life like we do. Then what do they eat the plants for? Hansen couldn't help asking. I have given a lot of thought to the question, and my conclusion is that those plants might be helpful to their reproduction. Sun Minghua hesitated and said. The Glory Special Squad members did not agree with Sun Minghua. Why on earth would plants help reproduction? It's not like the plants were Viagra. However, Sun Minghua's words reminded Han Sen of the golden growler. Although the golden growler did not need plants, it consumed tons of creatures before it gave birth to its baby. Han Sen was guessing either plants or meat all the pregnant creatures needed to eat. If that was true, Han Sen felt like he had an opportunity. Maybe the turtle was eating to give birth as well. If it was anything like the golden growler, it would produce its life essence to feed its baby after giving birth. At that time, Han Sen would have a chance to snatch its life essence. Han Sen had only just started on practicing overload. He was afraid that the turtle might return to the ocean. If he could snatch the life essence while the turtle was giving birth, that would be ideal. Han Sen, is that turtle you mentioned still in Copper Mountains? While Han Sen was still thinking how to ask Professor Sun Minghua to check on the turtle, the professor asked him first. It should still be there. No one had seen it come out, replied Han Sen hurriedly. All right, let's go see the turtle. It might be helpful to my research. Sun Minghua decided on the schedule. The Glory Special Squad did not have much to object. They did not participate in the campaign to hunt the turtle, but they had heard about it. There were plenty of creatures in the Copper Mountains, but none of them was scary. In their opinion, the turtle should not be too dangerous since it was not fast. Only Han Sen knew that the turtle had an unbelievable speed. Han Sen did not say anything about it and only wanted to check on the turtle from afar. In addition, Han Sen would like for the professor to determine whether the turtle was actually giving birth. Sun Minghua should be an authority in that. The group of people marched into Copper Mountains. Sun Minghua had a great physique and a sacred blood mount, so they had a smooth trip. Han Sen did not have much to do and kept chatting with Sun Minghua. Sun Minghua had spent decades doing research in First God's Sanctuary, while all his friends had left sooner or later. It was rare that a young man would listen to him like Han Senator since Han Sen was interested. Sun Minghua had shared a lot. Sun Minghua did his research for his interest as well as to benefit mankind, so he had nothing to hide and taught Han Sen a lot of practical knowledge, such as how to determine which plants were edible and which plants were toxic. Han Sen memorized all the information which might be life-saving in the future. After traveling on the back of the golden growler, Han Sen understood that once he left the shelters, it was not easy for a human to survive in the wild. After searching in Copper Mountains for days, they finally spotted the turtle, which was chewing on some black and brown vines. Professor, let's just stay here and watch. If we get closer, it might be risky. Han Sen stopped Professor Sun Minghua, who was approaching the turtle. Sun Minghua frowned and said, "This is a bit too far and I could see nothing. Can we get closer? Try the telescope first." "It is dangerous to approach," said Han Sr. "What can we possibly see from here?" "Go, Professor. We will protect you," said Lu Mingda after throwing Han Sen a look of disapproval. Sun Minghua wanted to get closer to the turtle. Jin Raiji checked the distance and did not object. "Professor, the sacred blood creature is something different. Last time, a lot of people from Glory Shelter were flying to hunt it, while they not only failed but also lost many men. How about we stay farther from it?" Han Sen tried to talk the professor out of it. Since he was the one who mentioned that to the professor, Han Sen was not willing to see any mishaps happening. "Han Sen, do you doubt the ability of Glory Special Squad?" said Lu Mingda, displeased. Jin Raiji and Jin Choli couldn't help frowning. Han Sen had been a good fellow so far, but now he was trying to intervene in their mission. Sun Minghua quickly said, "Han Sen, don't worry. We are not trying to approach it, just get a bit closer. It will be fine." Han Sen did not know what to say to them. He could not tell them that he was not a sacred blood creature, but a super creature. The professor had already moved and got closer to the turtle under the protection of the Glory Special Squad. "Professor, stop right here. We really cannot go any farther." Han-sen reached out her hand and stopped the professor when they were 1,000 feet from the turtle. If the turtle got mad, Han-sen was not sure if he could keep all of them safe even if he used all he got. Sun Minghua hesitated. The distance was still not ideal for his observation. However, seeing Han-sen being so careful, Sun Minghua did not insist on going forward, but used his telescope to watch the turtle. Damn! Han-sen, this is not steel armor shelter yet, said Jinraiji solemnly with his brows knitted. Han-sen, what did you say in the beginning? Why are you being so controlling now? Lu Mingda shouted. Han-sen said calmly, I don't mean to be controlling. But the professor is only here because I told him about the turtle. I cannot let anything happen to him, otherwise I would feel so guilty. What can happen to him? It is just a sacred blood creature. We are not going to alert it, even if we do we could guarantee the professor's safety. He would not even lose a hair. This is not your business, said Lu Mingda madly. Being just 1,000 feet away from the turtle, the voice of Lu Mingda alerted the turtle, which turned around and had its eyes fixed on them. Han-sen felt a chill down his spine. He remained still and watched the turtle. Lu Mingda was still upset and wanted to add something, but Jinraiji had also noticed the turtle's movements and stopped him. Suddenly, the turtle moved all its 4 legs and rushed to them as fast as a bird. Feeling worried, Han-sen quickly yelled at Sun Minghua, Professor, run! Although Sun Minghua had maxed out on all his Geno points, he did not spend any time practicing martial arts and did not react fast enough. When he summoned his mount, the turtle was already next to him. Seeing how fast the turtle was, Jinraiji, Lu Mingda and Jin Qiuli were dumbstruck. This was not what they had heard. This turtle was even much faster than a sacred blood mount. It's just a turtle. I will smash it right now. Lu Mingda yelled and smashed at the turtle with his sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was very heavy, but the turtle did not even dodge. Its speed became even faster and the sledgehammer ended up on its shell, instead of its head, where Lu Mingda was aiming. Bang! The hammer as large as a barrel knocked on the turtle's shell and made a sound of metal. Ah! Lu Mingda screamed. The sledgehammer was a destructive weapon, so it kicked back a lot stronger than other weapons. Lu Mingda had used all his force in the strike, which failed to hurt the turtle at all. On the other hand, all the bones in his hands were broken. The sledgehammer was blown away into rocks and left a huge hole there. Not only Lu Mingda, even Jinraiji and Jin Qiuli were shocked. They knew how heavy the sledgehammer was. With a hard strike by Lu Mingda, even a tank could be flattened. However, the turtle was not even scratched, which was frightening. Han-sen did not stand still. He immediately made a kick. It was not at the turtle, but at Lu Mingda, who was still screaming. Lu Mingda was kicked 12 feet away. Both Jinraiji and Jin Qiuli were shocked, but they immediately saw the turtle bit where Lu Mingda was standing so fast that they could not even tell what the turtle's neck looked like. Don't stand here. Go. Seeing Sun Minghua froze on his mount, Han-sen yelled, ran to the sledgehammer and summoned the fairy queen. Jinraiji and Jin Qiuli picked up Lu Mingda and wanted to run, while the turtle made another bite at Jinraiji, who was the closest to it. Jinraiji did not have any time to dodge, but he was fast enough to block the turtle bite with his sacred blood knife. Crack! The turtle bit the sacred blood blade and broke it in half. A sacred blood weapon was destroyed like that. The Glory Special Squad were almost scared to death. The knife was a sacred blood weapon, and was broken under the turtle bite easily. They were suddenly covered in cold sweat and wanted to run. However, the turtle was so fast that they could not make it. It quickly reached out its neck and bit toward Jinraiji, who was empty-handed. Jinraiji had used all his energy and there was no way he could avoid this bite. Damn it! Jinraiji quickly stepped back, but he knew he could not make it. Lu Mingda and Jin Qiuli did not even have any chance to save Jinraiji, given how fast the turtle was. Bang! Something giant and black suddenly fell on the turtle's head and knocked its head down. Han-san! Jinraiji escaped death and was as pale as a sheet of paper. Seeing Han-san, who had knocked the turtle down with the sledgehammer, he was suddenly thrilled. Don't stay here. Run! Han-san watched the turtle solemnly. Although the head of the turtle was knocked down, Han-san did not feel it was broken. Felt like smashing on rubber. As he expected, the turtle raised its head and shook it around, its emerald-like eyes fixed on Han Sr. Han Sen did not hesitate and smashed at the turtle again. Using heresy mantra, his heart was beating like thunder, and his blood and chi were circulating at a tremendous speed, making his veins stand out. The sledgehammer was so heavy that even Lu Mingda could only slowly brandish it a dozen times. With Lu Mingda's speed, it was impossible for him to ever hit the turtle. Han Sen was stronger than Lu Mingda to begin with, but even he could not hit the turtle relying on just his strength. Only with the heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen managed to hit the turtle's head when it was not paying attention. Although Han Sen's second strike was still under dual enhancement, the turtle quickly withdrew its head and avoided the sledgehammer. The moment it drew back its head, the turtle stepped hard on the ground and threw itself at Han Sen like a cannonball. Han Sen waved his arm backward and knocked the sledgehammer on the turtle's shell, sending the turtle back to the ground. However, the turtle quickly bit the handle of the sledgehammer and broke it in half. All Han Sen had left in his hand now was a part of the handle. He hastily ran to the side, while the turtle was pissed off by Han Sen and decided to throw itself again at him. "Hang in there. We're here to help." Jinraiji summoned another weapon and was ready to help Han Sr. Han Sen felt almost depressed. "What the heck are you doing staying here? Are you trying to get killed by the turtle? This is a super creature, and none of you would be alive if you stay. Help my ass. Run. I'll be right after you." Han Sen exclaimed at Jinraiji. Jinraiji paused and quickly ran away with the others, looking back at Han Sen while running. Han Sen quickly dodged the turtle and rolled toward the sledgehammer with its handle broken. Although the handle was broken, there was still a part of it attached to the hammer. Han Sen grabbed the sledgehammer and smashed at the turtle again. The three united with Sun Minghua and then stopped, watching Han Sen fighting the turtle alone. The sledgehammer was like a toy in Han Sen's hand, moving as fast as lightning bolts. The three of them were all dumbstruck. They knew very well how heavy the hammer was. Even Lu Mingda would be tired out after a dozen strikes, and he could never use it as well as Han Sen did. "His strength," exclaimed Lu Mingda with his mouth widely open. "Is Han Sen going to be okay?" Sun Minghua looked at Han Sen with a worried look. If it were not for Han Sen, they would have all died. "Let's wait and see. If he is in danger, we'll go back for him," said Jinraiji, gritting his teeth. He started to regret not listening to Han Senator, otherwise, they would never have been trapped here. "Wait a second. Maybe Han Sen has his plans." Jin Chili stopped Jinraiji. "It's all me. If it were not for me, the turtle would not have noticed us. I will apologize to Han Senator, and I will fight the turtle myself. I will not let him sacrifice himself for us," said Lu Mingda with his face flushed. "What's the point in staying these? We should focus on helping Han Sen get out of there," exclaimed Jin Choli. How could they possibly think of anything? The level of the turtle was beyond their wildest imagination. There was no solution whatsoever. With the dual enhancement, Han Sen found he was still slower than the turtle even when he was using Sparticle. However, to Han Sen's surprise, his practice was not a waste. There was no need for him to be faster than the turtle. What was most helpful to Han Sen at this point was the kiting skills he learned from Queen. Han Sen had always been good at prejudgment. Using kiting skills, he could calculate when the turtle would strike in order to avoid its bite. Han Sen was executing his strategy with each step, luring the turtle to bite where he had designed. This way it was much easier for Han Sen to dodge its attacks. Although Han Sen was not as fast as the turtle, he could still run away from its attacks. It was like running from the bullets. There were all kinds of scenes depicting someone avoiding bullets in the movie. However, in reality it could never be done. When the trigger was pulled, no matter how fast one was, it was simply impossible to dodge the bullet. In order to dodge the bullet, the only way was to prejudge when the opponent would shoot and avoid the trajectory beforehand. Han Sen was doing exactly that, making the turtle bite somewhere and moving away from that spot ahead of time. The kiting skills made something impossible possible. Han Sen, who was slower than the turtle, was able to fight it. However, the kiting skills were demanding on one's brain power. Under the burden of overload, Han Sen could not sustain very long. Han Sen also had the Fairy Queen Beast Soul to thank. The Fairy Queen made the turtle's movement much slower in his eyes, which helped him to better his strategy. However, it was still almost impossible for him to kill the turtle. Han-sen had already been fighting at his limits. He had hit the turtle with the sledgehammer a few times, but such frightening force did not even cause much damage to the weakest part of the turtle's body. "Strength, I need more strength," Han-sen shouted inwardly. However, he felt quite content that he was able to fight the turtle for this long. Avoiding the turtle bite one more time, Han-sen had come to a cliff, from which he jumped without hesitation to avoid the turtle's attacks and the gaze of his company. After falling from the cliff, Han-sen summoned his wings and flew away. The turtle looked down the cliff and turned around. It obviously had no intention to chase Han-senator when Han-san joined the rest of the group. Everybody was overjoyed to see him. "Han-san, we are alive thanks to you. I am so sorry that I almost got you killed," said the professor, feeling guilty. "It's not your fault, Professor. This is all on me. Han-san, you can punish me as you like. I owe everything to you," Lu Mingda said with his face flushed. Jin Raiji wanted to add something but was interrupted by Han-san. "We were all just trying to protect Professor Sunday. You just did not know how scary the turtle was. It's okay. Rest assured, Han-senator, you have saved all of our lives. If you ever need anything, we will be here for you," said Jin Raiji seriously. After some discussion, the group decided to return to Glory Shelter for maintenance before they came back for the turtle. Han-sun took the opportunity to go back to Black Hawk. He quickly logged in Gladiator, opened his friend list and found Queen online. Han-sun was overjoyed and hastily sent her an invite. The kiting skills he learned from Queen were still faulty. There were many things that he failed to understand. If he could actually learn the kiting skills from Queen, maybe he could fight the turtle without relying on speed. Therefore, Han-sun wished to fight her another time and observe her kiting skills. However, Han-sun did not know whether Queen would agree to fight him. After all, the two of them were too far apart in strength. If Queen were there, she would have killed the turtle easily. Han-sun estimated that a super creature should have a fitness level around 40. While the strongest humans in First God's Sanctuary could only reach 20 in some aspects. Most good men usually had an average fitness index of 15. Even those who had maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points in First God's Sanctuary only had a fitness index of 30, which was still not enough for one to kill a super creature. However, an evolver with a fitness level beyond 100 like Queen would be able to kill a super creature easily. An evolver would not be able to return to First God's Sanctuary unless the evolver had just evolved. Even for Queen, when she was an unevolved person or had just become an evolver, she would not have been able to fight the turtle. Han-sen was not sure whether Queen would agree to fight him, but he wanted it so much. One more round. Just one more round. Seeing Han-sen's invite, Queen was dazed. Her setting was not to accept invites from strangers, and she had never had a friend before, so she had never received an invite. Seeing the invite was from a soldier on warship, Queen hesitated and clicked yes. Han-sen was exhilarated to see Queen and her amazing kiting skills again. After the countdown was over, Han-sen immediately ran toward her. He did not dare to wait for her attacks. Their fitness levels were so different that he would be killed immediately. After all, his fitness index was only 30, while hers was probably 100. Queen only dodged the punch like last time and did not fight back. Feeling excited, Han-sen threw his other fist at her and made a step. Queen was surprised. Han-sen's punch and step were not as simple as they appeared to be. Although he was not that fast in Queen's eyes, his moves were unexpected. Han-sen's step was almost like her kiting skills, making it impossible for her to force Han-sen into a corner. "Is he copying me?" Queen's gaze fell upon Han-senator. She continued to observe. Very soon, Queen was certain that Han-sen was mimicking her kiting skills. Although there were many errors and defects in his movements, it was amazing that he could achieve this level in such a short amount of time. Queen did not rush to end the combat. She wanted to see how well Han-sen could do. Kiting skills were not for anybody. It was easy to learn but hard to become a master at. It was like playing Go. Whoever knew the rules could play, but it was extremely difficult to excel at Go. Queen was good at kiting skills. At least among the opponents that she had met, no one could match her level. Han-sen's performance more or less surprised her. He was a bit green and was still making mistakes, but in her eyes, he had his own understanding of the skills. Also, Han-sen was sensitive about what she wanted to do. These proved that Han-sen was talented in this matter. After testing Han-sen's level, Queen stopped thinking about it. Being talented was one thing, but whether he could go far was another. Queen did not say anything but continued to dodge Han-sen's attacks. However, Han-sen suddenly felt much more pressured. It became more and more difficult for him to determine where Queen was going. They were like two players at a Go game. Han-sen was the weaker player and his every step was in Queen's calculation. There was no way he could fight back. Very soon, Han-sen was pushed to the corner like last time. Bang! With another kick, Han-sen was eliminated. When he returned to the game, Queen had already gone offline. However, Han-sen did not feel upset, but more excited than ever. He was not sure if Queen was intentionally teaching him. Her last few steps were indicating the weaknesses in his kiting skills, which was why he felt terrible toward the end. This was not a bad thing for Han-sen but a good thing. Queen was like a teacher, helping him find his mistakes. Whether she was intentional or not, Han-sen was grateful to Queen. Kiting skills were crucial for him to hunt super creatures. And kiting skills like this could not be practiced through tutorials like Hyper-Geno Arts. Han-sen had gained an incredible asset through fighting Queen. After downloading the video of their combat, Han-sen left Gladiator and went to the warehouse of Heavy Warframe Society. While watching the video, he pondered what he could do to refine his kiting skills. Indeed, Queen was trying to indicate Han-sen's mistakes to him in the last few steps. There were not many people were interested in practicing kiting skills. Since Han-sen was interested, she was willing to give him some tips. However, what she did casually meant a great deal to Han-sen, and added to his chance at killing a super creature. If I could use kiting skills to avoid the turtle's attacks, I will never be defeated. This way I will find a chance to kill it sooner or later. Han-sen became more excited. After watching the video of his combat against Queen, Han-sen had gained a lot. The last few steps Queen made pointed out Han-sen's weaknesses. After watching the video repeatedly, Han-sen enjoyed correcting himself little by little. Many people would give up once they found they had made mistakes, but Han-sen was willing to correct himself. Life was full of mistakes and it was impossible for one to go back and live again. What Han-sen cared more about was how he could avoid the same mistakes in the future. The kiting skills were not just physical movements. Thinking and acting were equally important in order to perfect the skills. Through trial and error, Han-sen had refined his skills again and again. In a combat, everything could happen. What Han-sen learned from Queen was the basic rules. With these rules, he could react faster under different situations in a combat. No matter how powerful his brain was, it was impossible for him to think too much when fighting. He had to cultivate his muscle memory through tons of practice. It was like in order to solve a math problem, one had to learn all kinds of equations before applying them in calculation. Queen had told Han-sen some equations he did not know before. What he was trying to do was to integrate these equations into his muscle memory, so that he could react in the best way during a real combat. It was not hard to think one or two steps ahead. The difficulty was to know what the possibilities were after dozens of steps the moment he made the first step. It was hard to achieve that, and in fact few could do it, which was why in the entire Ares Martial Hall, Queen was the one and only. Han-sen did not sleep all night. The next morning when he woke up, his eyes were bloodshot as he had consumed too much of his brain power. I cannot keep going like this. The possibilities in kiting skills were endless like Go. No matter how talented I am, it is impossible for me to know all the strategies. If I do not enhance my strategic thinking, it is pointless to learn different tactics. Han-sen knew that he got himself into a dead-end alley, closed the video, cleaned his face and went to sleep. He did not even know how long he had slept. Until his comlink rang, Han-sen yawned, stretched and got up. Jinraiji asked Han-sen to return to God's sanctuary, as everyone was prepared to observe the turtle again. Han-sen agreed. After eating at the cafeteria, he entered Glory's shelter. Lu Mingda's hands had not recovered, so only Jinraiji, Jin Qiuli, Sun Minghua and Han-sen were going to the Copper Mountains. However, when the four of them reached the same spot, the turtle was no longer there. Sun Minghua collected some fragments of the vines that the turtle fed on last time. Because the turtle had eaten up all the vines, there were only some crumbs left. The group continued to search the mountains. Before they went far, they saw a red creature standing on a mountain in the opposite direction, looking around. The creature was 6 feet tall, looking like it was made of copper. It had scorpion's upper body, snake's tail, and 6 sickle-like claws. Copper demon. Jin Raiji was excited when he spotted the creature. Han Sun was also exhilarated. Before he came to Copper Mountains, he had done some research about the region. In Copper Mountains, the most famous creature was the copper demon. The reason it was well known was that even the weakest copper demons were mutant creatures. Sometimes, even sacred blood copper demons could be spotted. The beast soul of a copper demon was the shape-shifting type, which was rare. Even a mutant copper demon beast soul could greatly enhance one's speed and strength. The sacred blood copper demon beast soul even had a pair of ladybug wings and allowed one to fly when shape-shifting. A beast soul that had dual functions of both shape-shifting and flying was obviously rare and valuable. Even a mutant copper demon without flying function was so expensive that many less wealthy people would kill for an opportunity to hunt for it. However, copper demons were only spotted in Copper Mountains. Since Copper Mountains were close to Glory Shelter, most copper demons had been slaughtered already. In recent years, only a few copper demons were spotted, which must have come from a nest. They had all heard about copper demons, but they had never seen one. This unexpected finding cheered them up. "Let's go and try our luck. Maybe there is a chance for us to gain the beast soul," said Jin Chili excitedly. No one had any objections. It was rare that they had a chance to see such a famous creature. Even if it was just a mutant one without wings, they could find their luck. When the 4 of them went up the mountain, the thing they saw made them gasp. Where the copper demon was standing was a stone platform, behind which was a cave. At this point, many copper demons were creeping out of the cave, swaying their snake tails, their claws making sounds of metal. Among them, one was especially tall and had a deeper color than others. It also had red metal wings. The copper demon they saw in the beginning had already spotted the group of people and started to hiss. Shortly, dozens of copper demons flooded from the cave. It seemed that there were still more in the cave. The first sacred blood copper demon flapped its wings and dived at the group of people like a bomber. "Damn it! Cover the professor!" Jin Raiji became pale and summoned a beast soul knife, trying to block the sacred blood creature's attack. Han San, however, was overjoyed. He was just wondering where to find a sacred blood creature, and one threw itself at them. What a pie in the sky! Han San directly summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow, and made a shot at the sacred blood copper demon. Jin Raiji was about to fight the sacred blood creature with all he got, but suddenly saw a black arrow flying toward the creature's eyes. The sacred blood copper demon reacted fast. It suddenly clasped its 6 blade-like claws and blocked the black arrow. However, as its claws touched the arrow, the black stinger arrow suddenly started to spin like a drill head, bouncing off the creature's claws. The arrow had touched the copper demon's eye and penetrated its head immediately. Thump! The sacred blood copper demon, which looked so powerful, suddenly fell from the sky and died. Sacred blood creature copper demon killed. No beast soul gained. Drink its blood to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hearing the voice, Han San lamented that he did not gain a beast soul from this perfect sacred blood creature. Everything was just fate. Jin Choli and Jin Raiji were dumbstruck. Shooting the sacred blood copper demon dead with 1 arrow, that was unbelievable. Since the sacred blood copper demon was killed, the mutant copper demons quickly ran toward the cave. The group of people chased after them. However, after they killed several slow mutant copper demons, they could no longer find the rest of them. The cave was deep and the paths inside were crisscrossed, so the group did not follow them, but chose to take care of the dead bodies first. The copper demons' bodies were as tough as metal. There was no meat to eat. All that was edible was some blood inside their body. Han Sen carefully let the purple blood out and poured it into a bottle. Such a large sacred blood copper demon only had a bottle of blood. Since Han San took care of the sacred blood copper demon alone, he did not need to share it with anyone. Han-san drank the blood in one breath and heard the voice telling him he had gained 3 sacred Geno points. It was already quite something. After all, the most part of the copper demon's body was not edible, and Han-san was glad that the blood alone gave him 3 sacred Geno points. Han-sen now had 83 sacred Geno points and he was not far from maxing out. These creatures are so rare. How about we go inside the cave and kill the rest of the mutant ones? Maybe there is a chance to get their beast souls, suggested Jean Choli excitedly after they processed the bodies. Han-sen had not objections. Even a mutant shape-shifting beast soul was extremely popular. Han-sen did not mind earning some money. Jean Raiji asked the professor's opinion, and Sun Minghua agreed to it. In addition, there might be different plants or fungus inside the cave, which Sun Minghua was interested in. The 4 of them entered the cave. Although there were many tunnels inside the cave, they were all wide enough for them to walk freely. They did not see anything on the way, not even the copper demons. The group kept searching but did not find any. The space became larger as they went. After walking for 2 hours, they suddenly entered a huge opening. An underground river 200 feet wide were running through the cave. The torrents were rapid, but for some reason, there was hardly any noise and the water even seemed calm. With the light of the torch, the group saw the copper demons on the other side of the river, creeping deeper into the cave. Shall we keep chasing? Jean Raiji asked Han Sr. Han-san checked the dark underground river and frowned. He still remembered the terrible experience he had last time he was in an underground river. The 2 obsidian dragons almost killed him. The cave was so dark that the light of the torch could not help them see inside the water. Instead, the reflection of the light almost blinded them. Han-san was scared that some aquatic sacred blood creatures like the obsidian dragons might suddenly appear here. No matter how strong he was, he would not be the creature's match underwater. Do you have wings? If we were to chase them, we should probably fly across the river, Han-san pondered and said. He did not really want to step into the water. Jean Raiji smiled bitterly and said, We do have wings, but one was mutant and the other was primitive. That is problematic. I only have 1 pair of primitive wings as well. Han-san did not mention his sacred blood wings. He did not want anyone to see the purple-feathered dragon wings if he did not have to. All right. I will use the mutant wings to carry the professor over. Sin and Choli, you can fly with your own wings, said Jean Raiji. Han-sen shook his head and said, Let me fly over first and try. If there is no danger, you can go. Han-san had a spooky feeling about the river, but he did not see anything. Since they were at this point already, he could not tell everyone to go back. In addition, Sun Minghua had discovered some interesting plants on the way here, and seemed to be very interested in exploring the cave. Han-san summoned his black-feathered beast wings and flew across the river about 15 feet from the ground. The primitive wings could not carry him high or fast, and that was already as high as he could go. Han-san stared at the dark underground river, while flying so that he could react in time if anything were to happen. Standing on the bank, the rest of the group watched Han-san fly nervously. Darkness and water naturally brought fear to humans. When Han-san reached the middle of the river, he suddenly felt something was odd in the river. A chill went down his spine. Boom! With a huge splash in the water, a giant creature sprang out of the river with its mouth wide open, trying to swallow Han-san as a whole. #T. I knew something was wrong. Han-san stared into the creature's mouth. From the underground river emerged a head that was somewhat like an alligator's. With its mouth wide open, it looked like the monster could easily swallow an entire cow, let alone a human. There were thousands of teeth in its mouth, which looked like a meat grinder. Even a body made of steel would be minced instantaneously. Han-sen was not sure what the status of this creature was, so he dared not fight it head-on. If it was a super creature, Han-sen would probably get himself killed. Without saying anything, Han-san flapped his wings and shifted his body to the side. Pushing on the tip of the creature's mouth, Han-sen returned to the bank. The creature roared and followed Han-senator as its entire body came out of the underground river. Everyone gasped. The creature's head looked like a crocodile's, while its body was like a centipede without feet. With its whole body shaking, the creature was incredibly fast. Han Sen shot an arrow backward. The creature suddenly closed its mouth and crushed the arrow with his teeth. Han Sen thought with terror, "Fortunately I did not use a beast soul arrow, otherwise my only mutant beast soul arrow would be destroyed." "Run!" Han Sen summoned the tornado wolf, shooting at the creature riding on his mount. Although Han Sen did not know whether it was a sacred blood creature or a super creature, it would be unlikely for him to hurt a creature with a body 300 feet long even with the three-blade harpoon. In addition, with such a gigantic body, this creature must be strong as well. If Han Sen was hit by its tail, he would probably be severely hurt. In a tight space, it would not be wise to fight such a creature. The three protected Sun Minghua and rushed out. However, the monster was so fast that none of their mounts could run faster than it. The monster was at their heels in a second. "Go in here, it is too narrow for the creature to enter." Han Sen pointed at a hole and said. Seeing the creature smashing a rock more than 7 feet tall, Jin Raiji and Jin Choli quickly took back the mounts and entered the hole along with Sun Minghua. The moment they were in the hole, the creature immediately threw itself at them. However, its head was much bigger than the entrance. It was as if the creature could not feel pain. It repeatedly hit the entrance with its head, making it bigger and bigger. "Quick!" Jin Raiji exclaimed, and the group went deep inside the hole since they had no other option. The hole led to a tunnel. After they had walked for about a mile, they saw an opening and was again in a big cave. There were paths both to the left and right. Jin Raiji looked both ways, but could not tell which way would lead to the exit. He then asked Sun Minghua, "Professor, do you know which way we should go?" Sun Minghua walked to the side and pinched some plants that looked like moss growing on the cave wall. He observed it and said, "We should probably go left, since it seems that air was more likely to come from the left." "Let's go left then." Jin Raiji trusted Sun Minghua in this respect. Previously, when he was covering Sun Minghua, the professor explained these things to him, but Jin did not quite understand. They could hear thumping behind them. Obviously, the creature did not give up and was still hitting the entrance. There was no way they could return the way they came from. Han Sen followed the rest. He was not really worried. Even if there was a super creature, he could always manage to run away even if he could not beat it. Very few creatures could threaten his life in First God's sanctuary. The professor kept telling them which direction to go by observing the moss. After they had walked in the cave for half a day, they were completely lost. When they were in a large opening again, Han Sen saw that the underground river had become a waterfall, running down the cave wall into a pool. Next to the pool, a black turtle as large as a car was drinking. "It is that turtle. What is it doing here?" Sun Minghua gasped in excitement. "Lower your voice." Jin Raiji was startled and quickly stopped Sun Minghua. Luckily, the waterfall was loud and the turtle was very close to it, so it did not hear Sun Minghua's voice. The group of people stepped back before they started to discuss. "Professor, do you think there is another way to go?" Jin Raiji asked. He pondered and said, "According to how the moss grows, the air should come from this giant cave." Jin Raiji smiled bitterly and asked Han Sen, "What do you think, San?" Han Sen hesitated and said, "It is very likely that the turtle had come here to eat. After eating, it should be going away. If we follow it closely, we might be able to get out of here." "True. Why did I fail to see that?" Sun Minghua said gladly. "This way we can observe the turtle and find a way out in the same time." "Great idea, Han Sen." Jin Raiji and Jin Choli did not have other ideas. The four decided to follow the turtle. They did not dare to approach the turtle, but observed it from afar. Although it was dark in the cave, the red patterns on the turtle's shell were glowing in the dark like lava. The group did not need anything else to see the turtle. After the turtle had finished drinking, it slowly waddled to the cave next to it. The four exchanged a look and followed the turtle from afar. With the glowing patterns on the turtle, they would never lose sight of it. Han Sen stared down the cliff and was shocked. So were Jin Raiji, Jin Choli and Sun Minghua. They had followed the turtle for 2 days, which had gone deeper and deeper. They felt something must be wrong. They were already on the cliff. Under the cliff was a gushing lava pool, and the turtle crawled into the pool as if it were water. The group did not see the turtle emerging again. Was it killed by the heat from the lava? Jinraiji guessed. Although creatures were not as smart as people, I have never seen a suicidal one. Jinchuli shook his head and said. Sun Minghua suddenly said excitedly, I know. What do you know, Professor? Asked Han Sr. You should remember I've told you that the creatures normally eat plants in order to give birth. After leaving the ocean, the turtle had consumed lots of plants in Copper Mountains. Maybe its goal was to give birth here, said Sun Minghua in excitement. Giving birth? Here. Jin Chili pointed at the lava pool incredulously. Although lava is fatal to humans, maybe it is not to the creatures. Did you notice the red patterns on the turtle's back? They look like lava. Maybe the turtle was born here in the lava. You know some turtles in our world also give birth in the sand despite that they live in the ocean, explained the professor. Han Sen watched the lava pool as he listened to the professor. He thought the professor's explanation made a lot of sense. The behaviors of the turtle was much like the golden growler. Maybe it was indeed giving birth here. However, if it was really like the golden growler, then it would die after spitting out its life essence. No matter how powerful Han Sen was, it was impossible for him to jump into the lava for the life essence. It seems we have to find another exit, said Jinraiji with his brows knitted. Obviously there was no other exit. Sun Minghua pondered and said, we did not run into any danger on the way here. It must not be difficult if we wanted to go out. Let's stay and watch. Maybe the turtle will return to the ocean after giving birth. Han Sen was glad he said that. If they left like this, he would be upset that he gave up on hunting a super creature when it was at its most vulnerable moment. At least, Han Sen had to make sure that the turtle would not appear again before he gave up. Jinraiji and Jinchili also agreed. They did not see any creature on the way here, so it would not be too risky to go back where they came from. In addition, they had brought enough supplies to last a month. When the group were still discussing, they suddenly stopped as they heard an odd noise. They looked to the direction of the noise and saw a giant creature emerging from a cave below them, breaking stones as it went. It turned out to be the creature that they saw from the underground river. The group were all frightened. They did not even dare to breathe. Very soon they found out that the creature did not come for them, but went toward the lava pool under the cliff. No way, is that creature also born from the lava pool? Han Sen said to himself. He was so curious that he looked down from the cliff. Jinraiji, Jinchili and Sun Minghua all let out a sigh of relief. Like Han Sen, they were also curious and wanted to see what the creature was up to. In a minute, the creature made it to the side of the lava pool, but it did not enter as the group had imagined. Circling around the lava, the creature then crawled toward the stone wall next to the pool. The group felt weird. The stone wall had nothing on it, and they wondered what the creature was trying to do. As they were wondering, the creature suddenly threw itself hard at the wall as if it was agitated. Bang! The rocks fell under the impact. However, the stone wall was still intact. The creature hit the wall again and again in madness, and the cracks were growing on the wall, while the creature itself was also injured and covered in blood. However, it did not stop ramming against the wall, as if the wall had killed its parents. Jinchili was dumbstruck and said, "This creature must be mad. It must be committing suicide." Sun Minghua did not speak. He was also puzzled and did not understand what the creature was doing. Although Han Sen could not tell what the creature was doing either, he was overjoyed. Originally, he was concerned that the creature was too big, and he did not have an appropriate weapon to kill it. Now the creature was killing itself. When it was near death, it would be great if Han Sen could take advantage of the opportunity and kill it. Judging from how strong it was, maybe it was really a super creature. The four of them lay on their stomach and looked down the cliff. Maybe the turtle went into the lava to give birth, but it was impossible that this creature was knocking its head on the wall to give birth as well. No matter how they thought about it, there was not a plausible explanation. What is it trying to do? Han Sen stared at the creature ramming itself into the stone wall. From the dim light from the lava, he could see clearly the creature's movements. The stone wall was cracked by the creature, and it was bleeding heavily, its blood coloring the stone red. Suddenly, Han Sen's pupils contracted. Chapter 337. Creature War. Han Sen gazed at the cracked stone wall. Initially, he thought the wall was red because of the creature was bleeding. However, with a closer look, it was more than the creature's blood. There seemed to be liquid infiltrating through the cracks from the other side. Under the glow of the lava, the liquid also seemed to be red. However, Han Sen could tell that it was not blood, but more like water. Water! Han Sen suddenly understood what the creature was going for. Behind the stone wall, there was very likely a branch of the underground river. The creature was trying to break the stone wall in order to feed water into the lava pool. Damn it! This creature is treacherous. It is trying to lead the water into the lava. Han Sen thought. In the alliance, when water met heat of the lava, one possibility was that the water would evaporate. However, if there were enough water, the lava would be turned into a piece of rock. Even if the turtle could survive in the lava, it didn't mean that it could survive in the rock. If the turtle was sealed in the rock, Han Sen did not know if it was still feasible for him to obtain the turtle's life essence. Put on gas masks. Han Sen exclaimed at the rest and quickly slapped a mask on himself. Although Sun Minghua, Jin Raiji and Jin Mingli did not understand why Han Sen was asking, they had grown enough trust in Han Sen recently, so they simply followed his instruction. Shortly after they put on the masks, they suddenly heard cracking and spluttering. Water started to come out of the stone wall that was more and more damaged by the creature, flooding into the lava and giving rise to pungent gray smoke. Get back! Don't get yourselves burned by the steam. Han Sen did not dare to stay and watch, pulling the professor back with him. Bang! When the four of them stepped back, they heard a loud noise of stones crashing and water falling. Then there was a sizzling sound. With the rising of gray smoke, the entire cave became extremely hot that it was almost unbearable. The group quickly ran back. Fortunately, the gray smoke did not expand very fast. It took some time for the smoke to rise to the cliff. When they reached a small cave far from the cliff, they were covered in gray dust. Each of them looked like a statue coming out of storage. Luckily, they were all in beast soul armor and gas masks, so they were not hurt at all. After waiting for a long while in the small cave, the gray smoke gradually dispersed and the air started to cool down. All they could hear at this point was the water flowing. I will go have a look. Han Sen did not want to let go. He had prepared so long to kill the turtle, and would hate to see it killed in the lava. Running to the cliff again, Han Sen looked down. Although there was still some thin smoke left, he could see clearly with the light penetrating from the stone wall broken by the giant creature. There was not a single spark in the lava pool. Under the cliff was a newly formulated lake. The water came from the underground lake that was originally behind the stone wall. Under the water where the lava pool was, the lava solidified into a piece of smooth black rock, dotted with craters like the surface of the moon. The giant creature rolled around in the lake in excitement, screeching cheerfully. The turtle died just like that? Han Sen could not believe that a super creature was killed so easily. It was unlikely. Han Sen decided. The lava was liquid, so there must be a source of heat under the pool to keep it that way. Since the source of heat was not put out, it was impossible for the lava to solidify entirely. This creature is so devious to think of such a strategy. I wonder what's its grudge against the turtle? Said Jin Mingli, walking over and joining Han Senator when Sun Minghua was about to say something. They suddenly heard rocks broken. The fresh rock ground started to crack. The giant creature was also alarmed by the sound, and straightened its back like a cobra in attack mode, staring at the broken basalt vigilantly. Boom! The basalt suddenly burst. A huge black turtle rushed out from underneath with splashing lava, like a returning demon. The moment the turtle came out, it screamed at the giant creature and threw itself at the creature with its head hidden inside the shell. The creature twisted its huge body and dodged the turtle. However, the turtle reached out its head and bit the creature in the air. The creature screeched and curled its body around the turtle, biting at the turtle's neck with its crocodile-like mouth. The two creatures were at each other's throat, rolling around in the lake, breaking rocks as they went. The group were dumbstruck by the monster's fight and felt like watching a movie. Han Sen was secretly exhilarated. Since the creature was able to match the turtle, it was very likely also a super creature. If that was the case, maybe he could get really lucky. As Han Sen was imagining killing two super creatures at once, gobbling on their life essence and becoming a super aristocrat, he very soon realized that his dream was unlikely to be realized. The two creatures managed to knock the basalt ground open. Lava erupted from the gaps and met more water. Gray smoke once again filled the space. Roaring and rolling, the creatures continued their battle, shaking the entire underground cave. Since the scorching gray smoke was almost fatal, Jin Raiji, Jin Mingli and Sun Minghua were forced to step back. However, Han Sen stayed still. This might be his best chance to kill a super creature. If he retreated at this point, he was not sure if he could pick up the life essence, and he definitely would not be able to gain any beast soul. Han Sen yearned for a super beast soul even more than life essence. If he could obtain a powerful super beast soul, maybe he would be able to kill a super creature on his own instead of hiding and sneaking around like this. Han Sen, let's go. It's too dangerous over there. Jin Raiji shouted at Han Sr. You go first. I will stay a bit longer. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said, initiating Jade Skin at the same time. With the protection from both the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and Jade Skin, Han Sen was able to stay put and watch the two creatures fighting. Although his sight was blurred by the gray smoke, he did not dare to approach the creatures and had to wait for a chance. Roars and shrieks rang, lava and water clashed, and gray smoke rose. Han Sen could occasionally catch a glimpse of the two creatures. Fairy Queen. Han Sen could not tell what was happening, and it was becoming worse. He quickly took back his phantom ant armor and shapeshifted into Fairy Queen. His hair became blonde and his armor red. Using the strong eyesight of the Fairy Queen, he continued to watch the fight. The Fairy Queen was indeed effective. Han Sen saw that the creature had lost a huge piece of meat in the back of its head. Its bones bared and its blood continued flowing. From a crack in its bones, Han Sen could vaguely see its brain. If I could stab my spear in this crack, I would have a big chance to kill it directly. Han Sen took out the spinning spear from his backpack. Of course, he did not want to go down just like this. He would not be the match to either the turtle or this creature. With one blow from either of them, his body would be destroyed. Han Sen took out the spear to use it like an arrow. Han Sen also summoned the horn bow and used heresy mantra and overload. Incredible strength filled his body, his muscles became as tough as iron, and his veins stood out all over. Han Sen fixed his golden eyes upon the two creatures rolling around in the smoke, lava, water, and rocks. He pulled the horn bow to the fullest. The spear was too thick and long as an arrow. It was not an easy shot. However, Han Sen had no other options. If he used the mutant black stinger arrow, it will not be enough to kill such a creature. Wait. I must wait for the perfect opportunity. Han Sen stared at the creatures through the smoke. Although he was able to see the crack in its skull twice, Han Sen did not shoot his spinning spear. The spinning spear was not a beast soul arrow, and could not be taken back once it was shot. He only had this one opportunity, and had to choose the right moment to kill the creature with one strike. Otherwise, he would lose this only chance. Han Sen's eyes were as calm as ice. Although that creature was severely injured, it was still able to fight the turtle. The turtle had the same thought as Han Senator. It also tried to bite the injury in the back of the creature's head, but the creature did not give it any chance. What is he trying to do? Sun Minghua could vaguely see that Han Sen was still standing on the cliff. Jin Raiji and Jin Mingli smiled bitterly. They had no idea what Han Sen was trying to do. Standing afar, they were already sweating like pigs from the unbearable heat. However, Han Sen stood still on the cliff like a tower in the gray smoke. Jin Raiji and Jin Mingli felt they had already lost to Han Sen in perseverance. Is he trying to kill the two creatures? Jin Mingli suddenly said. Is that even possible? Jin Raiji paused and replied. Killing a creature like that did not seem humanly possible. If it were anyone else, Jin Raiji would say it was impossible without question. Judging by how fiercely the creatures fought, it was easy to tell that killing them was beyond the skills of any human. However, it was Han Sen who was standing there, which made Jin Raiji feel it was possible. Han Sen was someone Jin Raiji could not understand. Jin Raiji had seen a lot of people in Glory Shelter. However, he had never met anyone like Han Senator. Han Sen's ability was too extraordinary for an unevolved person. Since it is him, maybe there is a chance? Jin Raiji said with a wry smile. Sun Minghua said with worries, it seems too risky. We should tell him to come back. When the two creatures were almost dying, he could then go snatch the meat. I'm afraid his goal is more than the meat, but also the beast's souls, Jin Raiji said, shaking his head. All of a sudden they heard a blood-curdling cry. Right now, a cold light flashed in Han Sen's golden eyes. The spinning spear left the bow with a strong force, flying toward the screeching creature. Whoosh! The spear reached the back of the creature's head in the blink of an eye. Dang! The spearhead was stuck in the crack of its bones and did not make it through. The bones were so stiff that the spear failed to break it. However, the spinning force did not end. Like a drill head, the spear continued to dig into the bones, making sparks and smoke. Go deeper. Han Sen roared inwardly. This is the only chance he got. Crack. It seemed that heaven was listening to Han Senator. The cracks in the creature's skull was broken further by the spinning spear. With a pop, the entire spear entered the skull from the crack. Roar! With another painful cry, the crocodile-like head of the creature raised up for a few seconds and suddenly collapsed, shaking the entire cave. Larva of super creature Aqua Reaper killed. Beast soul of super creature Aqua Reaper gained. Life essence available. Consume its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Meat inedible. The voice Han Sen heard made him jump. A super beast soul. I finally gained a super beast soul. Shortly, Han Sen became calm again. It was not yet time to celebrate. The turtle was still there. Han Sen now understood that the Aqua Reaper was still a larva. The reason why it could fight the turtle was likely that the turtle had just laid its eggs in the lava and was still weak. Even so, the turtle was too strong for Han Sen to kill. At least before he had gained a strong weapon, there was no way he could hurt the turtle. After the Aqua Reaper was shot dead, the turtle threw a gaze at where Han Sen was, sending a chill down his spine. However, the turtle merely looked at him and then left the cave from the opening on the stone wall made by the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen was overjoyed. If the turtle did not leave, he did not even dare to go down and collect the life essence. Before Han Sen went down, he saw that the body of the Aqua Reaper gradually dissolved and disappeared in the thin air. Thump! A football-sized purple crystal fell into the lake along with the spinning spear. Han Sen did not dare to hesitate anymore and quickly jumped from the cliff, summoned his sacred blood wings in the air, dived into the lake and dredged up the life essence in the spear. Looking at the purple crystal, Han Sen heard the voice he had missed so much. Life essence of super creature Aqua Reaper consumed. No super geno point gained. The voice cheered Han Sen up. He continued to look at the life essence of the Aqua Reaper, which became purple liquid in his mouth. As he swallowed the liquid, the coolness filled his body, nurturing every body cell. After licking for a while, Han Sen eventually heard the voice telling him he had gained 1 super geno point. Fortunately, the life essence of Aqua Reaper was much smaller than that of the golden growler. If it was bigger, Han Sen would not be able to finish eating it on the spot. Such a giant Aqua Reaper turned out to be a larva. If it was in the adult form, it would not be smaller than the golden growler. Maybe it was because the life essence was from a larva. Han Sen had gained 7 super geno points from eating the entire crystal, which was less than what he used to get. However, Han Sen was satisfied already. Originally, he thought it would take him a while longer before he could kill a super creature, but he just managed to kill one by chance and gain 7 super geno points and a super beast soul. What a surprise! Looking at his super geno point count, which was now 26, Han Sen was very pleased. Sen, are you okay? Jin Raiji asked from the cliff. Jin Raiji, Jin Mingli and Sun Minghua were all looking down from the cliff and became excited when they saw Han Sr. I'm fine. The two creatures both left. Let's follow this opening to go out. I see light on the other side. This should be an exit, said Han Sen, pointing at broken stone wall. After the three of them flew down with wings, they saw a valley from the opening. Going out of the cave and climbing up the valley, the group discovered that they were still in Copper Mountains. Returning to Glory Shelter, Han Sen heard someone had seen the turtle crawling back into the ocean. Although it was a shame, Han Sen was not too disappointed because he had gained a lot from the Aqua Reaper. Type of Super Beast Soul of Aqua Reaper. Parasite. Han Sen studied the beast soul of the Aqua Reaper in the shelter, and found that it was something he had never seen before. A parasite beast soul. Like the beast soul of the Beetle Knight, it could not be summoned, and Han Sen had no idea how to use it. However, normally speaking, a rare beast soul was a strong beast soul. If Han Sen had high hopes for this beast soul, and wished to find out more about it after he had access to the Skynet, there was no need for him to stay in Glory Shelter any longer. So when Sun Minghua decided to go to Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen followed them back. On the way, Han Sen continued to think about the lava pool. Maybe the turtle had laid its eggs there, and it would be wonderful if he could fish those out. Because Dark Swamp was too dangerous, Jin Raiji did not choose to go via that route, but picked a longer and safer path. Han Sen was in no hurry. He had Heresy Mantra, Overload, Panorama, and kiting skills to practice on the way. When they finally reached Steel Armor Shelter, it was more than a month later. After returning to his room in Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen checked on the cloud beast he was feeding. Its body was becoming more and more transparent, and its progress was more or less what Han Sen estimated. The black crystal should be able to make a super creature in about a year. What is this black crystal? Could even make super creatures. It seems that it's not getting any smaller either. What a wonder! Han Sen again felt lucky that he had gained this treasure. It was indeed priceless. No one would believe him even if he told someone. After resting for 2 days in Black Hawk, Han Sen did not immediately go on Gladiator. He had read more news from different shelters, trying to find the traces of a super creature again. Han Sen had found a lot of leads, but they were all too far from Steel Armor Shelter, and it would not be easy for him to travel to those places in time. During Han Sen's recess, Gambler told him via comlink that Yang Zikuan wanted to meet him to discuss a deal. Yang Zikuan did not tell Gambler the specifics of the deal, and wanted to talk to Han Sen alone. Yang Zikuan did not ask Han Sen to meet in God's Sanctuary, but managed to get Han Sen out of Black Hawk and took him to a private club. Han Sen had little faith in the so-called closed-door military training at this point. Those with means could always open the doors. Mister, you did not go through all this trouble just to drink with me, right? Sitting on the couch, Han Sen asked Yang Zikuan, who was sitting opposite him. Brother, today I asked you to come both to learn boomerang skills from you and to ask for a favor. Yang Zikuan was very polite to Han Senator since Han Sen beat him at boomerang. Yang Zikuan had thought of Han Sen as a master. Yang Zikuan had spent a lot of time practicing butterfly boomerang recently, but the effect was not ideal. He had asked a lot of masters to gain a bit progress. However, if he wanted to reach Han Sen's level, it would take him years of hard work. Business first. You can learn boomerang from me anytime. I have a fair rate for tutoring, Han Sen smiled and said. Yang Zikuan gave him a thumbs up and said, Great. I love how direct you are. I'll be straightforward with you then. I've asked you to come today because I need some Sacred Blood Beast Souls and wonder if I can purchase some in Steel Armor Shelter. Sacred Blood Beast Souls are rare. Too many people need them, yet too few want to sell. Even if someone was to evolve and sell part of their Sacred Blood Beast Souls, those Beast Souls would most likely be reserved in advance. You should know that very well, Han Sen pondered and said. When Qin Xian evolved, she only kept 2 Sacred Blood Beast Souls with her to enter Second God's Sanctuary. Her other Beast Souls were reserved long before they went to an auction. Those who had purchased her Sacred Blood Beast Souls were probably extremely wealthy people like Yang Zikuan, Yuan and Qing. After they got their hands on the Sacred Blood Beast Souls, it was highly unlikely that they would sell them again. These people normally chose to bring all the Sacred Blood Beast Souls with them when they became evolvers. Although the Sacred Blood Beast Souls from First God's Sanctuary would not be considered strong in Second God's Sanctuary, in the early stage, they could still be helpful. That was one of the reasons why the Sacred Blood Beast Souls were so rare in First God's Sanctuary. If it is easy, I will not need to ask for your help, brother. Yang Zikuan turned on the holographic video, and the image of a person appeared. The clip was pre-recorded. That person summoned his beast souls one by one and introduced them. After showing the clip, Yang Zikuan showed Han San and another clip that was similar to the first one. Brother, I want to trade with you for Sacred Blood Beast Souls. I can offer you beast souls or warframes. This private club is specialized in beast soul dealing. You can have a look at the clips. If you have a certain beast soul in mind, I can trade with you. Most people here are not from Steel Armor Shelter, said Yang Zikuan. Han Sen's eyes lit up. He asked, does this private club also deal beast souls from Second God's Sanctuary? Yang Zikuan was puzzled and explained to Han Sen, that is possible. But most deals are conducted in the same phase. It would be harder to exchange across different phases. If I were to exchange Sacred Blood Beast Souls in the first God's Sanctuary for Sacred Blood Beast Souls in the second, what would that be like? Han Sen asked. His family was doing well financially, but he had hoped to gain some Sacred Blood Beast Souls for his mother to guarantee her safety in Second God's Sanctuary. Second God's Sanctuary was not like the first. It was extremely risky and even the shelters were not 100% safe. Creatures would attack shelters in large groups in Second God's Sanctuary, which was different from the first. If you wanted to trade, that's okay. But it depends on what kind of beast souls you have. Normally speaking, 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls from First God's Sanctuary could be used to trade for 1 Sacred Blood Beast Soul in the second. After all, it is much more difficult to gain a Sacred Blood Beast Soul in Second God's Sanctuary, explained Yang Zikuan briefly. Han Sen pondered for a while and said to Yang Zikuan, I do have some Sacred Blood Beast Souls on hand, but I am not interested in anything else but the Sacred Blood Beast Souls in Second God's Sanctuary. And the trade must be conducted in Sapphire Shelter of Second God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuan looked at Han Sen and asked, Brother, do you have any requirement for the types of beast souls you want? I would prefer beast soul armor, followed by beast soul mount and beast soul wings. Han Sen wanted to get some beast souls that could keep his mother safe. When he evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, it would be easy for him to get beast souls and meat for his mother. The most important thing was to keep his mother alive. Although Luo Sulan was located in a large human shelter, and all she did was killing ordinary creatures and primitive creatures at most, it was hard to say what would happen in Second God's Sanctuary. Many human shelters be destroyed overnight. Give me a minute. Yang Zikuan checked his comlink and dialed a number. A man of about 60 years old appeared in the holographic image. Young Master. The man bowed to Yang Zikuan. Mr. Su, could you check for me how many Sacred Blood Beast Souls we could use in Sapphire Shelter of Second God's Sanctuary? Asked Yang Zikuan. One moment, young master. I will report to you when I have the information. Yang Zikuan turned off his comlink and said to Han Sen with a smile, Brother, let's see if anything interests you. If there is something you like, then we will continue our discussion. Han Sen nodded and admired Yang Zikuan's masterful manner. Indeed, Yang Zikuan was the grandson of a demigod. Although he was still young, he treated everyone gracefully. Shortly, Mr. Su knocked on the door in person and showed a video clip to Yang Zikuan, while explaining currently we have 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls that we can use in Sapphire Shelter. One is. After he had explained everything, Mr. Su stepped back and waited for Yang Zikuan to speak. Brother, what do you think? Yang Zikuan asked Han Sr. Mr. Su looked at Han Sen in surprise. He knew very well Yang Zikuan's character, and thought Han Sen must be someone important so that Yang Zikuan will treat him this way. I am very interested in the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount. I have 3 Sacred Blood Beast Souls that I want to use to exchange for those 2. Do you think that's doable? Han Sen pondered and asked. Chapter 341. Cross-border trade. Mr. Su frowned upon Han Sen's words. Although the Sacred Blood Beast Souls in First God's Sanctuary were rare, the normal value of a Sacred Blood Beast Soul from the first and 1 from the second were 3 to 1. Although the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount in Sapphire Shelter were not the best, he would not necessarily trade them for even 6 Sacred Blood Beast Souls in First God's Sanctuary. However, Han Sen was trying to exchange for both using just 3, which made Mr. Su sneer. Brother, can you show us the beast souls you have? Yang Zikuan said with a smile. Han Sen summoned his 3-blade harpoon, brandished it briefly and said, I think you should recognize this 3-blade harpoon. Huangfu Pingqing once showed it at an auction. It is rather sharp among sacred blood weapons. Mr. Su was dazed. He had heard of this harpoon. In fact, they did a lot of business with Ares Marshall Hall. And he had thought about acquiring this harpoon before. In terms of sharpness, the three-blade harpoon was more than just rather sharp, but definitely one of the sharpest weapon in First God's Sanctuary. Mr. Su did not expect Han Sen would produce this weapon first. It was a top-notch sacred blood beast soul. Normally speaking, one would not let go of it. Brother, are you really going to sell this? Yang Zikuan asked Han Sen in surprise. Sure. Han Sen smiled. This three-blade harpoon did not mean as much to him at this point. He could not kill a super creature with this harpoon. And since the harpoon was not a sword, he could not attach the devil's sword to it. Han Sen still had the pair of skeleton's daggers, which were as sharp as the three-blade harpoon. Although they were not as valuable as the beast soul to Han Sen, they functioned equally well. Therefore, Han Sen wanted to sell his harpoon. For the second piece of beast soul, Han Sen summoned the tornado wolf. A mount? Asked Yang Zikuan, gazing at the tornado wolf. Yang Zikuan had never seen such a mount before, and did not know what it could do. Mr. Su frowned slightly. Although the three-blade harpoon was great, a sacred blood mount from Second God's Sanctuary was definitely worth at least 3 sacred blood mount in the first. Han Sen smiled and explained, "It is a mount called Tornado Wolf. It is nothing but fast. You should have heard about Blast Horse?" Of course, Blast Horse is the fastest mount in First God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuan nodded and said, "This Tornado Wolf is slightly faster than Blast Horse. What do you think of it now?" said Han Sen casually. Mr. Su stared at the Tornado Wolf and asked, "Are you serious? Is it really faster than Blast Horse? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. If it is not faster than Blast Horse, I will give it to you for free," said Han Sen with a smile. There were a lot of videos of Blast Horse on the Skynet. Han Sen had no doubt that the Tornado Wolf was faster. Mr. Su changed his look. If this Tornado Wolf was really faster than Blast Horse, its value was hard to say. Although a sacred blood mount from the First God's Sanctuary was not as valuable as a sacred blood one from the second, it still very much depended on what sort of mount it was. If the Tornado Wolf was the fastest mount in First God's Sanctuary, then it was invaluable. "Fantastic," Yang Zikuan said. It seemed that he liked the Tornado Wolf quite a lot. Mr. Su now had high hopes for Han Sen's third beast soul. Although the 2 beast souls Han Sen had shown them were both top-notch, he still needed the third beast soul to wow him before he would consider the deal. As he was still thinking, Han Sen had summoned the third beast soul. Han Sen suddenly shapeshifted into a giant bear. A shapeshifting beast soul. Yang Zikuan and Mr. Su were overjoyed. Sacred blood shapeshifting beast souls were very rare, and the one Han Sen was showing could even use different martial arts and weapons. A beast soul like this would be bid to the sky. Han Sen took back the beast soul and said to Yang Zikuan, "The sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul is named Ghost-Eyed Bear. It could greatly enhance one's strength and speed. If I were to trade these 3 beast souls for the 2 sacred blood beast souls you have in Second God's Sanctuary, what would you think?" "Let's do it," Yang Zikuan said without hesitation. Although he would not profit much from the deal, it was a great deal nonetheless. Han Sen had produced 3 excellent beast souls, which were the top in their own type. In addition, Yang Zikuan liked the 3 sacred blood beast souls very much, especially the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Mr. Su had changed his point of view on Han Senator 3 sacred blood beast souls like this were so hard to come by that they were totally enough to match the 2 sacred blood beast souls they have in Second God's Sanctuary. Yang Zikuan asked Mr. Su to prepare the contract. After they both signed, Mr. Su arranged for a guy to transfer the 2 sacred blood beast souls to Luo Sulan. Han Sen called his mother and asked her to receive the 2 beast souls. With the sacred blood armor and sacred blood mount, even if Luo Sulan was in danger, she would be able to keep herself alive. Han Sen and Yang Zikuan used the teleport device in the private club to enter Steel Armor Shelter, and completed the deal. Han Sen had wanted to do this for a long time, but he hadn't found the right opportunity or people whom he trusted. Eventually, he was able to accomplish the deal. After completing the deal, both parties were satisfied about the transaction. Originally, Yang Zikuan only wished to gain 1 or 2 sacred blood beast souls. In the end, he was able to obtain 3 top-notch beast souls, which were all practical as well. Brother, you have so many excellent beast souls. Can you show us a few more? Yang Zikuan looked at Han San excitedly. Mr. Su also looked at Han San curiously. A person that had so many amazing beast souls triggered his curiosity. Since Han San was selling incredible beast souls, what beast souls would he keep for himself? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.